Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The void was boundless and still, a realm without light, warmth, or memory. Here, time unraveled and space meant nothing. No stars pierced the dark. No God spoke. Only silence ruled. Through this abyss drifted a remnant, a sliver of soul torn from something once monstrous and whole. It was Voldemort's fragment, ripped from Harry Potter's scar by ancient, untamed magic. Slick with venom and grief, the shard twisted in agony, clutching at fading malice, seeking refuge from the one force it could never conquer. Death. A ripple stirred the stillness. Not movement, but presence, vast and primeval. From the dark came an outline of inevitability, a hand, gnarled and skeletal, carved from entropy itself. It reached for the fragment. The soul shard, sensing its doom, recoiled, lashed, fled. But the void offered no shadows deep enough, no corners safe from death's touch. The hand closed. A scream tore through the silence, not of sound but of unraveling. The soul writhed as darkness flared, desperate to preserve its shattered self. Tendrils of hate flailed, but they crumbled into nothing, ashes blown into the breathless dark. Death squeezed harder, and then the fragment began to dissolve. It did not simply break, it unfurled. Its malice bled out, and from within spilled something unexpected. Memories. But not Voldemort's. These were Harry's. They danced like starlight. Shards of a life lived with fire and feeling. Hogwarts' soaring towers, the heat of battle and friendship. Hermione's fierce intellect. Ron's unwavering heart. A mother's final cry. A curse rebounding in green fire. The ache of loss, the defiance of love in the face of oblivion. They spun through the void, free at last. The soul fragment vanished, undone and complete. Yet the memories remained, aimless, wild, untethered. For an eternity or a moment, they drifted until they brushed the edge of reality. There, at the edge of all things, stood a boundary, not a wall but a veil. Beyond it lay another world, harsh and old. A land of snow and steel, where wolves howled beneath blood-red leaves, and kings bled for thrones forged in lies. The memories passed through, not as thought or soul, but as mist, love turned vapor, made ether. The fog seeped into that world, silent and unseen, but not unnoticed. In the frozen heart of a forest, an old god stirred, rooted in weirwood and worshipped in whispers. Its presence was not sight, but awareness, vast and alien. It felt the mist. It touched the memories. And it understood. A boy, scarred by lightning, standing against death itself. Sacrifice. Magic born of love. Strength not of body, but of soul. These were no mere mortal echoes. This was power. The old god watched as, beneath the stars of dawn, a woman labored in quiet pain. Her child neared birth. His fate would be heavy, his path steeped in shadow. The god reached into the mist, weaving memory into legacy. Not all could be granted. The soul was broken, but its essence could endure. The knowledge of light within darkness. The defiance to face the end. The courage to act when none else would. These the god placed into the child. Into Jon Snow, born of ice and fire. Marked not by prophecy, but by purpose, a son of two worlds and bearer of a stranger's unyielding spirit. The fog dispersed, its duty done, but in the blood of the boy it endured. And one day, when the long night fell once more, its echo would rise. 283 AC. The winds of rebellion howled across the seven kingdoms, thick with the scent of fire, steel, and blood. Castles crumbled. Oaths were broken. Kings and sons alike met death on burning fields and blood-soaked stone. Yet high above this storm of men, nestled within the scorched mountains of Dorne, the Tower of Joy stood still, an island of quiet in a sea of chaos. Within its sun-kissed walls, another battle raged. Unseen, silent, sacred. On a narrow bed draped in linen and shadow, Lyanna Stark lay, her body weakened but unbowed. The once fierce daughter of Winterfell had weathered months of turmoil, kept upright by the strength of the North that ran like ice through her veins. But now, her breath was ragged, and the sheen of sweat glistened on her brow. The time was near. Her son would soon be born. But the true battle was not hers to fight. It raged within her womb. There, within that fragile cradle of life, ancient forces clashed, not of men, but of bloodlines of magics older than the wall and deeper than the roots of the world. Two legacies warred inside the child's forming body. The cold, spectral magic of House Stark coiled like a winter wind, quiet, watchful, and vast. It crept through the child's veins with the chill of snowfall on a silent wood. It carried the strength of the first men and the whisper of old gods beneath red leaves. It was stillness. It was clarity, and against it rose the fire. The Targaryen flame surged hot and fierce, a dragon's fury made flesh. It roared through the child's bones and blood like liquid sunlight, wild and hungry, rich with conquest and legacy. It burned not in wrath, but in purpose, a birthright forged in fire and crowned in prophecy. The two forces, ice and fire, were not made to share a vessel. Their clash sent tremors through the womb. The unborn child twisted, caught between them, its forming body straining under the weight of powers that defied mortality. If left unchecked, the war within would consume both magics and destroy the child before it could ever take a breath. But the child would not yield. Though yet unborn, a primal awareness stirred, an instinct older than language, deeper than thought, a desire to live, to endure, to reconcile what no bloodline ever had. The child reached inward. It did not command. It did not resist. It listened to the whisper of the cold, sharp and soothing, wrapping around the mind like fresh snow, to the roar of the flame, alive in every heartbeat, every spark of strength. Both sought dominance, but the child sought harmony. With a will beyond understanding, the infant divided the storm. The Stark magic was drawn upward, winding like mist along the spine until it cradled the developing mind. There it took root, sharpening thought, deepening instinct, bringing stillness where chaos might have grown. It was wisdom, restraint, the calm before the storm. The Targaryen fire, by contrast, flowed downward and outward, into the marrow, into the flesh, into the beat of the growing heart. It filled the child's limbs with life and strength, with courage and passion. It was motion, power, the storm itself. Ice in the mind, fire in the blood. The warring legacies found peace, not by force, but by purpose. The child stilled, no longer writhing, its essence wrapped in balance. And with balance came calm. The two great houses no longer clashed, but sang together, a song of winter and flame. Above, Lyanna stirred. Her hand came to rest over her belly, gentle and protective. Despite her pain, her lips curved into the ghost of a smile. She could feel it. The storm had passed. The child was strong, whole, something more than blood, more than name. The rebellion still roared beyond the tower's walls. But within them, a quieter triumph had been won. And within Lyanna Stark, the child who would be named Jon Snow waited, whole and ready. A boy born of ice and fire, already tempered by his first battle, not against kings, but against fate. The gates of Winterfell loomed ahead, sturdy and timeless, their thick wooden beams scarred by countless winters but unyielding. The castle stood as it always had, its gray stone walls wrapped in the chill of the north, a bastion of Stark legacy. Ned Stark rode through the gates with grim determination, his jaw set against the bitter wind that swept down from the mountains. He was home, yet it didn't feel like home. The weight of loss pressed against his heart, too heavy, too vast to bear. Behind him, his men led a somber procession. At the center, draped in a shroud of stark gray, was the body of Lyanna, his beloved sister. Her face, even in death, remained gentle, untouched by the chaos that had claimed her life. Cradled in the arms of one of his sworn swords was her infant son, dark-haired and quiet, as though sensing the gravity of his arrival. Jon Snow. Ned had named the boy himself, the only protection he could offer. He would be raised as Ned Stark's bastard, a child born of shame, rather than a prince whose very existence would provoke Robert's wrath. The truth, that Jon was Rhaegar Targaryen's son, would die with Lyanna. The boy's birthright was fire and ash, but Ned had cloaked him in winter's chill. As they entered the courtyard, familiar faces gathered. Stable hands rushed forward to tend the horses, and retainers moved to greet their returning lord. Catelyn stood near the steps of the great hall, her face composed but uncertain. In her arms, their son Robb squirmed, a babe of just a few months. Ned dismounted, exhaustion weighing on every step. He greeted his men with solemn gratitude, then approached his wife. "Lady Stark," he said softly. Her lips parted as though she wanted to say more, but she merely inclined her head. "My lord husband, welcome home." Ned's eyes drifted to the bundle in her arms. Robb's bright blue eyes blinked up at him, curious and innocent. He brushed a calloused hand over the child's soft head. "A fine boy," he murmured, though his voice was hollow. "And this?" Catelyn's gaze shifted to the infant now, being handed to Ned. Her brows knit with confusion. "My son," Ned said simply, the lie bitter on his tongue. "Jon Snow." Catelyn's expression hardened, but she said nothing. The silence between them was thick with unspoken questions and resentment. After greeting those who had gathered, Ned left his wife and child behind, his feet carrying him toward the godswood. He needed solitude, needed the peace that only the ancient trees could offer. The path wound through frost-covered earth until the heart tree came into view, its red leaves rustling gently in the cold breeze. The face carved into its white bark was solemn, its eyes deep and knowing. Ned knelt beside the dark pool near the heart tree, his breath visible in the frigid air. The still water reflected the crimson leaves above, a stark contrast to the bleakness that gnawed at his soul. He drew ice from its scabbard, the ancestral greatsword of House Stark. The blade was dark and heavy, its edges sharp enough to sever flesh and bone with ease. He remembered watching his father, Lord Rickard Stark, sitting by this very pool, carefully wiping the blade clean after executions or battles fought in defense of the North. Ned dipped a cloth into the cold water and began to clean the sword, each stroke deliberate and methodical. The motion steadied his trembling hands. As he wiped the steel, grief clawed its way to the surface, grief he had kept buried for too long. His father, Lord Rickard, burned alive in the Mad King's madness. Brandon, his fiery and impetuous brother, strangled by a noose as he tried to save their father. And Lyanna, spirited and fierce, gone too soon, her life stolen by forces beyond their control. They were all gone. And now Winterfell, once filled with the laughter and strength of his family, fell hollow. The weight of duty pressed on Ned's shoulders. He was Warden of the North, a title earned by blood and sacrifice. But the cost had been steep, a wife he barely knew, a castle that no longer felt like home, and a heart weighed down by sorrow. His breath hitched as he wiped the last smear of water from ice. The cold steel gleamed under the pale winter light. He stared at the blade, his grief and pain bleeding out with each careful stroke. Somehow, in the presence of the old gods, he felt a flicker of peace. The towering trees stood as silent witnesses, their ancient roots entwined with the very bones of the North. The cold air bit at his skin, but it was a familiar cold, a reminder that life, like winter, endured. Ned sat there for a long while, the weight of his grief slowly easing as the gods wood embraced him. Finally, he stood, sheathing ice with a quiet finality. As he turned to leave, a sudden breeze rustled through the heart tree, its red leaves whispering softly. Ned paused, his heart catching in his chest. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but it carried a strange reassurance, as though the old gods themselves were offering him comfort. He closed his eyes, the chill wind brushing against his face. Somehow, he felt the gods were giving him a sign, a promise that everything would be all right. The small Bravosi house was quiet, its stone walls sheltering secrets that could unravel kingdoms. A faint breeze drifted in through the open window, carrying the salt tang of the distant narrow sea. Moonlight pooled on the floor, casting silver shadows across the simple furnishings. Rhaella Targaryen sat by the crib where her daughter, Daenerys, slept soundly. The babe's silver-gold hair glinted in the soft light, her tiny chest rising and falling with peaceful breaths. Rhaella reached out, brushing her fingers gently across her daughter's soft cheek. Daenerys stirred but did not wake. The sight filled Rhaella with a strange ache, a fierce love tempered by sorrow. She thought back to the night of Daenerys's birth, a storm raging over Dragonstone as waves battered the ancient fortress. The maester's hands had been rough, his face grim as he worked desperately to save both mother and child. Rhaella had felt death's cold fingers brushing against her that night, but against all odds, she had survived. Sometimes she questioned why. What purpose did her life serve now, torn from the throne that had been her family's birthright for centuries? She had lost everything: her husband, her eldest son Rhaegar, her grandchildren Aegon and Rhaenys, even sweet Elia, who had never deserved the fate that befell her. Her hands clenched into fists as she remembered the reports of how Robert Baratheon had laughed when presented with the mutilated bodies of her grandchildren. Wretched dragon spawn, he had called them, as though they were less than human. Her blood boiled at the thought. They had dyed their hair dark to hide their Targaryen coloring, she and Viserys, forced into disguises to avoid the eyes of those who hunted the last remnants of House Targaryen. Every day was a delicate game of survival, even here in Braavos under the protection of a few loyal retainers. But Daenerys needed her. So did Viserys, though his anger and arrogance made him harder to love. They were all that remained of her once mighty house. Rhaella's throat tightened, but she refused to cry. She had shed too many tears over the years, and they had done nothing to bring her family back. She would not weep again, not until she had seen vengeance claimed and justice restored. A sudden knock at the door jolted her from her thoughts. She straightened, her hand instinctively moving to shield Daenerys as the door creaked open. A servant stepped in, bowing nervously. "My queen," the woman said softly, glancing over her shoulder as though afraid of being overheard. "There is a guest." Unexpected. Rhaella's brow furrowed. Few knew of their hiding place, and fewer still dared approach uninvited. "Who?" "Sir Arthur Dayne." Rhaella's breath caught in her throat. That was impossible. "Sir Arthur is dead," she said sharply, her voice barely above a whisper. "He fell with the rest of the King's Guard at the Tower of Joy." The servant shook her head. "He lives, my queen. He insists upon seeing you." Rhaella hesitated, her mind racing. If this was a trap, she had to protect her children. But something inside her, a flicker of hope long buried, urged her to see him. "Bring him to me," she commanded, her voice steady. Moments later, the servant returned, followed by a tall figure cloaked in gray. The man moved with a warrior's grace despite the faint limp in his stride. His face was leaner than she remembered, marked by faint scars, but there was no mistaking the piercing gaze of Sir Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning. "Sir Arthur," she breathed, disbelief mingling with astonishment. "How?" He bowed low. "My queen, I was injured, not slain. I have spent these long months in hiding, waiting for the right moment to return." Rhaella's voice was cold, suspicion threading through her words. "Why come now?" He straightened, his expression solemn. "Because I bring news that you must hear." Her heart clenched, torn between hope and fear. "What news?" Arthur's voice softened. "Rhaegar's son lives." Rhaella froze, her mind struggling to grasp the weight of his words. "Aegon is dead," she whispered, her voice cracking. "They murdered him, butchered him like an animal." Arthur shook his head. "Not Aegon. Lyanna Stark's son, your grandson, Daeron Targaryen. Riella's breath caught. Lyanna? Arthur nodded. Rhaegar loved her. They had a son together, born during the final days of the rebellion. He lives, hidden in the north as Jon Snow, the bastard of Eddard Stark. Riella's legs nearly gave out, and she gripped the edge of the crib for support. Her thoughts tumbled in chaotic fragments. Rhaegar's tragic love, Lyanna Stark, a child born in secrecy. Jon Snow, she murmured, the name foreign on her tongue. He is Daeron Targaryen by blood, Arthur said firmly, the rightful heir to your house. The North raises him as one of their own, but his destiny is far greater. Riella's eyes burned, though she refused to let the tears fall. A grandson, her family was not as broken as she had believed. The usurper had not wiped them all out. Hope flickered in her heart, fragile but fierce. She looked up at Ser Arthur, her voice steadier now. We will reclaim what is ours. Arthur inclined his head. We will, my queen. As he spoke, Daenerys stirred in her crib, a soft coo escaping her lips. Rhaella looked down at her daughter, then back at Arthur. Fire and blood, she whispered, the ancient words of House Targaryen heavy with promise. We will rise again. And in the shadows of Bravos, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the warm light of early spring filtered through the narrow windows of Ned Stark's solar. Dust motes swirled in the golden beams, drifting lazily over stacks of parchment and ledgers. The room smelled of ink, aged wood, and the faint hint of smoke from the hearth. Ned sat at the large oak desk, its surface scarred by generations of Starks who had governed the North from this very seat. His fingers traced the edge of the polished wood absently as he reviewed the reports from his bannermen. Grain stores, troop counts, trade ledgers. It was the daily weight of lordship, a mantle he had borne for 5 years now. 5 years. It still surprised him how swiftly time had passed since his return to Winterfell, burdened with grief and responsibility. He had struggled at first, feeling out of place in his own ancestral home. His fostering in the Vale had made him an outsider to the traditions and expectations of the North. But that had changed in a most unexpected way, thanks to his son, Jon Snow. Ned's lips curved into a rare smile as he thought of the boy. Jon had been barely a year old when he had crawled into the solar, babbling as he tugged at the edges of the desk. In his clumsy efforts, the boy had knocked loose a hidden panel. Behind it, to Ned's astonishment, was his father's journal, a record of wisdom and reflections Lord Rickard Stark had kept hidden away. Reading those pages had been like hearing his father's voice again, guiding him through the complexities of leadership. With that journal, Ned had learned to be the Lord of Winterfell that the North deserved. And it was all thanks to Jon. Ned leaned back in his chair, his smile deepening. The boy had always been remarkable, quiet but fiercely intelligent. Even as a babe, there had been a solemnity about him, as though he carried the weight of the world on his small shoulders. He remembered vividly the day Jon had changed his mind about building a sept at Winterfell. It had been a decision made out of love for his wife, Catelyn, who had struggled to adapt to the old gods of the North. Ned had commissioned plans for the sept, thinking it a small compromise for a woman who had given him so much. But then he had found Jon alone in the Godswood, sitting beneath the heart tree with a book balanced on his small lap. Why aren't you at your lessons with Maester Luwin? Ned had asked, puzzled. Jon's answer had left him stunned. Why should I care about the faith of the new gods? Jon had said, his gray eyes fierce. They name me treacherous and wanton for my birth. They call the people of the North heathen savages. I won't worship gods who scorn us. Ned had been speechless. Jon was only 3 years old at the time, but his words had carried a weight far beyond his years. That conversation had made Ned rethink everything. He had abandoned the idea of building the sept and ensured that his children would learn of the faith, but worship only the old gods, as the Starks had done for thousands of years. A knock at the door broke Ned from his thoughts. Enter, he called. Maester Luwin stepped in, bowing respectfully. My lord, I believe you may wish to know, today is Jon's name day. Ned blinked, realization dawning. Of course, his 5th name day. I imagine he is in the Godwood, Luwin said with a knowing smile. Of course he is, Ned murmured. Thank you, Maester. As Lewin left, Ned stood, stretching the stiffness from his limbs. He had prepared a gift for Jon, a bough carved from weirwood, its grain pale and smooth, strong but flexible. A gift worthy of a child who had already proven himself exceptional. Though he couldn't throw a grand feast for Jon as he might for Robb or his other children, this gift was personal and meaningful. He hoped Jon would understand that. Ned made his way through the keep, his boots echoing against the stone floors. The familiar chill of Winterfell wrapped around him as he crossed the courtyard and entered the Godswood. The ancient trees whispered in the wind, their branches swaying gently. The heart tree loomed ahead, its face solemn and watchful. The dark pool shimmered nearby, its surface like polished black glass. Beneath the spreading branches, Jon sat cross-legged with a book open on his lap. His raven-black hair fell in soft waves around his face, his gray eyes focused on the words before him. Even at 5, he was a quick learner, already fluent in the old tongue and fascinated by the ancient texts from the Winterfell library. Ned approached quietly, marveling at the boy's intensity. As Jon grew, his resemblance to Rhaegar Targaryen was becoming more pronounced. The regal features, the high cheekbones, the graceful lines of his face were unmistakable. But Jon had Lyanna's raven-black hair and stark gray eyes, gifts that shielded his true heritage. The old gods had been merciful in that regard. "Jon," Ned called softly. The boy looked up, his face lighting with a rare smile. "Father, I brought you something for your name day." Ned knelt beside Jon and unwrapped the weirwood bough. The wood gleamed pale in the dappled light, its craftsmanship impeccable. Jon's eyes widened in awe as he took the bough in his small hands. "It's beautiful," Jon whispered. "Thank you, Father." Ned placed a hand on his shoulder. "A bough for a Stark of Winterfell, though you'll need to grow into it a bit." Jon grinned, a flash of boyish excitement breaking through his usual solemnity. "Come," Ned said, standing. "I'll show you how to string it properly." As they walked back toward the castle, the wind rustled through the Godswood. The heart trees read, leaves whispering like a promise carried on the breeze. Ned glanced down at Jon, pride swelling in his chest. The boy was more than he seemed, sharper, wiser, stronger than any child his age had a right to be. He thanked the old gods silently for the boy's presence in his life. Winter is coming, Ned thought, but with Jon by his side, he felt certain that the North would endure. The Godswood was quiet, wrapped in the serenity of late afternoon. The ancient trees stood tall, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, and the heart tree loomed above them all, its white bark etched with a solemn, knowing face. Jon Snow stood alone in the clearing, his weirwood bough gripped tightly in his small hands. The pale wood gleamed faintly in the dappled light, strong and unyielding. The bough had been his name-day gift from his father, a gift Jon cherished more than anything. He knocked an arrow, the fletching brushing his cheek as he drew the bowstring taut. His muscles strained, but he did not falter. The bough was made for a grown man, and even Maester Luwin had marveled that Jon could string it, let alone fully draw it. Jon's breath was steady as he focused on his target, a single crimson leaf hanging from a low branch across the clearing. His gray eyes narrowed, sharp as a hawk's. He let the arrow fly. The twang of the bowstring echoed through the Godswood. Jon walked toward where the arrow had struck, his heart pounding with satisfaction. The leaf was pinned perfectly through the center, impaled on the shaft of the arrow. He pulled it free, holding it between his fingers. The weirwood bough felt warm in his hand, its weight familiar despite its size. Jon stared at it, his thoughts turning over in restless curiosity. According to the old books he had read in Winterfell's library, a weirwood bough was the strongest bough a marksman could wield, given only to the best hunters or archers as a reward. Even then, it took years of practice for an experienced bowman to draw it fully. But Jon, barely 5 years old, could do it with ease. He looked back at the leaf, pierced cleanly through the center, and a strange unease crept over him. Why am I so different from everyone else? His senses were sharper than any boy his age, or even most grown men. He could see that crimson leaf from across the clearing as clearly as if it were inches from his face. His hearing was acute, catching the faintest rustle of leaves or whisper of wind. And then there was his strength, monstrous for a child his size. Jon had driven himself into the books, searching for answers in ancient tomes and dusty scrolls. The best explanation he had found was the wolf blood. There were stories of Starks born with wild blood, who exhibited heightened senses or wielded the ancestral greatsword ice single-handedly in battle when most men struggled to lift it with two hands. But even the wolf blood didn't explain everything. There was something darker, more primal within Jon. Whenever someone looked down on him for being a bastard, that fire inside him would rise. It burned hot and fierce, clawing at his restraint. And there were times he had to fight the urge to choke the life out of those who sneered at him. That fire frightened him. Jon didn't know where it came from, but it was as much a part of him as the cold clarity of the godswood. He clenched his fist around the arrow, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. Suddenly, a whisper broke through the silence of the godswood. Jon froze, his breath hitching. The voice was faint, barely more than a breeze through the branches, but it carried a strange resonance that prickled his skin. "Come," the voice urged. Jon's heart raced as he turned toward the heart tree. The ancient face carved into its white bark seemed to watch him, its red eyes deep and knowing. "Come," the voice beckoned again, softer but insistent. Jon's legs moved on their own, carrying him toward the towering tree. The air grew thick with an unfamiliar energy, and Jon felt it hum through his skin, sharp and electric. He knew he should be afraid, but curiosity pulled him forward. The heart tree loomed above him, its red leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Jon stood before it, his breath shallow, the weirwood bough still clutched in his hand. "Touch the tree," the voice whispered. Jon hesitated, his heart thundering in his chest. The voice was neither threatening nor kind. It simply was ancient and vast, like the godswood itself. His hand trembled as he reached out, fingers brushing against the rough bark of the heart tree. The moment his skin made contact, a surge of energy shot through him. Jon gasped, his vision blurring as the world tilted violently. The godswood faded into darkness, and Jon's knees buckled. He fell forward, the weirwood bough slipping from his grasp as his mind spiraled into oblivion. Silence engulfed him as he drifted. Jon awoke to darkness. The air was thick and damp, carrying the earthy scent of ancient stone and tangled roots. Faint whispers echoed through the cavern, as if the walls themselves carried the voices of the past. A pale glow illuminated the space, emanating from veins of crystal embedded in the walls. Twisting roots hung from the ceiling, wrapping around jagged rocks and disappearing into the shadows. At the center of the cavern stood a massive weirwood tree, its bark white as bone, with blood-red leaves that rustled without wind. Jon blinked, disoriented. This must be a dream, he thought, yet he could still feel the faint weight of his unconscious body lying on the cold earth in the godswood. The sensation was strange, existing in two places at once, neither fully real nor entirely imagined. "You've come," a voice rasped, ancient and hollow. Jon spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for the bough that was no longer with him. A figure emerged from the shadows, seated on a throne of twisted roots that grew from the base of the great weirwood tree. The man, or creature, was impossibly old. His skin was pale and stretched taut over his bones, merging with the roots that cradled him. One eye was clouded and blind, but the other gleamed like a shard of ice, sharp and knowing. "Who are you?" Jon demanded, his voice steady despite the unease twisting in his gut. "Why am I here?" The figure tilted his head, a faint smile curving his cracked lips. "Who I am does not matter. What matters is who you are." Jon frowned. "I'm Jon Snow." The ancient figure's smile widened. "Are you?" Before Jon could respond, the cavern shifted. The roots trembled, and the air thickened with an unseen force. Images flickered before Jon's eyes, shimmering like reflections on water. He saw a green island shrouded in mist, the Isle of Faces. Beneath the towering weirwoods, a man and a woman stood hand in hand. The man was tall and regal, his silver hair gleaming like moonlight. The woman was fierce and beautiful, with raven black hair and stark gray eyes. Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. Their voices were faint, carried by the wind, but Jon could feel the weight of their vows as they were wed beneath the ancient trees. The scene shifted. A darkened chamber bathed in shadows. Lyanna lay pale and weak on a blood-stained bed, her breath shallow. Ned Stark knelt beside her, his face etched with grief. "His name is Daeron," she whispered, her voice faltering. "Daeron Targaryen, protect him. Ned, promise me." Her last breath escaped her lips as Ned cradled the crying infant, Jon, against his chest. Jon's heart raced, his mind reeling from the revelation. Daeron Targaryen? The vision twisted again, sharper and more brutal. The Red Keep, filled with echoes of death. The lifeless bodies of two small children, Aegon and Rhaenys, lay bloodied and broken on the cold stone floor. Robert Baratheon's laughter rang through the hall, cruel and unrepentant. "Wretched dragon spawn," he spat, his voice thick with contempt. Jon's knees buckled as the weight of it all crashed down on him. His mother, Lyanna Stark, his father, Rhaegar Targaryen, his birthright as a Targaryen prince, all of it hidden from him, wrapped in lies and secrecy. His chest heaved as anger and sorrow warred within him. "Everything I thought I knew was a lie." The ancient figure's voice cut through Jon's turmoil, cold and calculating. "Now you know the truth," he said, "but knowledge is not without cost." Jon looked up, his vision blurred by fury. "Why show me this? Why now?" The figure's expression darkened. "Because you're the perfect vessel." Before Jon could react, the figure's consciousness lunged at him, a searing force that tore through the cavern and plunged into Jon's mind. Jon staggered, clutching his head as the intruder sought to take control. "I have waited centuries for a mind strong enough," the figure hissed, "and now I have found it." The pressure was immense, like icy claws digging into Jon's thoughts, prying them apart. The ancient presence sought to break him, to shatter his will and claim his body as its own. But Jon's mind was stronger than the creature had anticipated. The fire that always burned within him surged now, fierce and defiant. The same primal force that had resisted those who looked down on him for being a bastard rose up to meet the invader. Jon clenched his jaw, his teeth bared in defiance. "Get out of my head!" The intruder snarled, pushing harder, but Jon fought back with every ounce of strength he had. His consciousness struck out in a single, decisive blow, severing the connection. The figure cried out in shock and pain. Jon's vision cleared just in time to see the ancient body slumped against the weirwood throne, the roots that had bound it receding like serpents retreating into shadow. The cavern trembled, and the glow from the crystals dimmed. Jon's breath came in ragged gasps. He didn't know how he had done it, how he had broken the ancient being's hold, but he had won. The air grew thin, and the cavern began to dissolve around him. Darkness engulfed him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the godswood, lying on the cold earth beneath the heart tree. The crimson leaves rustled gently above him, whispering secrets only the old gods could hear. Jon sat up, his heart still racing. The revelations from the dream, or vision, clung to him like a second skin. His true name, his true parents. The knowledge burned in his chest, heavy and raw. He was Daeron Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. But for now, he was still Jon Snow, and he would carry these truths alone. The ancient cavern beneath the earth was silent, its once thrumming energy now faded into a somber stillness. The roots that once pulsed with vibrant life hung limp and quiet. The heart tree stood motionless, its pale bark streaked with crimson, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Leaf knelt on the cold stone floor, her golden-green skin gleaming faintly in the dim light. Her sharp, leaf-shaped ears twitched as she listened to the slow creak of roots shifting. The pungent scent of decay lingered in the air. The corpse of the last green seer, Brynden Rivers, known to men as the Three-Eyed Crow, slumped against the twisted throne of roots. His pale flesh, once merged seamlessly with the heart of the tree, had begun to rot. Leaf's amber eyes darkened with grief. For centuries, they had pinned their hopes on him. He had seen the threads of fate woven together across time and space, guiding them toward survival against the coming darkness. But now he was gone, his body lifeless and his consciousness severed from the world. What now? She rose to her feet, her small frame deceptively strong, and paced around the cavern, her thoughts racing. Could they find another green seer? Someone with the strength to be wedded to the heart tree, to carry the ancient knowledge and wield it against the night? She shook her head. No, there wasn't time. The darkness was already stirring, creeping through the frozen lands beyond the wall. The winds carried whispers of death, and the dead themselves walked. There was no other choice. Leaf took a trembling breath, steeling herself. She approached the ancient roots, their gnarled forms twisting like the fingers of a dying giant. I swore I would never do this again. Long ago, she had sat upon that throne of roots, merging her essence with the heart tree to guide her people. But the toll had been immense, draining her spirit until she had vowed never to connect with the tree again. Yet desperation left no room for promises. The roots stirred as if sensing her resolve. They twisted and coiled, forming a throne at the base of the tree. Leaf hesitated for only a moment before climbing onto it, her slender limbs folding gracefully as she settled into place. The roots rose around her, wrapping around her arms and legs, merging with her flesh. A faint hum resonated through the cavern as the ancient power of the tree awoke once more. Leaf closed her eyes, her consciousness slipping into the vast network of roots and branches that connected all weirwoods across the land. She searched, her essence racing through the web of life until she found him. The boy who had touched the heart tree and returned from the brink of ruin. Jon Snow. He lay in his bed at Winterfell, his small body curled beneath thick furs. But his sleep was restless, his face contorted in anguish. Leaf's ethereal form hovered above him, watching as shadows twisted and writhed in his dreams. Jon flinched, his breath ragged. The nightmare held him captive, showing him the same terrible visions over and over. His dead siblings, Aegon and Rhaenys, their lifeless bodies drenched in blood. His mother's desperate face, fading into darkness. Leaf's heart ached for the boy. He is so young, yet he carries the weight of so much pain. She descended into his dream, the shadows recoiling from her presence. With a gentle wave of her hand, she banished the nightmare, scattering the dark tendrils into nothingness. Jon's breathing steadied, though his expression remained troubled. Leaf knelt beside him, her voice soft as the rustling leaves of the godswood. "You are strong, little one," she whispered. "Stronger than you know." Jon's dream self turned toward her, his gray eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice small but steady. "I'm a friend," Leaf said gently. "I came to take away the shadows that haunt you." He frowned. "Why would you help me?" "Because the darkness is coming, Jon Snow," she said solemnly. "A darkness that will swallow the world if we are not ready. But you are special. You are meant to face it, and I will help you." Jon's expression hardened with determination beyond his years. "I won't be afraid." Leaf smiled faintly. "I know, but even the bravest need help sometimes." She placed her hand on his brow, a warmth spreading through him like the light of the rising sun. "Sleep now, little wolf," she whispered. "Rest without fear." Jon's eyes fluttered closed, his breathing slow and even. For the first time in nights, his sleep was peaceful. Leaf lingered for a moment, her heart filled with a strange pride. This boy, born of ice and fire, carried a strength that even he did not fully understand. As she withdrew from his dream, her vow echoed through the roots and branches of the weirwoods. "I will help you, Jon Snow. I will make sure you are ready to face what is coming." The ancient tree hummed softly as Leaf's consciousness returned to the cavern. She opened her eyes, her body still entwined with the roots. The corpse of Brynden Rivers lay unmoving, but hope flickered anew in Leaf's heart. Their last green seer might be gone, but a new seed had been planted, and Jon Snow, with her guidance, would grow strong enough to weather the coming storm. The godswood was still, bathed in the golden hues of late afternoon. The heart tree stood solemn and watchful, its red leaves rustling faintly in the breeze. Ned Stark sat beside the dark pool, the ancestral greatsword ice resting across his lap. The sword was dark and cold, its edge sharp enough to sever flesh and bone. Blood from the day's execution clung to the steel, staining it crimson. Ned dipped a cloth into the pool's icy waters, methodically wiping the blade clean. The motion steadied his thoughts, calming the weight of duty that pressed on his shoulders. The man he had executed was a deserter from the Night's Watch, a grim reminder that the realm's peace was always fragile. As the last smear of blood faded from the blade, Ned heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He looked up to see Jon Snow approaching, his expression nervous but resolute. "Jon," Ned greeted, his voice warm. "What brings you here, lad?" Jon hesitated, shifting from foot to foot. I need to tell you something, father." Ned's brows furrowed slightly. "Come, sit with me." He gestured to the spot beside him. Jon sat down, his small hands fidgeting with the hem of his tunic. "The old gods are whispering to me," he said quietly. Ned blinked, surprised. "The old gods, He smiled faintly, thinking this was the sort of fancy children often dreamed up. "And what are they whispering about?" Jon's face was serious, his gray eyes intent. "At first, I didn't understand, but now I do. They're trying to tell me something important." Ned humored him, though he didn't believe a word of it. "And what is this great secret the gods have shared with you?" Jon took a deep breath. "I've been reading the old books in the library, about our ancestors and the crypts. Some of them believed there's a hidden vault down there, filled with treasures. They searched for it, but no one ever found it." Ned smiled indulgently. "How about after supper, you, me, and Benjen go on a grand adventure to find this vault of riches, Jon shook his head, his voice firm. "I don't want to find it for riches, father. I want to find it for glass." Ned's smile faltered. "Glass?" Jon nodded earnestly. "When the Boltons sacked Winterfell the first time, they destroyed the glass gardens. It took decades to rebuild them. When Winterfell was sacked a second time, the Starks of that time hid all the glass they had in the vault to protect it. The old gods wanted to find it." Ned stared at the boy, caught between disbelief and curiosity. Jon's conviction was unsettling, but his words carried a strange weight. "Very well," Ned said, humoring him. "After supper, we'll see if the gods have led you true." Later that evening, torches flickered along the stone walls of the crypts beneath Winterfell. Shadows danced across the ancient tombs as Ned, Benjen, and Jon descended into the cold, echoing depths. Benjen grinned, his breath visible in the chill air. "So, Jon, where's this vault of wonders?" Jon led them with quiet determination, his small figure resolute. "Here," he said finally, stopping before the grave of Theon Stark, also known as the Hungry Wolf. Ned frowned, his breath misting in the cold air. Theon Stark? He was a warrior, not a builder. I doubt he'd be guarding a vault. Benjen chuckled. Maybe he hid his appetite down here. Jon ignored the jest and approached the stone statue atop the grave. He knelt beside it, his hands tracing the worn surface of the stone. "What are you doing?" Benjen asked, curious. Jon didn't answer. His fingers found a seam near the statue's left leg. With a determined grunt, he pushed the leg to the side. A deep rumble echoed through the crypt. Ned and Benjen stepped back in astonishment as the wall behind the grave shuddered, then swung inward like a door, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. Dust and stale air wafted out, carrying the scent of ancient stone and secrets long buried. The three of them stepped inside, their torchlight flickering against piles of gold, silver, and priceless treasures stacked high along the walls. Benjen let out a low whistle. "By the gods!" Ned's eyes widened as he surveyed the vault. The hungry wolf's spoils from Andalos, he murmured. But this is more than just gold. In the center of the chamber were stacks of almost clear glass, perfectly preserved despite the passage of time. Jon's eyes gleamed with triumph. The glass, he whispered. Ned knelt beside one of the stacks, running his hand over the smooth surface. The glass was strong and clear, far better than anything Winterfell currently had. Benjen laughed, clapping Jon on the back. You actually did it, lad. The gods really were whispering to you. Ned stood, his expression a mix of awe and concern. He looked at Jon, who was beaming with pride. You've done something remarkable, Jon, Ned said, his voice thick with emotion. This glass could build new gardens, strengthen Winterfell itself. He placed his hands on Jon's shoulders. You have given us a gift beyond measure. Jon's smile widened, but Ned's heart was heavy with unease. What do the old gods want with this boy? He wondered. The discovery was miraculous, but it raised questions he wasn't ready to face. Ned straightened, his face firm. We close the vault now, he said. No one speaks of this to anyone. Understood. Benjen nodded, his playful demeanor gone. Aye. Jon's voice was steady. Yes, father. Together, they sealed the vault once more, the ancient door grinding shut with finality. Ned sent Jon off to bed, watching the boy's dark hair disappear up the stairs. To my solar, Benjen, Ned said grimly. We need to plan what to do with this discovery. As they ascended from the crypts, Ned couldn't shake the feeling that something far greater than treasure had been unearthed tonight. And Jon Snow, his remarkable and mysterious son, was at the heart of it all. The god's wood was quiet, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves and the distant hum of Winterfell's life. The heart tree stood tall and solemn, its white bark streaked with crimson, the face carved into it serene and knowing. Jon Snow sat cross-legged on the cool ground, his weirwood bough resting beside him. The air smelled of damp earth and fresh greenery, carrying with it the essence of ancient magic. Sunlight filtered through the red leaves, casting shifting patterns across the clearing. A few weeks had passed since they found the hidden vault beneath the crypts. The discovery had changed Winterfell. The new glass gardens were under construction, their foundations already gleaming with the translucent panels salvaged from a vault. The people of Winterfell were in high spirits, their excitement palpable. Fresh food would grow year-round, even in the bitterest winter, thanks to the glass gardens. But there were rumors, endless whispers about where Lord Stark had found such a treasure. Ned Stark, ever cautious, had kept the truth hidden, revealing nothing even to his bannermen. The vault remained a closely guarded secret. Jon didn't mind the rumors. He liked the quiet satisfaction of knowing the truth, even if no one else did. A familiar figure emerged from the trees, boots crunching softly over the fallen leaves. Lord Eddard Stark, Ned to his brothers and closest friends, approached with his usual quiet dignity. To the world, and even to some extent himself, this man was Jon's father. Jon had never questioned it aloud, though something deep inside him always felt different. Jon, Ned greeted as he drew near. Father, Jon said, standing respectfully. Ned gestured for him to sit, and they both settled on the grass beneath the heart tree. The peace of the godswood wrapped around them, ancient and enduring. What brings you here alone? Ned asked. Jon shrugged. I like the quiet. The godswood feels alive. Ned's gaze was thoughtful. What else do the old gods whisper to you? Jon hesitated. He knew his words often unsettled his father, but he spoke the truth as he understood it. Not much, he admitted, but I can feel their presence. It flows through Winterfell. Ned's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Jon's voice was quiet but certain. Winterfell isn't just stone and wood. It's alive. The heart tree's roots spread beneath the castle, connecting everything. They pumped the hot water from the springs under the ground through the pipes in the walls. That's why Winterfell stays warm, even in the harshest winters. Ned listened intently, his expression unreadable. The root's magic keeps the heat inside the walls, Jon continued, and stops the soil from freezing over. That's why the plants here thrive when they shouldn't. The roots connect to every plant and tree in the castle, like veins in a body. Winterfell is one living, breathing being. Ned's lips pressed into a thoughtful line. And how do you know this? Jon shrugged again. I just do. The old gods let me feel it. Sometimes it's like I can hear Winterfell breathing. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the rustle of leaves. Jon hesitated, then added, "The Starks of old used to execute their enemies and traitors in front of the heart tree." Ned's gaze sharpened. "I know that. They let their blood feed the roots," Jon said solemnly, "to thank the old gods for all the blessings they had bestowed upon House Stark." Ned's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, ice, which rested beside him. "That is an ancient and brutal tradition." Jon looked up at the heart tree, its carved face impassive. "Maybe, but the old gods are part of who we are." Ned pondered his son's words, the weight of them settling over him like a heavy cloak. Jon spoke with a wisdom far beyond his years, and it both impressed and unsettled him. "You see much, Jon," Ned finally said. "Perhaps more than any of us." Jon glanced at him. "The old gods whisper to all of us. Most just don't listen." Ned's gaze lingered on his son. There was something remarkable about the boy, something that went beyond wolf blood or Stark heritage. Jon was different, and the old gods had clearly taken notice. They sat together in companionable silence, the peace and majesty of the godswood wrapping around them like a protective veil. The heart tree stood, as it always had, ancient and enduring, watching over the generations of Starks who had come and gone. Ned looked at his son, his heart filled with both pride and worry. "What do the old gods want with you, Jon Snow?" He didn't know the answer, but he vowed to protect the boy from whatever fate awaited him. For now, they sat beneath the ancient branches, father and son, bound by blood and secrets beneath the watchful eyes of the old gods. The godswood was quiet again as Lord Stark's footsteps faded into the distance. The heart tree loomed over Jon Snow, its ancient face carved into white bark watching with eternal solemnity. Red leaves rustled in the breeze, whispering secrets only the old gods could hear. Jon sat cross-legged beneath the branches, his weirwood bough resting at his side. His conversation with Ned lingered in his mind, heavy with unanswered questions. His father, or rather, his uncle, had listened to Jon's strange revelations about Winterfell without scorn, but Jon knew that not everything he had said was true. The old gods whispered, yes, but it wasn't only them. A flicker of movement caught Jon's eye. He looked up sharply. There, perched gracefully on one of the thick branches of the heart tree, was Leaf. Her golden-green skin shimmered faintly in the dappled light, her eyes sharp and ancient. Jon's breath caught, but something felt different. "You're not really here, are you?" he asked. Leaf's lips curled into a faint smile. "No, little wolf. My body remains far beyond the wall, deep in the cave beneath the roots of another heart tree. But through this one, I can reach you." Jon frowned. "Why didn't you tell my uncle the truth? Why do I have to lie and say it's the old gods helping me?" Leaf tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. "The world of men is complicated," she said softly. "Men can be wise and foolish at the same time. Even when you speak the truth, you must sometimes twist it to make it acceptable, or it leads to ruin." Jon's brow furrowed. "That sounds wrong." "Perhaps," Leaf admitted, "but it is the way of your kind. One day, when you are older, you will understand." Jon looked down, picking a blade of grass. The weight of secrets pressed on him, heavier than he liked. "Have you practiced as I asked?" Leaf's voice was gentle but firm, shifting the conversation. Jon nodded. "Yes, I've been doing what you said, trying to feel the magic inside me and protect my mind." "Good," Leaf said approvingly. "You're making steady progress. Before you can truly embrace your gift, you must first know yourself. A mind unguarded is a door open to darkness." Jon thought back to the strange visions he'd had after touching the heart tree, the way the three-eyed crow had tried to invade his mind. He hadn't fully understood what had happened, but he knew he had won somehow. "What is it like?" Jon asked hesitantly. "Skin-changing, I mean." Leaf's golden eyes gleamed. "It is freedom," she said softly. "To feel the wind beneath the wings of a raven, To run through the snow on the paws of a wolf, to swim in the icy depths as a fish, is to become one with the world. Jon's heart quickened at the thought. Can I really do it? You are a skin changer, Jon Snow, Leaf said with certainty. The blood of the first men runs strong in your veins. But it is not only blood that gives you this gift. Your spirit is fierce, and your heart open to the wild. Jon swallowed, a mix of excitement and apprehension swirling inside him. I'll keep practicing, he promised. Good, Leaf said. But remember, your mind is precious. Guard it well, for there are those who would seek to take it from you. Jon nodded solemnly. He didn't fully understand the dangers Leaf spoke of, but he trusted her. Leaf's form flickered slightly, her connection to the heart tree wavering. I must go, she said softly, but I will return. You are not alone, Jon Snow. Jon watched as her form faded into shimmering light, blending with the red leaves of the heart tree until there was nothing left but the rustle of branches. He sat there for a long time, the weight of her words settling over him. The godswood felt different now, vibrant and alive in ways he hadn't fully appreciated before. Jon closed his eyes, breathing in the earthy scent of the soil and leaves. He focused inward, searching for that flicker of magic Leaf had told him about. It was there, a faint hum beneath his skin, wild and untamed. I will learn, Jon vowed silently. I will be ready. The heart tree watched over him, its ancient presence unwavering as Jon embraced the path that lay before him. The crypts of Winterfell were cold and silent, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone and memories long buried. Flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows across the faces of the stone statues that guarded the graves of House Stark's ancestors. Ned Stark stood with his brother Benjen before one particular tomb, their breath misting in the frigid air. The statue of Lyanna Stark rested atop her final resting place, her face carved with a serene expression that spoke nothing of the tragedy that had claimed her life. Ned's heart ached as he looked at her likeness. The pain never truly faded, losing Lyanna, Brandon, and their father all in such a short span. The weight of grief had become part of him, woven into his very being. But today was not a day for sorrow. He turned to Benjen, whose expression was solemn but thoughtful. Benjen was dressed in dark wool and furs, a stark contrast to the warmth and joy awaiting them above in the wedding preparations. I know you wanted to take the black, Ned said quietly, to join the Night's Watch. Benjen's lips pressed into a thin line, but he said nothing. I couldn't let you go, Ned admitted. You're the last sibling I have left. While the Night's Watch is a noble calling, I need you here, Benjen. The North needs you. Benjen's gaze softened. It's all right, Ned. Truly, Daisy is a good woman. Strong, fierce. She'll make me a better man. Ned smiled faintly. She will. Benjen hesitated, then added, but I didn't stay just for you, Ned. Ned's brow furrowed. Then why? Benjen's eyes flicked to Lyanna's stone face before meeting Ned's gaze. Jon. The name hung between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Benjen's voice was steady but laced with meaning. He reminds me of Lyanna. That same stubborn fire, that fierce heart. He paused. I'll make sure he grows up a proper Stark. Ned's throat tightened. He wanted to deny what Benjen was implying, but the words wouldn't come. Benjen knew. How much he knew? Ned wasn't certain, but the implication was clear. His brother had seen through the lie that Jon was Ned's bastard and recognized the truth that Ned had sworn to carry to his grave. Ned simply nodded, his voice thick. Thank you. Benjen clapped a hand on Ned's shoulder, his grin returning. Come on, brother. I've got a wedding to get through. Ned laughed softly. Let's not keep Daisy waiting. The heart tree stood tall and majestic, its red leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The entire godswood had been prepared for the wedding, torches flickering in the fading light of dusk. The assembled guests stood in respectful silence, their breath misting in the cool air. Daisy Mormont stood proudly before the heart tree, her dark hair braided intricately, a fierce gleam in her eyes. She was a true daughter of Bear Island, strong and commanding, yet there was a softness to her gaze as she looked at Benjen. Benjen stood beside her, his expression both solemn and joyful. Ned watched from his place beside the heart tree, pride swelling in his chest. The words were spoken, the vows exchanged, and the ceremony concluded with Benjen and Daisy joining hands beneath the ancient branches of the heart tree. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing through the godswood. Ned felt a rare sense of peace settle over him. This was a good match, one born of strength and respect. Benjen had found a wife who would stand beside him through the trials of life, and Winterfell would be stronger for it. The wedding feast stretched late into the night. The great hall was filled with laughter, music, and the clatter of mugs and platters. Roaring fires blazed in the hearths, casting warmth and light across the stone walls. Benjen and Daisy sat at the high table, surrounded by family and friends. Ned watched them with a smile, raising his cup in silent toast to his brother's happiness. Jon sat beside Robb, his eyes wide with wonder at the festivities. The boy was quieter than most children his age, but there was a spark in him that reminded Ned so much of Lyanna. As the night wore on, Ned's gaze drifted back to Benjen. His brother caught his eye and raised his cup, a grin spreading across his face. Ned nodded, a silent understanding passing between them. Tonight was a night of joy, but the world was ever-changing, and shadows lingered on the horizon. Still, for this moment, beneath the watchful eyes of the old gods, there was peace. 289 AC. The dawn air was crisp and heavy with the scent of frost as Jon Snow stood atop the walls of Winterfell, watching the northern host prepare to ride south. The courtyard below buzzed with activity. Hooves clattered against stone, armor gleamed in the pale light, and banners bearing the direwolf of House Stark fluttered in the wind. At the head of the column, Lord Eddard Stark and Benjen Stark mounted their horses, their expressions grim. The Greyjoys had risen in rebellion, setting the Iron Islands aflame with war. The North had answered the call to arms, and Winterfell would be left without its lord and protector. Jon's chest tightened as he watched them prepare to leave. He clenched his fists at his sides, a swirl of emotions he couldn't quite name gnawing at him. "They'll come back, Jon," Daisy Stark said gently, standing beside him. Her voice was warm and steady, like the grounding roots of a tree. "Your uncle and father are strong men." Jon glanced at her, unsure how to respond. Daisy had taken it upon herself to act as his mother since her marriage to Benjen. She was kind and fierce, treating him with a warmth that confused him. Mother. The word had always been unfamiliar to Jon. For a long time, he hadn't even known who his mother was, and Lady Catelyn's cold, distant eyes had made it clear she was only ever Lady Stark to him, never mother. Daisy was different, but Jon didn't know how to act around her, didn't know how to let himself lean into the comfort she offered. Jon forced a nod. "I know they'll come back." Daisy placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. "Good. Hold on to that thought." Jon managed a small smile before stepping away. "I need to go." Daisy's eyes softened, but she let him go. "Be safe, Jon." He descended the stairs, his feet carrying him toward the godswood. The godswood was quiet, wrapped in the serenity of early morning. The heart tree stood tall and solemn, its red leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Jon's steps slowed as he spotted Leaf waiting beneath the ancient branches. Her golden-green skin shimmered faintly in the dappled light, and her sharp, amber eyes gleamed with knowing. "You're here," Jon said, his voice curious. "Why?" Leaf tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Touch the heart tree, little wolf." Jon frowned. "Why?" "Trust me," Leaf said softly. Jon hesitated but stepped forward, his hand brushing against the rough bark of the heart tree. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through him, and the world tilted violently. When Jon's vision cleared, he was no longer in the godswood. He stood inside a vast cavern, the walls slick with dark stone and veined with ancient crystals that pulsed faintly with light. The air was thick and humid, carrying the tang of something primal and raw. Leaf stood beside him, her form shimmering slightly as though not fully present. "Where are we?" Jon asked, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. A cave on Skagos, Leaf said. A place long forgotten by men. Jon's gaze swept the cavern, and then his breath caught. At the far end of the chamber, a massive dragon lay coiled, its dark scales glinting faintly in the dim light. Its wings, tattered and immense, draped over the rocky floor like shadows. Jon's heart raced. Is it alive? No, Leaf said calmly. This is the cannibal, the fiercest dragon to ever live after the doom of Valyria. He died here nearly a century ago. Jon stared in disbelief. The dragon looked as though it were merely sleeping, its massive form undisturbed by time. Why didn't it rot? He asked. The magic of this place preserved it, Leaf explained. But I did not bring you here for the dragon. She gestured toward a small, smooth object resting near the dragon's talons. A single black dragon egg, gleaming faintly like polished obsidian. Jon's breath caught. A dragon egg? Leaf nodded solemnly. But we don't have time. The egg's magic is fading. Soon, it will turn to stone, lifeless and inert. What do you want me to do? Jon asked, his voice steady despite the awe thrumming through him. Let your magic flow into it, Leaf instructed. Wild and ferocious though it may be, your magic carries life within it. You must rekindle the dying embers before they are gone forever. Jon swallowed hard, stepping closer to the egg. It radiated faint heat, like coals on the verge of going cold. He knelt beside it, his fingers brushing the smooth surface. A strange connection sparked between him and the egg, as though it recognized something kindred in him. Let your magic flow, Leaf urged. Do not fear it, embrace it. Jon closed his eyes, searching inward for the wild hum of power Leaf had taught him to feel. It burned within him, fierce and untamed, like a tempest waiting to be unleashed. He let it rise, pouring his will into the egg. The magic surged through him, wild and ferocious. Heat blossomed beneath his fingers, growing stronger with every heartbeat. The faint warmth of the egg flared into blazing heat, and Jon could feel the embers within it turning into a roaring inferno. Cracks formed along the surface of the egg, glowing with molten light. Jon's breath hitched as the shell shattered, fragments scattering across the stone floor. A high, piercing cry echoed through the cavern. A dragon hatchling emerged from the ruins of the egg, its scales black as midnight and its eyes gleaming like molten gold. Steam rose from its body as it stretched its wings, sharp and fragile. Jon stared in awe, his heart pounding. Leaf's voice was soft but triumphant. You have awakened the flame. Jon Snow awoke beneath the heart tree, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The familiar scent of damp earth and leaves filled his senses, grounding him back in Winterfell. The red leaves of the heart tree swayed gently above him, whispering in the breeze. But his heart raced with the memory of the cavern on Skagos, the shimmering black egg, the surge of magic, and the dragon hatchling that had emerged from the molten shell. A dragon, Jon thought, still disbelieving. I hatched a dragon. The weight of what he had done pressed heavily on him. Dragons hadn't been seen in Westeros for centuries. They were creatures of legend, symbols of House Targaryen's power. And now, against all odds, he had awakened one. But as awe faded, worry took its place. The cavern where the dragon had hatched was sealed by fallen rocks, save for a narrow opening high in the ceiling where faint light streamed in. How would the hatchling survive? Somehow, Jon already thought of it as his. The bond he felt was inexplicable but undeniable, as though part of his soul had been given to the creature. You worry too much, little wolf. Leaf's voice came softly from beside him. Jon turned, finding the diminutive figure perched gracefully on a root of the heart tree, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. How will it survive? Jon demanded. The cave is sealed. There's no way out. It'll starve. Leaf's smile was serene. The hatchling will not perish. It did not hatch simply because you fed it magic. It hatched because you and the egg bonded. Bonded? Jon asked, confused. Leaf nodded. Close your eyes, Jon. Feel for the bond connecting you to the hatchling. Jon hesitated but obeyed, closing his eyes and focusing inward. He reached for the wild magic within him. letting it hum beneath his skin. At first, there was nothing but the familiar energy coursing through his veins. But then he felt it, a faint, distant thread, warm and pulsing with life. As he concentrated, the bond grew clearer, drawing him deeper until suddenly the world shifted. Jon gasped as his vision changed. He was no longer sitting beneath the heart tree. He was seeing through the eyes of the dragon hatchling. The cavern stretched around him, dark and vast, but the hatchling's vision pierced the shadows effortlessly. Every rock, every crevice gleamed with perfect clarity. The hatchling did not push Jon from its mind. Instead, it welcomed him, its thoughts shimmering with simple but fierce joy. Jon felt a rush of warmth as the hatchling's emotions washed over him. Happiness and trust, the pure recognition of Jon as its parent. The bond was raw and instinctual, but Jon sensed an intelligence buried beneath the surface, waiting to grow. The hatchling's body trembled with energy as it explored the cavern, its sharp claws clicking against the stone floor. Jon saw through its eyes the small stream flowing along the edge of the cave, glimmering faintly in the darkness. Water. That was a relief. But what about food? Jon's concern deepened. The hatchling needed sustenance if it was to survive. Suddenly, Leaf's voice echoed through the cavern, soft and insistent. Look at the dragon corpse. The cannibal's massive form lay coiled at the far end of the cavern, dark and imposing even in death. Its scales gleamed faintly, hardened over the century it had lain undisturbed. Jon's stomach twisted. You wanted to eat its own mother, he whispered. Leaf's voice was gentle but firm. There is no other choice. Dragons are creatures of fire and death. They consume what they must to survive. Jon swallowed hard, conflicted, but the hatchling's survival was all that mattered. I'm sorry, Jon thought, directing the feeling through the bond. The hatchling sensed his resolve and moved toward the corpse. Its black scales shimmered as it approached, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the ancient dragon flesh. At first, the corpse seemed impenetrable, its hide hardened to stone. But the hatchling drew in a breath and released a tiny spark of dragon fire onto the scales. To Jon's astonishment, the corpse softened where the fire touched, revealing dark, tender flesh beneath. The hatchling took a tentative bite, pulling free a small chunk of meat. Jon watched through its eyes as it cooked the morsel with another weak burst of flame before gobbling it down greedily. The hatchling chewed with satisfaction, then turned its attention to the remnants of its egg. It cracked the fragments between its sharp teeth, consuming every last piece. Jon felt a surge of pride mingled with relief. The hatchling would survive. As the bond between them pulsed stronger, Jon sensed the hatchling's fierce determination and budding loyalty. A deep kinship formed between them, as natural as breathing. You have done well, Leaf's voice whispered. Jon opened his eyes, his breath shaky. He was back in the Godswood, the heart tree standing watch over him. The bond remained, faint but unwavering. Jon's heart swelled with fierce protectiveness. The hatchling was his now, a part of him as much as Winterfell itself. He thought of a name, something worthy of the creature's wild spirit and fiery heart. Lyrax, Jon whispered. The name carried on the wind, a promise and a bond sealed by flame. The hatchling Lyrax, born of fire and magic, was his. The solar at Winterfell was warm, the scent of cedar, smoke lingering in the air as Ned Stark stood by the hearth. Outside, the morning chill clung to the stones of the castle, but within, the crackling fire provided a semblance of comfort. Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbor, settled his massive frame into a sturdy chair across from Ned. His belly strained against his embroidered doublet, and rings glinted on his thick fingers. To most, Wyman appeared every bit the gluttonous, jovial lord who indulged in feasting and fine wine. But Ned knew better. Beneath the pleasant exterior was a shrewd and calculating man whose loyalty and cunning had kept White Harbor prosperous through wars and lean winters alike. Wyman took a sip from the cup of mulled wine a servant had brought him, his small, bright eyes gleaming. You have a fine brew here, Lord Stark, But I must say, the wine from my cellars remains unmatched. He chuckled, his voice hearty. Ned allowed a faint smile. You've always had a talent for hospitality, Lord Wyman. That I do, Wyman agreed, leaning back with a contented sigh. But what's the worth of wine without a tale or two? He wagged a thick finger. Speaking of tales, I hear Sir Walder acquitted himself most spectacularly during the rebellion. Ned's expression softened at the mention of the young knight. He did. Wyman's face broke into a grin. A monstrous performance, they say. Tore through the iron-born defenses like a wolf among sheep. Even saved his own father's life during the siege of Pike. Ned nodded, pride warming his chest. Sir Walder has proven himself beyond anyone's expectations. The stable boy Hodder with the slow speech and kind heart had changed since Robert's rebellion. When Ned returned to Winterfell after the war, he had noticed a shift in the boy's demeanor. The once stunned mind had begun to grow sharper, more focused. Walder had taken to weapons and battle like a fish to water, surprising everyone who had once dismissed him. Robert Baratheon himself had been so impressed by the young man's valor that he had the man knelt before him on the blood-soaked fields and dubbed him Sir Walder. Knighthood well earned, Wyman mused, swirling the wine in his cup. It's a rare thing, seeing such strength bloom in unexpected places. Ned agreed silently, though he knew strength often came from unexpected sources, including the man sitting before him. Their conversation shifted naturally, Wyman's jovial tone masking his keen intelligence. After the pleasantries faded, Ned leaned forward, his expression turning serious. I asked you here, Lord Wyman, because the North needs your expertise. Wyman's jovial facade flickered, replaced by a look of thoughtful attentiveness. Of course, my lord. Whatever I can do for Winterfell and the North, you have only to ask. Ned's voice was steady. I want you to build a fleet for the North. Not just for defense, but for trade as well. Fishing vessels, warships, ships to strengthen us in peace and war alike. Wyman's eyes gleamed with interest. A fleet for the North? Now that is ambition worthy of a Stark. Ned's gaze drifted toward the window, where the winds whispered through the trees. My father wanted the same, but the time was never right. We lacked the means, the resources. But now, with what we come into some unexpected wealth and the lessons of the Greyjoy Rebellion, I believe there couldn't be a better time. Wyman nodded thoughtfully. A wise decision. The North needs ships of its own if we're to safeguard our shores and ensure prosperity. And you'll be glad to hear White Harbor knows a thing or two about shipbuilding. I know I am placing a great responsibility on you, Ned said gravely. But I trust you to see it done. Wyman's smile was genuine, touched by pride. It honors me that you would entrust me with such a task, my lord. I won't let you down. Ned studied the man across from him. Wyman's reputation as a feasting, foolish lord was a useful mask, but beneath it was a sharp mind, calculating and resourceful. Ned had seen it firsthand in how White Harbor thrived under Wyman's stewardship. He respected the man's cunning even if others dismissed him as soft. And there's one more thing, Ned added thoughtfully. Focus on trade with bravos. They're always hungry for timber and northern goods. We can profit from that hunger. Wyman's brow lifted slightly. Bravos, my lord. Ned nodded. It was my son Jon who made me consider it. He mentioned how the Free City is always hungry for more timber. He has a strange way of seeing the truth hidden beneath things. Wyman's grin widened, impressed. The boy has a sharp mind. Bravos is indeed ever hungry for timber. And if they're willing to pay a fair price, I'll make sure we feed that hunger. His voice took on a note of enthusiasm. I'll see to it that the first ship sails directly to the Titan's shadow. I'll go myself to negotiate the best price for our exports. Your presence will ensure a strong agreement, Ned said, appreciating the man's enthusiasm. Wyman inclined his head. It does my heart good to see you thinking not just of war, but of prosperity, Lord Stark. Winterfell and the North will be stronger for it. Ned nodded, understanding the weight of Wyman's words. Too often the North was focused solely on survival, enduring harsh winters and preparing for battles that seemed endless. But strength came in many forms, and trade was a foundation that could ensure lasting stability. Wyman stood, his heavy frame moving with surprising grace. "You have my word, Lord Stark. The North will have its fleet, and our coffers will grow fat with trade." Ned rose as well, extending his hand. "Thank you, Lord Wyman. I place great trust in you." Wyman took the offered hand with surprising strength. "I won't fail you." As Wyman departed, his booming laughter echoing down the corridor, Ned stood for a moment in contemplation. The foundations for the future were being laid, both in war and peace. The North would endure, stronger and more prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. And Ned Stark, ever the quiet architect of Winterfell's fate, would see it done. The solar at Winterfell was warm despite the chill that clung to the stone walls. Ned Stark stood by the open window, the cold wind brushing against his face. Below, Winterfell bustled with life. The sounds of hammers striking would echo from the new glass gardens under construction. Farmers hauled sacks of grain into the granaries, their carts creaking under the weight of a bountiful harvest. It had been a good year, better than any Ned could remember. The knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Enter," he called. Maester Luwin stepped inside, a bundle of parchment in one hand and a satisfied gleam in his eyes. The elderly maester's gray robes swished softly as he approached. Despite his age, his movements were brisk, and his mind sharper than most young men. "My lord," Luwin greeted, inclining his head. "Maester," Ned acknowledged, gesturing to a chair near the hearth. "Sit. You seem pleased." Luwin's lips curled into a rare smile. "I am, my lord. I've just come from inspecting the trial fields near Winterfell. The results are extraordinary." Ned arched a brow. "Extraordinary, you say?" Luwin nodded as he spread the parchments across the desk. "The yield from this harvest has doubled, my lord. Grain, vegetables, root crops. Everything is grown better than expected. And that's not all. The crops are resistant to the cold and require a shorter growing season. Such resilience is rare, especially in the north." Ned leaned over the desk, examining the figures meticulously recorded by Luwin. The numbers were impressive, far beyond what they had anticipated when they first implemented the trial. "It worked, then," Ned murmured, thinking back to Jon's unexpected suggestion. Jon had come to him nearly 2 years ago, speaking of crop rotation, a practice he had read about in the old books tucked away in the Winterfell library. "Plant different crops in the same field each season," Jon had explained, his young face serious. "The soil will stay strong, and the harvest will grow better." At first, Ned had been skeptical, but knowing Jon's strange connection to the old gods, he had trusted the boy's instincts and ordered the experiment. Now here was the proof, a doubled yield and hardier crops. "Your son's insight has proven invaluable," Luwin said with admiration. "The rotation system, wheat, clover, barley, and turnips, has replenished the soil magnificently. But there's something more at work here." Ned's gaze flicked up. "What do you mean?" Luwin's expression turned cautious. "Such rapid improvement in crop traits is highly unusual. Typically, it would take generations of careful breeding to achieve such resilience. It is almost as if the land itself has been imbued with some newfound vigor." Ned's jaw tightened, a flicker of unease settling in his chest. He knew what Luwin did not dare say aloud, that this transformation likely had nothing to do with mere farming practices. The changes in the crops had started after he resumed an ancient and brutal tradition. Ned's gaze drifted toward the godswood visible through the window. The heart tree loomed tall and solemn, its red leaves whispering in the wind. Beneath its watchful eyes, Ned had returned to performing executions. He had wielded ice and let the blood of traitors and criminals soak into the earth, feeding the roots of the heart tree. It was a barbaric tradition, one his ancestors had practiced for generations. Ned had dismissed it as superstition, until he had no choice but to revive it. The first time, unease had gnawed at him, but he had steeled himself and carried out his duty. Afterward, subtle changes had become apparent. The soil near the godswood had grown richer, the crops stronger. Coincidence, perhaps, or so he had tried to convince himself. But as the seasons passed, the changes became undeniable. The crops thrived as if blessed by ancient forces awakened by blood sacrifice. Ned's heart was heavy with the knowledge. The gods he had sworn to honor seemed to demand a price for their blessings. Lewin's voice broke through his thoughts. I advise that we distribute these improved seeds to farmers across the north. If the results here are replicated, it could change everything. The north would be stronger, more self-sufficient. Ned nodded slowly, his mind warring with itself. He knew Lewin was right. The prosperity of the north was at stake. The people had suffered through harsh winters and lean harvests for too long. They deserved better. Yet the thought of continuing such ancient and bloody practices weighed heavily on his conscience. Your advice is sound, Ned said, his voice measured. Lewin hesitated, his sharp eyes flickering with something unspoken. He was wise enough to suspect that something beyond ordinary farming practices was at work, but he chose not to press the matter. Very good, my lord, Lewin said respectfully. I will begin preparations for the seed distribution. As the maester departed, his robes rustling softly, Ned remained by the window, gazing out over the bustling fields. The decision he faced was clear. The prosperity of the north was paramount, and he would do what was necessary to ensure its survival, even if it meant bearing the burden of ancient traditions. The wind whispered through the godswood, carrying with it the faint scent of earth and leaves. The heart tree loomed, watchful and eternal, its roots stretching deep into the land. Ned Stark, ever the reluctant wielder of both sword and tradition, made his choice. He would follow Lewin's advice, distributing the seeds to farmers across the north. The people would not know the cost, and Ned would carry the weight of it alone. The north would endure, and so would he. 297 AC. The solar of Casterly Rock was grand but cold, its high stone walls lined with banners of crimson and gold. Sunlight streamed through narrow windows, glinting off polished gold accents and the hard edges of Tywin Lannister's expression. He sat rigidly at the head of the table, the weight of his authority filling the room. To his right, Kevin Lannister listened attentively, calm and composed. Across from them, Jenna Lannister reclined with a lioness's poise, her sharp gaze flickering between her brothers. Though time had thickened her waist and lined her face, her mind was as sharp as ever. They had been discussing trade and alliances when the door creaked open. Tyrion Lannister entered with his usual confident gait, a gleam of purpose in his mismatched eyes. Jenna's brow arched. What brings you here, nephew? My lord father tasked me with uncovering why Lannisport's trade has not returned to its former glory since the Greyjoy Rebellion, Tyrion said smoothly, bowing slightly to Tywin. And you found the answer? Jenna asked with genuine curiosity. Tyrion's grin was sharp. I have. Tywin's expression remained impassive, though Jenna noted the subtle tightening of his jaw. Speak. Tyrion clasped his hands behind his back, pacing as he spoke. It all begins with the north, he said. Following the Greyjoy Rebellion, they built a fleet under Wyman Manderly's direction. They began trading directly with bravos and other free cities, timber, iron, furs, and more. Lord Wyman secured highly favorable terms, and the North's rivers became bustling trade routes. Kevin leaned forward slightly. Rivers? Indeed, Tyrion confirmed. Several northern lords even dug canals to connect them more efficiently. Their goods now flow seamlessly to White Harbor and beyond. Jenna's lips pressed into a thoughtful line. She had suspected the North's growing influence, but hadn't realized the extent of their trade dominance. And that's not all, Tyrion continued. The North has become nearly self-sufficient in food thanks to advancements in agriculture. They no longer rely on grain from the Reach or the Westerlands. Instead, they barter northern goods for expensive luxuries from the free cities, silks, spices, and fine weaponry, which they trade within the rest of the realm for handsome profits. Jenna caught the faint narrowing of Tywin's eyes, a rare sign that he was listening intently. The long summer and the loss of our fleet during the Greyjoy Rebellion made it easy for the North to seize this advantage, Tyrion concluded. They've become a trading powerhouse. Kevin let out a low breath. All under Eddard Stark's lordship? Officially, yes, Tyrion said with a sardonic twist of his lips. But it's an open secret in the North that much of this prosperity is attributed to Jon Snow, Stark's bastard. They call him a gift from the old gods. Jenna leaned back, intrigued. A bastard guiding such change? How curious. Tywin's voice cut through the air like a blade. And what do you propose we do about it? Tyrion stopped pacing, his expression thoughtful. First, we must shift our focus westward. The North has a more direct path to the free cities. We cannot outcompete them there. Instead, we should strengthen trade routes along the western front. Lannisport, the Arbor, Old Town. He paused before continuing. Second, rather than fighting the North's success, we should work with them. They're bringing in goods from bravos and other free cities, goods that are difficult to obtain elsewhere. We could strike a trade agreement to help distribute those luxuries along the western coast. They gain more reach, and we profit from handling the trade. Kevin nodded thoughtfully. That could work. Jenna saw it too. Tyrion's suggestions were pragmatic and clever, solutions that could stabilize Lannisport's faltering trade. But Tywin's expression remained stony. Craven ways, Tywin said coldly. Tyrion blinked, caught off guard. Craven. Tywin's gaze was icy. Seeking compromise with the North rather than dominance? Turning our focus away from the eastern trade routes entirely? That is the talk of a man too timid to act decisively. Jenna's chest tightened at the cruelty of the remark. Tyrion's jaw clenched, but he masked his hurt with a sardonic smile. Forgive me for thinking strategy mattered more than bluster, Tyrion said dryly. Tywin's voice was sharp. A lion does not bow to wolves, nor beg for scraps at their table. Tyrion's eyes flickered with anger, but he bowed mockingly. As you say, father. Get out, Tywin commanded, his tone dismissive. Tyrion hesitated only for a moment before turning on his heel and exiting the solar, his head held high. Jenna watched him go, pity swelling in her chest. He'll never win Tywin's respect, she thought bitterly. No matter how clever or resourceful he is, his father will only ever see his twisted legs. Tywin's pride was a fortress impenetrable to reason. Kevin broke the tense silence. What would you have us do, Tywin? Tywin's voice was cold and deliberate. Find me pirates, men who know the seas well enough to harass northern trade routes without being traced back to us. Kevin frowned but nodded. It will be done. Jenna's stomach churned at the order. The North had earned its success through ingenuity and resilience, but Tywin was not a man to tolerate rivals. As Kevin rose to carry out his task, Tywin turned to Jenna. Do you have anything to add? Jenna met his gaze steadily. Only that sometimes compromise strengthens a lion's den rather than weakens it. Tywin's eyes gleamed coldly. Softness is for the weak. Jenna knew better than to argue further. Her brother's mind was made up, as rigid and unyielding as the rock itself. As the meeting concluded, Jenna lingered by the window, watching the distant waves crash against the cliffs. Tyrion's sharp mind had once again revealed truths others had overlooked, but his brilliance would never earn him his father's respect. And that, more than anything, made Jenna pity him. The warm afternoon sun bathed the Winterfell courtyard, casting long shadows across the training yard. The clang of steel against steel rang out, mingled with the cheers and chatter of onlookers. Dust rose beneath the feet of sparring fighters, swirling in the crisp northern air. Ned Stark stood at the edge of the yard, his gray eyes focused on his sons. Jon Snow and Robb Stark circled each other, wooden practice swords raised, their expressions serious but tinged with youthful determination. Beside Ned stood Ser Walder, a massive figure with a thick beard and a broad, ever-present smile. The knight's jolly nature reminded Ned of Robert Baratheon in their younger days, though without Robert's vices. There was no reckless drinking, no chasing after women, no restless ambition that soured over time. Ser Walder was a warrior through and through, but his heart was steady and dependable. The people of the North had given him a new name, the Hammer of the North. It was a title well earned. As the North grew more prosperous in recent years, so too had the threats to its peace. Thieves and bandits had crept into the forests and hills, preying on trade routes and isolated villages. Ned had sent his brother Benjen and Ser Walder to deal with the problem. Benjen, sharp-eyed and relentless, tracked down the outlaws, while Walder crushed them with brutal efficiency. Wherever Walder's hammer fell, chaos was quelled. Ned trusted the man implicitly. He had also entrusted Benjen with overseeing Wintertown, a settlement that had once thrived only in winter when small folk sought shelter near the castle walls. Now, with the North's prosperity, Wintertown had grown into a bustling center of trade and industry. Some had even begun to call it Winter City. Winterfell itself had never been stronger. The walls, once showing signs of age and disrepair, had been fully restored. The keep was fortified, and the castle housed a standing garrison of 5,000 men, with another 5,000 trained militia ready to be raised from Wintertown if needed. Ned allowed himself a rare moment of pride. The North was strong, resilient, and prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. "He's holding back," Walder said, his deep voice pulling Ned from his thoughts. Ned arched a brow. "Jon," Walder confirmed. "He's fighting just a little better than Robb, making sure the boy improves." Ned nodded thoughtfully. Walder might not be a scholar, but when it came to combat, his insight was rarely wrong. The proof came moments later as Robb, gritting his teeth, swung high only to have Jon parry deftly and disarm him with a fluid motion. Robb's sword clattered to the ground. Robb blinked in surprise before breaking into a grin. "I'll get you one of these days, Snow," he promised, laughter in his voice. Jon, breathing heavily but not truly winded, extended a hand. "We'll see about that." Robb clasped Jon's hand, allowing his brother to help him to his feet. The bond between them was clear, strong, unshakable, forged by love rather than blood. Ned's heart warmed at the sight. The sparring match wasn't over, though. Daisy Stark strode confidently into the yard, her dark hair pulled back, her expression fierce. She carried a morning star, its spiked head gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Jon squared his shoulders, stepping back into position. Ned watched with quiet amusement. He knew Daisy loved Jon like her own son, though you wouldn't see it now. In the yard, there was no leniency, no motherly affection, only a fierce determination to test Jon's mettle. Daisy's morning star whistled through the air, and Jon darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the brutal swing. The match was fast and intense, drawing the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Daisy was relentless, her strikes calculated and precise, but Jon moved with a grace that belied his supposed exhaustion. Ned's sharp eyes caught the subtle truth. Jon was pretending to be tired, letting his footwork falter ever so slightly, his breath coming in shallow gasps that were just a touch too deliberate. "He's holding back again," Ned realized. Whether out of respect for Daisy or to mask his growing prowess, Jon chose not to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Ned allowed himself a faint smile. The boy was clever. Daisy finally landed a glancing blow to Jon's side, sending him stumbling back. She grinned triumphantly. "Not bad, Snow, but you'll need to do better." Jon grinned through his supposed fatigue. "Next time I will." Satisfied that his sons and Daisy had had their fill of sparring, Ned turned to Ser Walder. "See that they don't overdo it," he instructed. Walder gave a hearty laugh. My lord, Daisy's got enough fire to keep Snow and Stark humble." With a nod, Ned left the yard, his boots echoing against the stone as he made his way toward the great hall. The upcoming harvest feast demanded his attention. As he walked, the sounds of laughter and steel faded behind him, replaced by the hum of preparation throughout the castle. Servants bustled about, hanging banners and setting tables. The scent of roasting meats wafted through the corridors. Ned's thoughts lingered on the sparring yard, the strength of Winterfell embodied in his family and trusted retainers. Winterfell was thriving, stronger than ever, and Ned Stark would ensure it remained that way. The North would endure, and so would its. The chill of the wolfswood lingered in the air, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. Shafts of morning light broke through the thick canopy, casting golden beams across the forest floor. Leaves crunched beneath boots as Daisy Stark followed Jon Snow deeper into the woods, their breath visible in the crisp air. Ahead of them, Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy moved with confident strides, laughter echoing between the trees. Jory Castle and his men had split off from the group earlier, leading the main hunting party in search of game for the upcoming harvest feast. This year, Jon and Robb had joined the hunt for the first time, their excitement palpable. Daisy had insisted on accompanying them to make sure they didn't get themselves killed. So far, the morning had been uneventful, until Theon came bustling back toward them, a wide grin plastered across his face. "I saw a big stag," Theon announced, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Massive antlers, bigger than any I've seen." "This way." Without waiting for response, Theon took off through the underbrush, Robb laughing as he followed. Daisy frowned, her hand tightening on the hilt of her sword. "I don't trust that squid," she muttered under her breath. Jon glanced at her curiously. "Why not?" Daisy sighed, her voice low and firm. "He struts around Winterfell like he owns the place, with that stupid grin plaster on his face. He's a ward, not a lord, but you wouldn't know it by the way he acts." Jon smirked faintly. "He does have a certain swagger. And he leers at me when he thinks I'm not looking," Daisy added, her voice edged with irritation. Jon's expression darkened. "How does Robb not see it?" Daisy asked, shaking her head. "He treats Theon like a brother." Jon's voice was quiet but thoughtful. "We're often blind to the faults of those close to us." Daisy studied Jon for a moment, seeing the weight of wisdom beyond his years in his gray eyes. Before she could respond, movement ahead drew their attention. The woods fell silent as they crested a small rise and spotted the stag Theon had spoken of. It was magnificent, its antlers sharp and proud, though blood stained its hide from a wound along its flank. But the stag was not alone. A gray female dire wolf, larger than any wolf Daisy had ever seen, circled the stag, her teeth bared in a fierce snarl. The wolf was heavy with pups, her belly round and swollen, but she moved with lethal grace despite her exhaustion. Her fur bristled, streaked with dirt and dry blood. Robb and Daisy froze in shock at the sight. Theon, however, let out a laugh. "Well, there's luck for you. We can bring back both the stag and the dire wolf." Theon's hand moved to his sword. Daisy's stomach churned at his callousness. The dire wolf was clearly exhausted, fighting for survival. But the stag, despite its injury, saw its chance. With a bellowing roar, it lowered its antlers and charged the weakened dire wolf. Time seemed to slow. Jon moved before anyone else could react. His hand blurred as he drew the weirwood bough slung across his back, knocked an arrow, and let it fly in one fluid motion. The arrow struck true, burying itself in the stag's hind leg. The beast stumbled, its charge faltering. The dire wolf seized the opportunity, surging forward with renewed ferocity. Her powerful jaws clamped down on the stag's throat, ripping it open in one swift, brutal motion. The stag thrashed briefly before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Silence descended over the forest, broken only by the heavy panting of the dire wolf. Robb and Theon stood frozen, processing what had just happened. Daisy's heart raced as she turned to Jon, who was already moving toward the dire wolf. The massive creature, too tired to run or fight, watched him warily. Daisy's instincts screamed for her to stop him, but something in Jon's calm demeanor made her hesitate. Jon knelt a few paces from the dire wolf, his gray eyes steady. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowing in concentration. Daisy's breath caught as she felt a strange hum in the air, subtle but ancient, like the whisper of the old gods through the trees. Jon's magic reached out, brushing against the direwolf's mind. He conveyed a simple message. "I am a friend. There is no danger." The direwolf's wariness melted away. She let out a low whine, her body relaxing as Jon extended a hand and gently stroked her thick fur. The wolf melted into his touch, trusting him completely. Daisy and the others broke out of their shock. "Jon, get away from it," Daisy called, her voice tight with worry. "It's all right," Jon assured her calmly, his hand still on the direwolf's head. Daisy exchanged a glance with Robb, who looked equally bewildered. Theon, for once, was speechless. Jon rose slowly, the dire wolf at his side. "We'll take the stag back to Winterfell, and the wolf too." Daisy hesitated. "Are you sure that's wise?" Jon's expression was resolute. "She's coming with me." There was no arguing with that tone. With little effort, Jon hoisted the stag's massive carcass onto a makeshift sled. The dire wolf walked beside Jon, her head held high despite her weariness. The sight was surreal, and when they returned to Winterfell, every head turned to gawk at the enormous wolf padding alongside Jon Snow. Servants and guards alike murmured in shock, their voices hushed. Ned Stark himself emerged from the great hall, his brow furrowing as he took in the sight. Jon met his gaze steadily, the dire wolf at his side. Daisy knew there would be questions and consequences, but for now, all she could think was how the sight of Jon and the gray wolf seemed. Right, as though fate had woven them together. And the North would remember this day. The great hall of Winterfell buzzed with anticipation, banners swaying gently in the breeze that swept through the open windows. Fires roared in the hearths, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. Servants moved swiftly, setting the final preparations for the grand harvest feast. But before the festivities began, Ned Stark gathered his most trusted bannermen in the council chamber. The long table was filled with lords and ladies whose loyalty to House Stark had weathered countless winters and wars. To Ned's left sat Robb, unusually quiet, his blue eyes sharp as he observed his father preside over the meeting. Ned had always been proud of his eldest son's strength and courage, but today he saw something different, an emerging understanding of leadership. To Ned's right sat his brother Benjen, the dependable foundation of their house. His presence, always steady, was a comfort. Rickard Karstark, Wyman Manderly, Meej Mormont, Jon Umber, Howland Reed, and the chiefs of the mountain clans filled the room, their faces weathered by time and responsibility. The meeting was going well. Prosperity had spread across the north over the past few years, and there was little to complain about. Jon Umber, ever boisterous, let out a booming laugh. "Our livestock have grown fatter than ever, Lord Stark. Those aurochs you bought us were worth every silver stag. Cross-breeding them with our northern cattle was a stroke of genius." Ned shook his head modestly. "That was my son Jon's idea." Jon Umber grinned wide, his teeth gleaming through his thick beard. "A sharp mind as fierce as a battle axe. You've raised a fine lad, Ned." Before Ned could respond, Umber leaned forward conspiratorially. "Speaking of the boy, I've a niece, strong as a bear and twice as clever. I was thinking she and Jon Snow might make a fine match." Ned opened his mouth to reply, but Wyman Manderly's booming voice cut in. But my two granddaughters are the jewels of White Harbor," Wyman declared jovially. "Surely one of them would suit the young Snow." Robb chuckled beside Ned, unable to hide his amusement. He leaned in and whispered, "Jon's never shown much interest in girls, father." Ned sighed inwardly, searching for a polite way to decline the offers without offending his bannermen. Before he could speak, the door to the council chamber opened, and Jon Snow strode in. The atmosphere shifted immediately. There was no reason for it. Jon was dressed plainly, his dark hair slightly tousled from the wind, his gray eyes alight with excitement. Yet his very presence seemed to command attention. Ned noticed how every lord and lady in the room, hardened by years of war and leadership, subtly tensed. It was instinctual, as if they had all sensed the arrival of a predator. Only Ned, Benjen, and Robb remained unaffected. Wolf's blood and dragon blood, Ned thought grimly. A potent combination. Jon Snow was a dire wolf among wolves. "Father," Jon said, his voice steady but tinged with excitement, "the dire wolf has given birth." The lords and ladies visibly relaxed, smiles breaking out at the news. Even Jon Umber grunted appreciatively. "Good news for the feast," Wyman Manderly declared, raising his mug of ale. Ned stood, his heart lightened by the joy in Jon's voice. "Benjen, Robb, come." Together, they followed Jon out of the council chamber, the cool northern air brushing against their faces as they made their way toward the Godswood. The female direwolf had made her home there since arriving at Winterfell. The kennel master, unsure how to care for such a creature, had wisely left her to Jon's care. Not that she required much tending. She was mostly self-sufficient, coming to Jon only when she needed food or companionship. The god's wood was serene, the heart tree standing tall and solemn, its red leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The scent of damp earth and ancient bark filled the air. As they entered the clearing, Ned saw the direwolf lying on a bed of leaves, nursing a wriggling litter of pups. Sansa, Bran, Arya, and Daisy Stark were already there, their faces alight with wonder. Arya crouched near the pups, her wild grin mirroring the energy of the young wolves. Sansa sat gracefully beside her, her eyes wide with delight. 7 pups nestled against their mother, their fur sleek and varied. Ned's breath caught as he counted them. 7. Exactly the same number as the Stark children. Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Bran, the children of his blood. Benjen's 2, Rickon and Lyanna. And the 7th pup. Ned's gaze shifted to Jon, standing quietly by the direwolf, his presence steady and sure. The last pup is his, Ned thought with certainty. The direwolf lifted her head, eyes gleaming with intelligence as she regarded Ned. There was something ancient in that gaze, something that spoke of the old gods and their mysteries. Ned felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a sign from the gods? Daisy knelt beside Jon, her voice filled with wonder. They're beautiful. Jon's lips quirked into a rare smile. She's proud of them. Ned watched as Jon gently stroked the direwolf's head, the massive beast melting under his touch. The pups wriggled and yipped, their tiny bodies full of life and promise. Robb knelt beside one of the pups, grinning. Looks like we've got ourselves a proper pack now. Benjen chuckled. A good omen, wouldn't you say? Ned nodded slowly, his heart filled with a mixture of awe and gratitude. Yes, a good omen indeed. As the pups nuzzled against their mother, Ned couldn't shake the feeling that the gods had indeed spoken. The Stark children had their wolves, and Winterfell would never be the same. The great hall of Winterfell was alive with laughter, music, and the clatter of tankards against wooden tables. Roaring fires cast flickering light across the high stone walls, and the rich aroma of roasted meats and spiced cider filled the air. It was a rare night of celebration as the harvest feast is in full swing, and the Northmen embraced it with full hearts. For the first time in centuries, House Stark had direwolves again. To the Northmen, this was no mere coincidence, it was a sign. The old gods, silent for so long, had spoken, blessing House Stark with their sacred beasts. The sight of the massive gray wolf pacing beside Jon Snow earlier that day had only cemented their belief. The North was thriving, its crops bountiful, its people strong, and now the direwolves of Winterfell had returned. At the center of the hall, Robb Stark laughed as he twirled Alice Karstark in an energetic dance. Alice was light on her feet, her dark curls bouncing as she spun, a grin tugging at her lips. Robb's own smile was wide, his face flushed from the heat of the hall and the thrill of the moment. Jon Snow sat at the high table, watching his brother with amusement. Robb had been in good spirits all night, and it was easy to see why. He had long enjoyed Alice's company, and she seemed equally taken with him. But Jon's amusement faded when he noticed movement near the entrance. Torrhen Karstark, the youngest of Alice's 3 older brothers, had entered the hall, his face set in anger. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on his elder brothers, Haryon and Eddard, sitting a few tables away. Jon watched as Torrhen stormed toward them. He leaned forward slightly, his instincts sharpening. Something was wrong. Torrhen reached his brothers and spoke in hushed, hurried tones. Whatever he said made Haryon and Eddard's faces darken with fury. Jon's grip tightened around his goblet as he saw the 3 Karstark brothers stand abruptly, their expressions murderous. They were heading straight for Robb and Alice. Jon was on his feet before he even thought about it. Haryon Karstark reached Robb first. Without hesitation, he shoved Robb back, causing Alice to stumble to the side. Robb barely had time to register what was happening before Haryon drew back his fist, ready to strike. Jon moved. Faster than anyone could react, he stepped between them and shoved Harrion back with enough force to send the older boy stumbling. The entire hall seemed to freeze, but the Karstar brothers were too blinded by anger to stop. All three lunged at Jon, fists raised. Jon dodged with effortless grace, sidestepping Harrion's wild swing. Before the older boy could recover, Jon struck. One swift motion, a well-placed blow to the side that sent Harrion crashing to the floor. Eddard was next. He threw a punch, but Jon caught his wrist and twisted, using the momentum to send him toppling over a bench. Torrhen, the youngest, charged without thinking. Jon swept his legs out from under him, and he landed on the ground with a pained groan. It had taken mere moments. The great hall fell into stunned silence. Hundreds of Northmen, men and women who had seen war, who had fought and bled on the battlefield, now watched in shock as a boy not yet 15 had taken down 3 grown young men as if it were nothing. Only Ned, Benjen, and Robb seemed unsurprised. Jon stood over the fallen Karstark brothers, his breath steady, his expression unreadable. Then the crowd parted ways. Lord Rickard Karstark stormed towards them, his booming voice cutting through the silence. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. His sharp eyes scanned the hall before landing on his 3 sons sprawled across the floor. His face darkened. "How dare you attack the young Lord of Winterfell in his own home?" Harrion, still gasping for breath, tried to speak, but it was Torrhen who groaned from the floor. "I heard a stable boy," Torrhen panted. He said he saw Robb Stark having his way with Alice. A murmur spread through the hall. The implication was clear. Ned Stark's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Enough." The great hall fell silent once more. Ned's gray eyes, cold as winter steel, settled on Alice Karstark. "We will hear the truth from the girl herself." Alice, standing beside Robb, was red with embarrassment, her hands clenched into fists. "Robb didn't do anything to me," she said firmly. "We went there together." The implication in her words was clear. Whatever had happened between them had been mutual. Rickard Karstark exhaled sharply, his face turning even grimmer. Ned nodded. "Then the matter is settled." Rickard turned to his sons, his voice low and seething. "Get up." Harrion, Eddard, and Torrhen scrambled to their feet, heads lowered in shame. "You embarrassed our house tonight," Rickard growled. "You acted without thinking, based on nothing but hearsay." His tone sharpened. "And more importantly, you embarrassed your sister." Torrhen flinched. Alice crossed her arms, her glare at her brothers fierce. Rickard turned to Ned. "Lord Stark, 1,000 apologies for my son's behavior." Ned inclined his head. "They are young. They will learn." With that, he gestured for Rickard to follow him. "To my solar, my lord." Rickard nodded sharply and followed, his sons looking as if they wished to sink into the floor. Jon turned to Robb and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Without a word, he led his brother out of the hall, away from prying eyes. The tension in the great hall lingered for only a moment before the music resumed. The feast carried on as if nothing had happened. But Jon Snow knew better. The great hall of Winterfell was left behind, the laughter, music, and the scent of roasted meats fading into the stillness of the corridors. Dacy Stark followed closely behind Jon and Robb as they moved through the winding stone passages of the castle. Jon's grip on Robb's shoulder was firm, guiding his brother with purpose. There was no hesitation in his stride, no lingering warmth from the joy of the feast. Jon's back was straight, his steps measured, as if he carried the weight of the entire North on his shoulders. Dacy had never seen him like this before. Jon led them into a secluded chamber, one of the smaller rooms meant for private discussions between Lord Stark and his most trusted men. The air inside was cool, the single hearth unlit. The heavy stone walls muffled the sounds of the feast still raging in the great hall. Jon stepped inside with Robb, and Dacy entered last, closing the door behind them. Without a word, Jon locked the door with a quiet click. The room fell into an eerie silence. Dacy took a step to the side, leaning against the stone wall as she watched the scene unfold before her. Jon took a few steps back from Robb, putting deliberate distance between them. He studied his brother with eyes of cold steel, his usual warmth replaced by an expression Daisy had only ever seen on one other person, Ned Stark. Jon's long, raven-black curls were tied back, but a few strands had escaped, framing his pale, sharp face. His features, always striking in their beauty, had turned to cold marble. His face was a block of ice. Daisy had overheard the servants gossiping about how Jon could wear the same cold, unreadable face as his father, Lord Stark, but she had never witnessed it for herself. Not like this. She had never imagined he would have to use it on his own family. Even she felt uneasy. Robb, standing in front of his brother's frozen mask, suddenly looked like a boy being scolded. Robb began, then faltered. He sighed and ran a hand through his auburn curls, frustration clear on his face. Jon, it was a mistake. We got caught up in the moment. I just kissed her, nothing more. Jon didn't react, didn't blink. His voice, when it came, was steady but carried a quiet, dangerous edge. Who are you? Robb frowned. What? Jon's expression remained unchanged. Who are you? He repeated, the words clipped and cold. Robb hesitated, his confusion clear. I'm your brother, he said, his voice uncertain. Robb. No, Daisy interrupted, stepping forward. Robb turned to her, brows furrowing. You are Robb Stark, Daisy said, her voice calm but firm. Heir to Winterfell, the next Warden of the North. You are not some boy sneaking off with a servant girl. Robb swallowed, but didn't argue. Jon took another step forward, his gray eyes unwavering. When our father called the banners during the rebellion, who brought the most men? Robb frowned, but he answered, Lord Rickard Karstark. Jon nodded. Who brought the most riders? Lord Karstark, and whose forces made up nearly 1/3 of the Northern Army? Understanding dawned on Robb's face, his mouth opening slightly as he whispered, the Karstarks. Jon's voice, still even, carried a weight that could not be ignored. Because of your mistake, you have besmirched the name and honor of Alice Karstark, the only daughter of Lord Karstark, one of our father's most important and loyal bannermen. She is one of the most sought-after maidens in the North. And now, her name is being dragged through the dirt. Robb stayed silent for a long moment. His breathing was steady, but his jaw clenched, and his fingers curled into fists. Daisy could see it, the slow, creeping realization of the enormity of his actions. Robb stayed silent for a while. Then, suddenly, he lifted his chin and straightened his shoulders. I will wed Alice, Robb said. Jon's eyes flickered, just for a moment, but his expression did not change. Are you sure? Jon asked, his voice quiet but firm. Robb nodded. Our father raised us to be dutiful and honorable. I always knew that one day I would have to marry for duty. And I like Alice. Maybe, in time, we'll grow to love each other, like mother and father. Jon studied Robb's face carefully, searching for doubt. Finding none, he exhaled softly, his mask finally cracking, just a little. Then, he gave a single nod. I will go speak with father. With that, Jon turned and left, his steps as light and silent as a shadow. The chamber fell into stillness. Robb let out a breath, his shoulders slumping slightly. His hands were still clenched, but some of the tension had left him. Daisy stepped forward, placing a hand on his arm. This wasn't easy, she said gently, but you made the right decision. You took responsibility for your actions, and that is what a true Stark does. Robb let out a small, tired chuckle. You sound like my mother. Daisy smiled faintly. I'll take that as a compliment. Robb sighed. I just hope Alice forgives me for the mess I've caused. Daisy smirked. She will. And if she doesn't, well, she patted his shoulder. You just have to win her over, won't you? Robb huffed a laugh, shaking his head. The weight of the moment still lingered, but the air of Winterfell had made his choice. The dim candlelight flickered against the stone walls of Ned Stark's solar, casting long shadows over the 3 men seated around the heavy oak table. The tension in the room was thick, the silence stretched taut as Lord Rickard Karstark swirled the wine in his cup, his face unreadable. Benjen Stark sat beside Ned, his expression carefully neutral, though the occasional flicker of amusement danced in his sharp gray-blue eyes. Ned himself felt the weight of the situation pressing against his shoulders. Robb and Alice. They had been caught in a compromising situation, one that did no favors to either House Stark or House Karstark. The North valued honor above all, and whispers of their heirs' indiscretion could not be ignored. Ricard was the first to break the silence, his gruff voice filling the room. "That boy of yours," he said, shaking his head with something between exasperation and admiration. "Jon Snow, he's something else. My sons are some of the best fighters in my hall, besting older men in the yard more often than not." He huffed a breath, his eyes gleaming with something close to respect. To take down 3 of them single-handedly like that, he'll be a terror on the battlefield in a few years. Ned couldn't help but smile, a rare moment of pride warming his chest. Benjen chuckled, shaking his head. That boy of ours doesn't know how to do anything halfway." Ricard let out a small laugh, breaking some of the tension in the room. For a moment, silence returned, but this time it was lighter. Still, the issue at hand remained unresolved. Ned exhaled, folding his hands atop the table. "This is a difficult situation, Ricard," he admitted. "But we must be straightforward with each other if we are to properly deal with it." Before he could continue, a knock sounded at the door. All 3 men turned toward it. "Enter," Ned called. The door swung open, revealing Jon Snow. The boy stepped inside with his usual quiet grace, closing the door behind him. He stood tall, his posture sure and steady, his gray eyes calm but filled with purpose. Ned frowned slightly. "Jon, why are you here?" Jon met his gaze evenly. "I've spoken with Robb." The air in the room shifted. Jon continued, his voice measured but firm. "Robb understands the consequences of his actions. He is ready to take responsibility. If necessary, he is willing to wed Alice." Ricard's brows lifted in surprise, but there was approval in his gaze. Ned, however, shook his head. "Robb is just a boy." Jon did not falter. Boys younger than Robb have been betrothed before. Ned's mouth pressed into a thin line, but he said nothing. Jon pressed on. "We can say that House Stark and House Karstark have been in betrothal talks for some time, and that Robb and Alice, in their excitement, got ahead of themselves. This way, the good name of both houses remains untarnished, and no stain is left on Robb or Alice." Ricard let out a short laugh, nodding in approval. "A clever solution. You have a sharp mind, boy." Ned, however, still looked unconvinced. His gaze was heavy as he studied Jon. "So you want me to lie?" Ricard leaned forward, his tone pragmatic. "I will lie to protect my daughter's good name, Ned. It is the nature of boys that age to chase after girls, and my daughter Alice should have known better." Ned sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. He was not a man who took falsehoods lightly. Jon stepped closer, his voice quieter but no less certain. "It is a good match, father. Robb will not find a better girl than Alice in the entire North. She is intelligent, strong, and will be a good wife for him." Ned exhaled, his resistance beginning to waver. Jon delivered his final point with quiet certainty. "And more importantly, she has the Stark look." Ned stilled. Jon continued, his gray eyes unwavering. "Alice has the dark brown hair and gray eyes of the Starks. The next generation of Starks will have the Stark look." Ned remained silent, but Jon could see the wheels turning in his father's mind. It was true. Of his 4 children, only Arya had the traditional Stark features. Robb, Sansa, and Bran all mostly carried the Tully coloring, dark auburn hair and blue eyes. It had not caused any open dissent among his bannermen, but Ned knew well that the lords of the North valued blood and appearance as much as honor. A Stark should look like a Stark. Alice Karstark would ensure that the next generation did. Finally, Ned let out a slow breath, his expression grim but resolved. "Very well." Ricard grunted in approval, satisfied. "Then let us make it official." Jon inclined his head, then turned on his heel, leaving the room with measured steps. Benjen followed, clapping Jon on the back as they walked down the hall. "You always did know how to get to him," he said with a smirk. Jon only nodded, his mind already shifting away from the matter. Behind them, the door closed as Lord Ricard Karstark and Lord Eddard Stark began the formal betrothal negotiations for Robb Stark and Alice Karstark. And just like that, the future of House Stark, early 289 AC. The sky belonged to her. Lyrax soared high above the waters, her massive wings slicing through the cold morning air. The sun had only just begun to rise, its pale light reflecting off the churning waves below. She felt the wind rush against her obsidian-black scales, the strength of it carrying her effortlessly across the sky. Her keen golden eyes scanned the surface of the water, searching. Then there, a flicker of silver beneath the waves, a school of large fish moving together, their glistening bodies flashing in unison. Lyrax tilted her wings, angling downward in a sharp dive. The ocean rushed toward her as she folded her wings and shot through the air like an arrow. At the last moment, she unfurled her claws, slicing through the water and snapping up a big meal's worth of fish. The salty taste filled her senses as she pulled back up, droplets cascading off her scales as she climbed back into the sky. Satisfied with her catch, she flew toward the shore near her cave, where the land was empty and untouched by men. She landed with a powerful beat of her wings, the impact of her landing sending up a spray of sand. The fish were still wriggling in her claws, but that would not do. With a deep inhale, she exhaled a steady stream of blackish-blue fire, the unnatural hue of her flames casting eerie shadows across the sand. The fire curled around the fish, searing their flesh instantly. She let the fire die out and sank her teeth into her meal, savoring the taste. Nothing gave food better flavor than dragon fire. As she ate, she thought of her Jon. Perhaps I will cook a small meal for him too when I see him, she mused, pleased with the idea. He always seemed to enjoy well-prepared food, and no fire was more flavorful and better than hers. With her hunger satisfied, she turned back toward her cave, its entrance wide and open. Once, the way had been blocked. Lyrax still remembered the day. She melted the rocks, sealing the entrance, her fire hotter and more powerful than even she had expected. The stones had turned to slag, dripping like candle wax as she finally broke free. The outside world had been vast and bright, so much bigger than she had imagined. That had been nearly 5 years ago. According to Jon, she was now close to 9 name days old. She still did not fully understand the men's obsession with marking the passage of time. The way men divided time into chunks, named the passing years, and celebrated or mourned their fleeting lives. It all seemed needlessly complicated. Then again, from what she had seen through Jon's eyes, the world of men was filled with needless complications. Even now, she did not understand why she had to remain hidden here, away from her Jon, just because some stag king sat on an iron chair. Lyrax could kill this so-called stag king with ease. She would tear through his walls of stone, melt his throne of swords, and leave his halls in ruin. She would make Jon king of men, as he was meant to be, and yet she did not, because reasons. Jon had explained them to her, but she had not bothered to listen. The intricacies of human rule and their endless schemes did not concern her. But Jon wanted her to wait, so she would. For now, Lyrax turned her gaze to the back of the cave, where the massive skull of her sire rested against the stone. The cannibal, that was what men had called him. Once his body had filled this very cave. His flesh had sustained her, his strength becoming hers. Now, only the skull remained, the last remnant of her lineage before she had taken his place. She stepped toward it, her tail flicking lazily behind her, her skull the same size as her sire's. She had stopped growing 2 years ago, her body reaching the perfect size. Jon had told her she was now half the size of Balerion, the Black Dread, the greatest of dragons. Her grandsire, that was what the books Jon read had claimed. Balerion had grown so large that even flight had become a struggle in his later years. To Lyrax, that was unacceptable. A dragon that could not rule the sky was no dragon at all. So when she had reached this size, she had stopped. It had not been a conscious decision. She had simply known. If she grew any larger, she would begin to lose speed, to lose the agility that made her the ruler of the skies. Instead, something far more interesting had begun to happen as she stopped growing bigger. Her scales had hardened, becoming near impervious to harm. Her fire had grown hotter, the blue in her flames deepening, burning hotter than any ordinary dragon flame. This was her ideal form. She was as large as she needed to be. Any bigger, and she would become sluggish like the dragons of old, weighed down by their own size. But this was perfection. Now, she waited for the day Jon would come to her, climb onto her back, and they would take to the skies together. As they were always meant to, he would rule the world of men, and she would rule the skies. And on that day, no man, no king, no god would stand against them. The night air carried the scent of salt and seaweed as Montford Valerion stood at the edge of the Driftmark docks, his cloak billowing slightly in the cool breeze. Beside him, his half-brother Arain leaned against a wooden post, his sharp eyes fixed on the approaching ship. It was a modest vessel, unmarked, blending in with the hundreds of merchant ships that moved through the narrow sea. But Montford knew exactly who it carried. The last remnants of House Targaryen. Rhaella Targaryen, the rightful queen, was arriving in secrecy, her once great house reduced to whispers and shadows. Montford clenched his fists as the ship finally docked. His anger simmered beneath his skin, not at the queen, but at the injustice of it all. She should have been welcomed with banners and cheers, her return heralded as the rightful restoration of her family's rule. Instead, she and her children arrived in the dead of night, forced to sneak across the world like criminals. When she stepped onto the dock, his anger only deepened. Her silver-gold hair, the proud mark of House Targaryen, had been dyed a dull brown. So had Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys, the last dragons of Valyria, forced to hide who they were. It was an insult, a mockery. But Montford swallowed his fury and stepped forward, bowing low. "Your Grace," he said, voice steady despite his frustration. "Welcome to Driftmark." Rhaella met his gaze, her violet eyes cool and unreadable. Despite the years of exile, of hardship, she still carried herself like a queen. "Lord Valerion," she acknowledged with a small nod. Viserys, standing tall beside her, inclined his head stiffly, though his posture was tense. At 22, he was a young man trying desperately to hold onto the dignity of his birthright. Daenerys, only 14, was quieter, her gaze flitting between Montford and Arain, uncertain but composed. Ser Arthur Dayne stepped onto the dock last, his cloak blending in with the dim moonlight. He moved with quiet grace, always watchful, his hand never far from his sword. Montford turned to lead them toward the castle. "Come, your Grace. You must be weary from your journey." The path up to the keep was silent, the only sound their boots against the stone walkway. "Your accommodations will be modest," Montford admitted. "Secrecy is more important than comfort." "I understand," Rhaella said simply. When they reached their chambers, Montford gestured toward the doors. "I regret that I cannot give you rooms more suited to your station, but you will be safe here." "Safety is all we require," Ser Arthur said, his voice firm. Montford nodded and left them to rest. As he and Arain walked back toward his solar, he finally spoke. "What do you think of them?" Arain hummed thoughtfully. "I expected them to be beaten down after years in exile, but their spirit is still strong." Montford nodded, his respect for them deepening. The blood of the dragon still runs strong. They walked the rest of the way in silence. The next morning, Montford and Arain sat in his solar, waiting. The queen and her children had rested well, according to the servants. Now, it was time to discuss the future. When Rhaella arrived, she entered without ceremony, Viserys and Daenerys flanking her. Ser Arthur followed a step behind, ever the silent guardian. Rhaella wasted no time. "Let us speak plainly, Lord Valerion. Why are you taking the risk of facing Robert's wrath by supporting us?" Montford met her gaze without hesitation. "House Valerion has always been loyal to House Targaryen. We will always be loyal to our true monarchs." The queen studied him carefully. "That may be true," she said after a moment. "But that is not the only reason, is it?" Montford hesitated. Rhaella's voice remained steady. "Robert's rule has not been kind to those who once supported us. Most of your fleet was taken under the royal fleet. What little remains is barely enough for Driftmark to sustain itself, especially after the high taxes Robert enforced on your house. Montfort exhaled slowly. You speak the truth, your grace. She nodded. Then tell me, Lord Valerion, what else has pushed you to take such a risk? Montfort leaned forward slightly. The crown's financial troubles. Riella arched a brow. The usurper's court is drowning in debt, Montfort continued. Over 6 million golden dragons owed, and it only grows worse by the day. The king does nothing to stop it. His love for feasts, for tourneys, for grand displays of power, it drains the treasury. He does not govern. He only indulges. The queen listened, her face unreadable, but Montfort could see the understanding in her eyes. If the crown's debts continue to rise, Montfort said grimly, Robert will need more coin. And where do you think he will look first? Riella did not hesitate. The houses that were once loyal to us. Montfort inclined his head. She sighed, rubbing her temple briefly before composing herself. I see. There was a brief silence before she spoke again. Tell me about Jon Snow. Montfort frowned slightly, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. He glanced at Elaine, who looked just as confused. He had expected her to ask about Robert's fleet, about the movements of his banners, perhaps even about the free cities. Not about Eddard Stark's bastard. Still, he answered carefully. What would your grace like to know? Everything, Riella said simply. Montfort hesitated but nodded. I do not know much, but I have heard whispers. The North speaks of him with reverence. He is no ordinary bastard. The Starks do not openly acknowledge him as anything more than Eddard Stark's son, but he is not treated like a simple, illegitimate child either. Riella's expression didn't change, but he noticed a flicker of something in her eyes. He is exceptional, Montfort admitted. The North calls him a prodigy, both in mind and combat. Even among the finest warriors, he stands out. Some call him a gift from the old gods. Viserys scoffed under his breath. A bastard, a prodigy? I doubt that. Riella shot her son a sharp look, silencing him. Montfort continued, beyond that, he has influence. Though still young, he is shaping the North in ways even Lord Stark did not anticipate. The people respect him. The queen absorbed this information quietly. Montfort frowned. If I may ask, your grace, why does this matter? He is just a bastard. Riella only smiled faintly, her expression enigmatic. All men leave their mark on the world, Lord Valerion. Some more than others. Montfort did not press further, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than she was letting on. Ser Arthur, silent until now, finally spoke. Jon Snow is worth watching, my queen. Riella nodded once, her decision made. Montfort watched her carefully. For years, the queen had lived in exile, hunted and forgotten. But now, for the first time, she looked as though she was planning something. And the world would soon feel the return of House Targaryen. The scent of salt and freshly baked bread filled the morning air as White Harbor stirred to life. From the high walls of Newcastle, the waters of the Bight stretched endlessly, glistening under the sun's early light. Ned Stark sat in Lord Wyman Manderly's solar, the rich aroma of spiced wine lingering in the air from breakfast. Across the table, Wyman sat comfortably, his great belly resting against the polished wood as he smiled warmly. Despite his size, there was nothing sluggish about the Lord of White Harbor. His mind was sharp, his gaze keen as he assessed the company before him. To Ned's left sat Robb, silent and observant. Ned had told his son to watch and learn. Diplomacy was just as important as battle, and today's discussion would teach him more than any sword lesson ever could. Behind Ned stood Ser Walder, the man now known as the Hammer of the North. The night was still as stone, his presence a quiet reminder that Ned did not travel without protection. Lord Stark, Wyman said, breaking the comfortable silence, I regret not offering my congratulations at the harvest feast, but let me do so now. His smile widened as he turned to Robb. Alice Karstark is a fine match, young lord. A Stark and a Karstark. There is no stronger union in the North. Robb inclined his head respectfully, though he remained reserved. He was still growing into his role as heir, learning to listen rather than speak. A lesson Ned had often drilled into him. Thank you, Lord Wyman, Rob replied. Wyman chuckled. I dare say White Harbor will be honored to host the wedding when the time comes. Ned smiled faintly, but did not commit to anything. His mind was already elsewhere. The pleasantries could only last so long. Ned set his cup down and leaned forward. Lord Wyman, let us speak plainly. The pirate attacks, how bad is it? Wyman's expression shifted, his warm demeanor fading into something more serious. The first attacks began about a moon after the harvest feast, he explained, fingers drumming lightly against the table. At first, they were scattered, easily dealt with. Our Northmen are no soft merchants. They are hardy, well-trained, and properly armed. The pirates found that out soon enough. Ned nodded. Northern sailors were not like those from the Reach or the Westerlands. Most had fought in battles, hunted in the wilds, and knew how to defend themselves. But the attacks have only grown worse, Wyman continued, his hands settling into his lap. More pirates have appeared, and they are only targeting our ships. That is no coincidence. Rob shifted slightly at that, his sharp blue eyes narrowing in thought. The only reason our trade has not suffered is because I have been sending warships to escort every northern vessel that leaves White Harbor, Wyman said. But that comes at a cost. It stretches our fleet thin, leaves our city vulnerable. Ned frowned. White Harbor was the lifeblood of the North's growing trade, the hub through which wealth flowed in from the free cities. If pirates disrupted that, the entire North would feel the effects. Who benefits from this? Ned asked, his voice quiet but firm. Wyman sighed, his expression turning grim. Someone jealous of the North's rise. Someone who sees our warriors growing strong, our coffers filling with gold, and does not like it. Ned's jaw tightened. You suspect someone is paying them. Wyman nodded. Pirates would not dare attack northern ships so boldly otherwise. They fear our steel. But if someone is paying them well enough. There was silence for a moment as they considered the implications. Then Wyman added, I have also received troubling reports. A few moons ago, Euron Greyjoy was seen in the Stepstones, gathering a pirate fleet under his command. That caught Ned's full attention. Rob's hands clenched into fists. Euron Greyjoy? Yes, Wyman confirmed. An exiled Greyjoy, cast out by his own brother. A man who has no love for the North, and even less for the man who crushed his house's rebellion. Ned exhaled slowly. A pirate fleet, led by a vengeful Greyjoy, attacking only northern ships. Coincidence? No. Before he could speak, the sound of bells rang out across the city. The bells of White Harbor. A warning. Ser Walder's hand went to his sword. Rob was already on his feet. Wyman paled. No. They rushed to the balcony, stepping out into the open air. From their vantage point, they could see the city below, the bustling streets, now filled with confusion as people turned toward the harbor. And there, on the horizon, were sails. Dozens of them. A fleet of black ships, their banners unmarked, their hulls cutting through the waves. Ned's heart tightened. They were at best a few hours from landing. His thoughts immediately turned to Catelyn and Sansa. After breakfast, they had gone out to see the famous White Harbor market, to browse the wares and experience the growing prosperity of the North's greatest city. Were they safe? Were they? Then he breathed out slowly, steadying himself. Jon was with them. Somehow, that fact alone reassured him. Jon would keep them safe, but there was no time to dwell on it. Ned turned to Wyman, his voice calm but commanding. Call your banners. Prepare for battle. The North had been threatened, and the wolves would bite back. The White Harbor market was unlike anything Sansa Stark had ever seen. It was alive with color and sound, filled with merchants calling out their wares and eager buyers haggling for the best price. Stalls overflowed with silks from Pentos, glass from Myr, perfumes from Volantis, rare spices from the East, and jewels that shimmered like stars. The scent of roasted meats and freshly baked bread drifted through the crisp morning air, mixing with the salty breeze from the harbor. Sansa felt as though she had stepped into one of the songs old Nin used to tell, of great cities beyond the sea, where lords and ladies walked among treasures from every corner of the world. She clung to her mother's side as Lady Catelyn moved through the crowd with quiet grace. Beside them, Winifred Manderly, the eldest granddaughter of Lord Wyman, smiled brightly as she led them through the stalls, eager to show off the wonders of her home. Behind them, Jory Castle and two Manderley guards formed a protective escort. Jon Snow walked slightly apart, his dark cloak draped over his shoulders, one hand resting near the hilt of his sword. Sansa sighed softly. Why is he suddenly acting as if danger lurks behind every corner? They were in White Harbor. The North was loyal. No one would dare attack a Stark here. She let her mind drift as they walked, admiring the elegant dresses being sold at one of the stalls. She had been pestering her mother about a new gown for the upcoming feasts at Newcastle, something fit for the daughter of Winterfell. But her thoughts faltered when she caught Winifred's sneaking glances at Jon. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and every now and then, her gaze would dart toward him before she quickly looked away. Sansa was not surprised. Jon had always been handsome, but now, at 15, he was growing into something more. He already stood a head taller than Robb, with broad shoulders and the lean, powerful frame of a warrior. His curls were thick and dark, always a little messy, framing his sharp features. His gray eyes, so much like their father's, held an intensity that drew people in. Sansa had seen the way the serving girls in Winterfell looked at him, giggling when he passed. She had even overheard them whispering about him in the kitchens. Even now, as they moved through the market, she noticed young women sneaking glances at Jon, whispering behind their hands. Her mother's gods, the Seven, did not speak kindly of bastards, but Sansa was a northerner, first and foremost. And in the north, according to her Aunt Daisy, Starks and Snows of Stark blood had lived together in Winterfell for generations. Even so, she had been raised to heed her mother's words, so she kept her distance from Jon. Yet, deep down, she envied him. She envied the way Robb, Arya, and Bran treated him like a true brother, the way they ran through Winterfell's halls, wrestling, laughing, playing. She envied the bond they shared. She was pulled from her thoughts when Winifred whispered, "He looks tense." Sansa blinked and turned her gaze to Jon. His posture had shifted, his muscles taut. His gray eyes, usually calm, were sharp and watchful, scanning the market like a hawk searching for prey. Sansa frowned. Perhaps it's because we left the direwolves at Newcastle. Robb and Jon had brought Grey Wind and Ghost to White Harbor, but Lady had been left behind at their mother's insistence. Jon had also left his weirwood bough behind today, trading it for a long sword strapped to his hip. Before Sansa could ask what was wrong, Jon stepped closer to Jory Castle and whispered something. Jory stiffened immediately. His hand went to his sword, and the two Manderley men drew their weapons. "Jory, what is—" Catelyn started, but she never finished. Because in that moment, the market exploded into chaos. More than 20 men were moving through the crowd, their gazes locked onto Sansa's group. And then, steel. Sansa barely had time to register the glint of blades before Jon moved. A shadow, swift and silent. His sword was out in an instant, and before the first attacker could react, Jon had already cut his throat. The second man fell, just as fast, a single thrust piercing his chest. A third gurgled as Jon's blade tore through his side. Everything happened too quickly. Then chaos erupted. The attackers charged forward. Before they could reach them, a blur of gray and white burst through the market. Grey Wind and Ghost. The direwolves moved like lightning. Grey Wind lunged, sinking his massive jaws into a man's throat, ripping him down with terrifying ease. Ghost was eerily silent, his fangs tearing into another attacker's leg, dragging him to the ground. Screams filled the air. Merchants ran, toppling their stalls in their panic. The once busy marketplace was now a battlefield. Sansa couldn't breathe. Her feet were frozen in place as she watched Jon move with terrifying grace, his sword dancing between foes like a thing alive. A man lunged at him with an axe. Jon sidestepped effortlessly, driving his blade into the attacker's stomach before twisting and slicing through another's hamstring. The ground was slick with blood. Sansa stood frozen, unable to process what she was witnessing. Her brother, her quiet, serious brother, was death in motion. Within moments, nearly all of the attackers lay dead. The last man, standing, turned to run, Jon was faster. He cut into the man's arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, in one brutal motion, Jon drove his sword through the man's forearm, pinning him to the cobblestones. The man howled in agony. The world was silent, save for the sound of labored breathing and the soft growls of the direwolves. Jory Castle exhaled sharply, snapping out of the shock before turning to the two Manderley guards. "Take the Lady Stark and the girls back to New Castle," Jory ordered. "Now!" Catelyn hesitated, her grip on Sansa's arm tightening. "But—" "Go," Jon said. His voice was calm, but there was something in his tone that brooked no argument. His eyes, those cold, unreadable gray eyes, remained fixed on a man pinned beneath his sword. Sansa had never seen him look like that before. Catelyn grabbed Sansa's hand and turned to leave. The Manderley guards surrounded them, leading them away from the carnage. As they moved, Sansa could still hear the last attacker groaning in pain. Then, the bells, loud and urgent, ringing across White Harbor. An alarm. Sansa's stomach twisted with dread. Something else was coming. Wyman Manderley sat in the war room of New Castle, his thick fingers drumming against the heavy oak table as he listened to the grim reports. The chamber was filled with hardened men, commanders who had seen war before, but none of them could ignore the dire situation they faced. Across from him, Lord Eddard Stark sat, his face as still as the weeping wall in winter. His calmness in the face of such overwhelming odds was unnerving, yet strangely reassuring. To Wyman's right sat his sons, Wylis and Wendell, their expressions hardened in determination. Ser Marlon Manderley, commander of White Harbor's garrison, leaned over a map of the city and harbor, his brows furrowed. Beside him, Ser Walder, now famed as the Hammer of the North, stood with his arms crossed, silent but attentive. Jory Castle, loyal as ever, was at Ned's side, and watching, absorbing every word, was Robb Stark, his blue eyes sharp with the weight of responsibility. Ser Marlon delivered the first grim truth. "We have about 1,200 men to defend the city," he said, his voice level but tense. "Most of our garrison is at sea protecting the trade ships. From the reports we've gathered, Euron Greyjoy's fleet numbers at least 4,500 men." Silence followed. The odds were nearly 4-1. Wyman's stomach churned, but he forced himself to keep his composure. "I have sent ravens and riders, but reinforcements are at best a day away. At worst, several. We cannot count on them," Ned said simply. Wyman nodded. "No, we cannot." He had seen his fair share of battles, but this was different. White Harbor had not faced a direct attack in generations. "The pirates must have sailed through the night," Wyman continued, "hoping to catch us unaware early in the morning. But the winds did not favor them." Ned's gray eyes sharpened. "Then the enemy must be exhausted from their journey." It was a simple statement, but Wyman understood what he was saying. They had an advantage. Before anyone could respond, the chamber doors opened. Jon Snow stepped inside. Wyman felt a rush of conflicting emotions at the sight of the boy. Part of him still couldn't believe that Lady Catelyn and Sansa Stark had nearly been taken in his city. But he would never forget the sight of Jon Snow returning to New Castle after cutting down the men responsible. Flanked by two direwolves, their snouts still bloody, Jon had led Jory Castle and a group of Manderley men through the gates. They had dealt with the attackers hiding within the city walls with a ruthless efficiency that had shaken even Wyman. Jon had saved the Stark women, and now, here he was again, bringing them another truth. "I got the prisoners to talk," Jon said, his voice steady. "About 60 pirates entered the city in disguise and have been hiding here for a week. Their task was to take us by surprise when the main fleet arrived, creating chaos and opening the Seal Gate." A murmur ran through the room. "The Seal Gate," Wyman repeated, his blood running cold. Jon nodded. "They planned to burn our fleet, sack the city, and worse, capture our people to sell them into slavery." The chamber erupted into angry voices. Wylis slammed his fist onto the table. Wendell muttered a curse. Ser Marlon's jaw tightened in disgust. Slavery. No Northman would ever tolerate such a fate. Wyman looked at Ned and saw the fire in his eyes. The Lord of Winterfell was silent, but it was the kind of silence that came before storm. Finally, Ned turned to Robb. How would you deal with this? Robb straightened, his jaw set. We abandon the fleet and defend the city. Wyman raised an eyebrow, but he remained silent, waiting for the boy to explain. Robb continued, his voice steady. Most of our fleet is not even here. Fighting on the water to protect ships we cannot protect is exactly what the enemy wants. The ships can be rebuilt, but not our men. He gestured to the map. The pirates know how to steal on the sea, but how many of them have experience in siege warfare? A thoughtful silence followed. Ned gave Robb a long look, then turned to Jon. And you? Jon met his father's gaze without hesitation. Robb is right. The only way Euron and his fleet could take White Harbor was through deceit. His voice darkened. But they got greedy when they tried to take Lady Catelyn and Sansa. He gestured toward the harbor. They're expecting the gates to open. We can use that against them by focusing our archers on the seal gate. When the enemy rushes in, a lot of them will be trapped in the bottleneck and shot down before they even reach the city. Wyman looked at the two boys, his mind turning over their words. Robb had the mind of a commander. He was thinking of the long game, of what was truly worth protecting. And Jon had the instincts of a hunter. He saw the battlefield like a living thing, like prey to be lured into a trap. Wyman found himself glancing at Ned. How in the seven hells did Ned raise such sons? Ned nodded once. We hold the city. A decision had been made. Men were sent to prepare. The city's gates were reinforced. The people were ushered into hiding behind White Harbor's thick walls. Ser Marlon took command of the defenses along the battlements, placing archers along the walls and focusing them on the seal gate. Ned and Ser Walder positioned themselves at the main gate with the strongest warriors, ready for the inevitable breach. Wylis and Wendell organized what remained of White Harbor's fleet, not to fight the pirates at sea, but to use the ships as floating barricades, blocking the harbor so that if the enemy wanted to land, they would have to funnel themselves through one entry point. Jory and Robb took command of the ground forces, ensuring that should the pirates get past the initial onslaught, they would meet a wall of Northmen armed and ready. Jon positioned himself at the seal gate. He had taken a bow this time, a weirwood bow that no ordinary man could draw. Ghost stood beside him, his red eyes glowing against the sunlight. The wind carried the distant sound of drums. The enemy was approaching. Wyman took a deep breath and steeled himself. The battle for White Harbor had begun. The cold morning air carried the scent of salt and smoke as Ned Stark stood atop the seal gate, his gray eyes locked on the enemy fleet. The distant roar of waves against the harbor walls mixed with the faint creaking of ships approaching in tight formation. Beside him, Jon stood tall, his weirwood bow in hand, his expression unreadable. The boy had always been calm under pressure, but there was a quiet intensity in his eyes that sent a chill down Ned's spine. Ser Marlon Manderley, commander of White Harbor's garrison, leaned over the stone battlements, scanning the enemy fleet with narrowed eyes. Below them, Ser Walder stood just behind the gate with the bulk of their knights, men-at-arms, and the heaviest infantry the city had to offer. These men would take the brunt of the assault when the gate inevitably fell. Further back, Robb and Jory Castle stood with the reserves, ready to act if a breach occurred. Ned had seen war before, but this battle felt different. These were not highborn knights or disciplined soldiers they were about to face. These were pirates, raiders, and cutthroats, men who thrived on slaughter and chaos, and they outnumbered them nearly 4-1. Still, White Harbor stood ready, and they had something the pirates did not: White Harbor's walls, northern resilience, and a carefully laid trap. Ned watched as the enemy ships approached the barricade of northern vessels that had been turned into floating barriers. The blockade had done its job, forcing the enemy to funnel toward a single entry point. Then he saw them, the Spitfires. His jaw clenched as the frontmost enemy ships, each equipped with a massive, dragon-headed contraption at its bow, spewed liquid fire onto the northern ships. The flames took hold almost instantly. The wooden hulls went up in an inferno, turning the barricade into a wall of burning wreckage. Thick, black smoke curled into the sky, the heat of the fire making the air shimmer. Ned didn't need to turn to see the unease spreading through his men. He could feel it. They were forced to stand and watch as their ships burned, unable to stop it. Then Jon moved. Without a word, he stepped forward, drawing an arrow from his quiver. Ned barely had time to process what was happening before Jon loosed his shot. The arrow sailed across the harbor, striking the Spitfire on the lead enemy ship. An explosion tore through the vessel, fire consuming the deck, the sails, the men aboard. Ned's eyes widened slightly. That should not have happened. Spitfires were dangerous, but they were not supposed to explode from a single arrow. Did the pirates not put them together properly? Jon didn't hesitate. He reached for another arrow, drew, and fired. A second ship erupted in flames. Then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. Each shot was precise. Each explosion sent panic rippling through the enemy ranks. The once organized approach turned into chaos. Ships collided with one another, their burning remains blocking the path forward. Still, the pirates pressed on. They were desperate now, but desperation made them dangerous. Ned's gaze shifted to the lead vessel, Silence. Euron Greyjoy's infamous ship cut through the wreckage like a predator stalking its prey. They're coming, Ned thought grimly. Ser Marlin gave the signal. From behind the walls, an archer fired an arrow with a black flag attached to it high into the sky. The enemy saw it immediately. To them, it meant one thing. The seal gate was about to open. A ripple of excitement passed through their forces. They surged forward, and then the archers fired. The first volley cut down dozens of pirates in an instant. Bodies tumbled into the water, staining the waves red. The second volley followed, then a third. The air was thick with the sound of bowstrings snapping and the screams of dying men. Ned's eyes flickered toward Jon. While the other archers maintained a steady pace, Jon moved like a force of nature. His draw was fluid, his release effortless, each arrow finding its mark with deadly accuracy. He was firing 3 times faster than the others, and every shot killed. Ned had always known Jon was gifted, but this was something else entirely. The pirates quickly raised their wooden shields, forming a protective barrier over their heads as they continued their advance. Even so, the archers kept thinning their ranks, forcing them to climb over their own dead to move forward. But they were still coming. They had sailed too far, burned too many ships, and lost too many men to retreat now. Ned exhaled slowly, then turned away from the walls. He descended to where Ser Walder and the heavily armored men waited. The time for watching was over. He drew ice. The massive Valyrian steel greatsword gleamed under the gray sky, its ancient edge as sharp as the day it was forged. Ser Walder grinned, tightening his grip on his hammer. "Ready for some fun, M-Lord?" Ned gave him a knowing look. "Stay alive." Walder let out a booming laugh. No promises. The enemy reached the gate. The sound of axes and weapons battering and striking against the wood echoed through the city. The seal gate shuddered under the force of the assault, splinters flying from the impact. Above, the archers continued their relentless fire, but it was only a matter of time now. A crack splintered through the air as the gate began to give way. Ned tightened his grip on ice. The storm was about to break. The moment the seal gate shattered, the pirates poured in like a black tide. Ned Stark stood firm, ice raised, watching as the enemy surged through the bottleneck of the broken gate. But the trap was set. The pirates who made it past were funneled into a narrow space, completely surrounded by heavily armed men waiting for them, Ned's men. The first few raiders barely had time to react before the Northmen cut them down. Blades clashed, shields splintered, and war cries filled the air as Ned and Ser Walder's men met the enemy head-on. The pirates were ill-equipped for this kind of battle. They wore mismatched armor, leather, bits of chainmail, rusted breastplates scavenged from old battles. Their weapons were just as poor, a collection of cutlasses, axes, and crude spears stolen from 100 different places. Against them stood seasoned warriors clad in thick plate and chain, wielding long swords, war hammers, and shields that turned aside the desperate swings of the raiders. It was a slaughter. Ser Walder led the charge with a booming laugh, his massive hammer crashing down onto the enemy with terrifying force. Bones shattered, helmets caved in, men were thrown back like rag dolls. Ghost and gray wind prowled along the edges of the battle, pouncing on unsuspecting pirates, ripping out throats and tearing through flesh. Above them, the archers rained death from both sides, the enemy unable to escape the merciless hail of arrows. Ned fought with precision, cutting down every man who got close. It was going their way. They had barely suffered any losses, while the enemy lay in heaps, their blood soaking the stone streets. But the pirates kept coming. Ned could feel the weight of battle pressing down on his men. The enemy's sheer numbers were starting to wear them down. It wasn't skill that kept the pirates fighting, it was ignorance. The thick city walls, which had been their greatest defense, now became a double-edged sword. The pirates outside couldn't see the massacre happening beyond the gate. They kept pouring in, wave after wave, unaware that their own men were being butchered. And Ned's men, though strong, were only human. The signs of exhaustion were beginning to show. They had held firm for a long time, but if this continued much longer, it wouldn't matter how many pirates they had slain. Their defense would break from sheer exhaustion alone. Then the battle shifted. From the rooftops, archers and crossbowmen from the reserve, sent by Robb, took position, raining fresh death upon the enemy. The pirates hesitated for the first time. That hesitation gave Ned's men a moment to breathe. And that was when he arrived. Euron Greyjoy, a shadow of madness and blood, stepping through the ruined gate as if he were walking into a feast. He moved differently than the others. His gait was confident, almost casual, even as the battle raged around him. He was clad in black scale armor that shimmered unnaturally under the light, as if absorbing it. Valyrian steel. A suit of Valyrian steel. Ned's breath hitched. He had never seen anything like it. In his hands, Euron carried a Valyrian steel battle axe, its curved edges dark as midnight. His one good eye gleamed with madness as he took in the battlefield, and then his gaze found Ned. And he smiled. Ned stepped forward, meeting him head-on. Their weapons clashed in a storm of steel. Ned struck fast, his greatsword ice carving through the air. Euron was faster than he had any right to be. He parried, sidestepped, grinned like a man drunk on death. Ned struck again, aiming for his shoulder. The blade skidded off the Valyrian steel armor, barely leaving a scratch. Euron let out a laugh, wild and unhinged. "Is that all, Stark?" He swung his axe, forcing Ned back. Ned grimaced. "I can't get through that armor." Euron's strength was terrifying. Every time their weapons met, the impact sent a jarring tremor down Ned's arms, and his madness made him unpredictable. "Do you even know what you've done?" Euron snarled between strikes. "You brought him into the world. That freak." Ned narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Euron let out a breathless chuckle, his grin widening. "You don't know." Their blades clashed again. "I see everything," Euron whispered, his voice almost reverent. "Or I did before he blinded me." His eye darkened with rage. "But once I kill you, and him, I will see again." Ned ignored his ravings and focused on the fight. He struck low, trying to knock Euron off balance. Euron anticipated it. He twisted, throwing a handful of dirt into Ned's eyes. Ned barely had time to react before he was falling. Euron's boot slammed into his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain exploded through his ribs. His vision blurred as he looked up, seeing the shadow of Euron standing over him. The battle axe rose. This was it. If he died here, the morale of his men would break. The gate would fall. White Harbor would burn. Then, an arrow. It pierced through the back of Euron's head. The shaft burst out through his one good eye. Euron staggered. A strangled gasp left his lips, and then he crumpled to the ground, dead. Ned's gaze snapped to the walls. Jon stood atop the seal gate, his bows still raised, smoke rising from a string. Ned exhaled and nodded in silent thanks. Then screams. Cheers! Ned pulled himself to his feet as he heard thunder. He turned, rushing up the stairs to the top of the gate. And what he saw made his heart soar. Charging through the streets, outside the walls. About 150 heavy lances. House Lock. House Wolffield, House Flint, and many more landed knights who had ridden out with whatever men they had after receiving Wyman's ravens. The sight of the riders charging into the disorganized pirate ranks was the final straw. The pirates broke. Panic set in. They turned and ran, retreating toward their burning ships, desperate to escape. The Northmen roared in victory, weapons raised, voices shouting to the sky. White Harbor had held. The city was safe. The North had won the day. The scent of roasted meats and fresh bread filled the halls of New Castle as preparations for the victory feast continued. The sun had set, casting White Harbor into the cool embrace of night, but the city still pulsed with life. Fires burned bright, warming the streets as people celebrated their deliverance. Wyman Manderley sat in the war room, surrounded by the commanders who had led White Harbor to victory mere hours ago. The atmosphere was thick with relief and triumph, the tension of battle replaced with joyous conversation and the occasional burst of laughter. It had been an overwhelming victory. They had faced a force nearly 4 times their size, yet their losses had been minimal. The pirates had been shattered, their leader cut down, and the city remained standing, stronger than ever. Wyman let his gaze sweep across the room. On the floor beside Rob and Jon lay the 2 direwolves, Grey Wind and Ghost. These beasts had torn through the enemy with a savagery that had spread terror among the invaders. Yet here they lay, curled up like pups, utterly content. It was easy to forget that they were still growing, just like their masters. Wyman turned his attention to the 2 boys who had become heroes in a single battle. The people had already given them names. Rob the Young Wolf, Jon the White Wolf. Both had more than earned their titles. Rob had proven his mind for war, showing tactical brilliance well beyond his years. He had not only helped plan the city's defense, but had also acted decisively, sending archers to the rooftops at the exact moment they were needed. Jon had been something else entirely. The reports were staggering. More than 100 men had fallen to his bow alone. A single boy, even Ser Walder, who had been a terror on the battlefield, couldn't match Jon's performance. Wyman had seen archers in his time, some of the best in Westeros, but he had never seen anything like what Jon had done today. The boy had rained death upon the enemy, striking down men with an impossible speed and accuracy. His arrows had never missed. And then there was the moment that had already become legend. The moment he had saved his father's life by putting an arrow through Euron Greyjoy's skull. Wyman was pulled from his thoughts when Ser Marlon Manderley spoke up. Ser Marlon, despite being injured in the battle, had insisted on attending this meeting. His left arm was bandaged, and there was a deep cut along his brow, but his voice was steady. "We've completed the casualty reports," Ser Marlon began. "After adding the injured and the dead, our total losses amount to about 100. 100. Wyman let out a slow breath. It was far fewer than he had feared. Ser Marlon continued. "Inside the city and near the Seal Gate, we counted over 1,000 dead pirates. We're still counting the bodies from the cavalry charge outside the walls." There were murmurs around the room. 1,000 dead enemies. And that wasn't even counting the ones cut down by the heavy lances outside. It was slaughter. Wyman glanced at Ned Stark. The Warden of the North sat quietly, his hands resting on the table, his face unreadable. But Wyman saw something in his eyes, a cold satisfaction. Ned wasn't the type of man who took joy in killing, but he was a Stark. He knew what it meant to protect his people. And today, they had sent a message to anyone who dared to threaten the North. Ned turned to Ser Marlon. "You held the walls well. If the enemy had taken them, this battle would have ended very differently." Ser Marlon bowed his head. "I only did my duty, my lord. The pirates had no proper siege weapons, just ropes. We were fortunate they lacked the means to breach the walls properly." Ser Marlon then turned his attention to Jon, who sat beside Rob. "And I owe you my life, Lord Snow," Ser Marlon said. "A pirate nearly took me from behind, but your arrow found him before his blade could find me." Jon, ever humble, merely nodded. "You would have done the same for me." Ser Marlon smiled faintly and returned the nod. Then, the conversation turned to the spoils of war. "The men will want to know what's to be done with the loot," Ser Marlon said. Ned's voice was firm. "House Stark will take nothing. Silence filled the room for a brief moment. Then Ned continued. Tell the men they may claim whatever they find from the dead inside the city and near the seal gate. The spoils from the dead outside belong to the cavalry. There were nods of agreement. It was only fair. The riders had risked everything by charging into a numerically superior enemy force. Then Ned added something else. The houses and landed knights who rode to our aid today, who answered Lord Wyman's call with whatever men they had, are exempt from taxes for the next 2 years. That announcement caused murmurs of approval. It was a generous reward, one that would not be forgotten. Wyman himself felt a swell of respect for Ned. The Stark Lord was not just rewarding his allies. He was strengthening them. Stronger bannermen meant a stronger North. Wyman smiled. House Manderley will also take nothing from the spoils, he declared. Our prize is the victory itself. That brought a round of nods and satisfied smiles. The North had won. The battle was over. And now they would celebrate. Wyman raised his cup, his deep voice ringing through the chamber. To victory, the others followed, lifting their drinks in unison. To victory, the war room echoed with the sound of cups clashing together. And for the first time since the battle began, Wyman allowed himself to relax. Tonight they would feast. Tomorrow they would decide what came next. The air outside was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of the sea and a lingering smoke from the battlefield. The sounds of the victory feast echoed from within Newcastle. Laughter, clashing cups, the strumming of lutes. The city of White Harbor was still alive with celebration, its people drinking and singing in the streets, reveling in their hard-fought triumph. But Jon Snow wanted none of it. He sat on a low stone wall near the castle courtyard, Ghost curled up beside him, his white fur glowing in the moonlight. The direwolf's ears twitched at the distant noises, but his posture was relaxed, his belly full from the earlier feast. Jon stared up at the night sky. The stars stretched endlessly, their cold light a quiet comfort. He wasn't sure why he had left the hall. Or maybe he did. The warmth, the praise, the victory, it all felt distant. His thoughts kept drifting back to the market, to the moment when the first attacker rushed him, to the way his sword had cut through flesh without hesitation. And then the battle itself, standing atop the seal gate, loosing arrow after arrow, never missing. It had been no different from training, no different than archery practice in Winterfell's yard. Jon had always wondered what it would feel like to kill a man. Would it change him? He had watched his father carry out executions since he was young. Would that same weight settle on his shoulders now? But the truth was he felt nothing. He had killed by dozens today, perhaps more. And yet, as he sat here under the same sky as yesterday, he felt no different. Jon turned his head toward Ghost, running his fingers through the direwolf's thick fur. "Do you think something's wrong with me?" he murmured. Ghost lifted his head, blinked his red eyes at Jon, then licked his face once, a slow, deliberate motion. Jon huffed a small laugh, pushing Ghost's muzzle away. "Of course you don't think so." He had seen Ghost hunt. The dire wolf was ruthless, tearing through prey without hesitation. It was instinct, survival. You men kill animals every day and eat them without guilt. Why would it be any different when you kill each other? Jon tensed slightly at the sudden voice in his head, but didn't react otherwise. He was used to this by now. Lyrax had a habit of slipping into his thoughts whenever she pleased. "It's different," Jon answered. "Why?" "I don't know," Jon admitted. "But it is. At least it's supposed to be." Lyrax was silent for a long moment, then finally spoke again. "That is because you're not a man, but a man-shaped dragon." Before Jon could respond, Ghost let out a low growl, his fur bristling slightly. Jon didn't need words to understand what Ghost was thinking. The connection between them was strong enough. Jon not dragon. Jon is pack. Jon exhaled, shaking his head. Not this again. Ghost and Lyrax never spoke to each other, but they felt each other's presence through him, and it was clear they had very different views on what Jon was. Lyrax saw him as one of her own. Ghost saw him as part of the pack. And Jon wasn't sure what he was. Before the two could start another silent argument, the sound of approaching footsteps drew Jon's attention. He turned to see Robb, Grey Wind, and Jory Castle making their way toward him. Robb was grinning. Brooding as always, brother. He smirked, stepping closer. At least do it inside, so some bard can write a song about the brooding white wolf. Jon rolled his eyes and continued scratching behind Ghost's ear, ignoring Robb's teasing. Robb pulled a small cloth-wrapped bundle from his coat and tossed it to Jon. Jon caught it, unwrapping the cloth to reveal crispy strips of bacon. If you won't celebrate our victory, at least let Ghost enjoy the feast, Robb said. Ghost's nose twitched as he caught the scent, his red eyes gleaming with interest. Jon shook his head but tossed the bacon to the dire wolf anyway. You keep spoiling them like this, and they'll get fat. Robb laughed as Grey Wind snatched a piece for himself. I like to see that. Fat dire wolves waddling around Winterfell. Jory smirked. That'd be a sight. They'd have to be carried up the stairs like pampered cats. Jon gave a rare chuckle, watching as the two direwolves devoured the bacon with single-minded focus. Robb's expression softened as he looked at Jory. I'm sorry you had to stay back with the reserves. I know you would have rather been on the front lines. Jory shook his head. No matter, my lord. I had my fill of glory during the Greyjoy Rebellion. He let out a breath. Battles aren't like the songs, are they? Robb's smile faded slightly. No, he admitted. They aren't. The three of them sat in silence for a moment, the sounds of the feast still distant in the background. Finally, Robb turned to Jory. Go on, enjoy the feast. You don't need to stay here for my sake. He grinned, nudging Jon with his elbow. I have the mighty white wolf to protect me. Jory hesitated, then nodded and made his way back inside. Robb smirks as he turns to Jon. Winifred was looking for you. I think she wants to dance with the white wolf. Jon stretched his legs out and glanced at his brother. You didn't come here just to talk about Winifred, did you? Robb's grin widened slightly, but then faded. He hesitated. Then, after a long pause, he spoke. I've been having dreams. Jon turned his head fully to face him. Robb's voice was quieter now. Strange dreams. Vivid. More real than any dream I've ever had. Jon remained silent, waiting for him to continue. I see through his eyes, Robb admitted. I feel what he feels. I run through the woods, the wind in my fur. I smell the blood of prey before I see it. He looked at Jon. It feels real. Jon held his brother's gaze, because he knew exactly what Robb was talking about. The feast carried on in the great hall, but out here, beneath the stars, the world felt quieter. Jon sat with Ghost beside him, the direwolf's thick white fur glowing under the moonlight. Robb leaned against the low stone wall opposite him, arms crossed, Grey Wind sitting attentively at his feet. The air between them was still, charged with something unsaid, something Robb was struggling to put into words. Jon waited. Finally, Robb spoke. When you called for Ghost this morning at the market, I felt something, he admitted, his voice hesitant. When Ghost ran to your side, I knew that Grey Wind was following. I could feel it like a whisper in the back of my mind. Jon straightened, watching his brother closely. He glanced around, listening. His beast-like senses stretched outward, picking up the distant sounds of laughter and celebration from inside the hall. The scent of roasting meat lingered in the air, but there were no unfamiliar scents nearby. No one was close enough to overhear. Satisfied that they were alone, Jon turned back to Robb. Do you remember old Nan's stories? Robb blinked at the sudden question. What? The ones about the first men, Jon continued, voice steady. About skin changers and wargs. Robb frowned. Of course I remember. We all grew up with those tales. Jon leaned forward. They weren't just tales, Robb. That's the history of the North. The history of House Stark. Robb scoffed, shaking his head. Jon, are you saying I skin changed in a Grey Wind? He let out a short laugh, though there was no real humor in it. Come now, don't jape about this, brother. Those are just stories to amuse children. Jon held his gaze, unwavering. They're not just stories. There was something in Jon's tone, something firm, unyielding. Robb hesitated. Jon exhaled, then made his decision. I'm a skin changer, Robb. Robb stared at him. What? Jon nodded. I'm a skin changer. Robb's skepticism was clear. Jon sighed. Let me prove it. He sat up straighter. Hold up any number of fingers, he instructed. I'll close my eyes and see through ghosts. Robb hesitated, but eventually lifted 3 fingers. Jon shut his eyes, reaching through his bond with Ghost. It was effortless, second nature at this point. Through Ghost's eyes, the world looked sharper, more vivid. He saw Robb clearly, saw Grey Wind sitting beside him, his head tilted slightly in curiosity. Jon smirked. 3. Robb frowned but said nothing. He changed the number, holding up 5 fingers. Jon answered immediately. 5. Robb's brows furrowed. Again, he said, changing it to 2. 2. Jon responded without hesitation. Robb slowly lowered his hand, looking at Jon with something like awe. This is real, he whispered. Jon nodded. Robb ran a hand through his hair. But those were just stories. Jon sighed. No, they were warnings. Our ancestors passed them down so we wouldn't forget what we are. Robb stared at him, his mind clearly racing. Jon placed a firm hand on his shoulder. This is a gift, Robb. Only 1 in 1,000 people with the blood of the first men have it. Robb swallowed hard. But us. Jon nodded. The blood of the first men runs strong in House Stark. Every one of us, me, you, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rick, and Lyanna, we all have it. Robb took a deep breath, trying to process what he was hearing. After a long pause, he met Jon's eyes. So what now? Jon exhaled. Now, I teach you how to use it, how to embrace it. Robb ran a hand down his face. And if I don't want it? Jon raised an eyebrow. You do want it. Robb hesitated. Jon smirked. You want to see through Grey Wind's eyes. Robb let out a breath. Aye. Jon nodded. You'll be able to do a lot more than that. Robb raised an eyebrow. Jon turned to Grey Wind, who was watching them closely. From now on, the bond between you and Grey Wind won't just be one of man and direwolf. Robb listened intently. A part of you will always be in him, and a part of him will always be in you, Jon explained. Robb swallowed. What does that mean? Jon leaned forward slightly. You'll learn to move as one, to think as one, to feel as one. Robb exhaled, staring at Grey Wind. Then he turned back to Jon, his expression resolute. Teach me. Jon smiled. He had expected hesitation. He had expected resistance. But Robb was a Stark. He didn't shy away from the truth. Jon extended his hand. Robb clasped it. And in that moment, something shifted. Jon felt it, like a pulse in the air, a ripple of energy. Grey Wind let out a low growl, ears twitching. Ghost lifted his head slightly. Robb frowned. What was that? Jon's grip tightened. The first step. The 7 kingdoms were vast, but news traveled fast when it carried the weight of war. And the Battle of White Harbor was more than just another skirmish. It was a warning, a declaration. The North is not to be trifled with. Word spread like wildfire. From the icy north to the sun-drenched shores of Dorne, from the halls of the Red Keep to the islands of the Ironborn, the tale of the North and House Stark's victory against the pirates echoed across Westeros. And everywhere, men whispered of what it meant. King's Landing. In the small council chamber of the Red Keep, King Robert Baratheon sat slouched on his chair, a goblet of wine in hand, only half listening as Grand Maester Pycelle droned on about the latest reports. It wasn't until Pycelle mentioned the North that Robert's attention sharpened. A most unexpected turn of events, Your Grace. Lord Stark and his forces successfully repelled a force nearly 4 times their number, with minimal losses. Robert frowned. What? He sat up, motioning for Pycelle to continue. The pirate fleet, led by none other than Euron Greyjoy, attempted to sack White Harbor. The Northern Fleet forced them to land at a single entry point, where they were slaughtered. Robert chuckled, shaking his head. That madman Euron bit off more than he could chew. I hope Ned put his head on a spike. Pycelle hesitated before continuing. It was not Lord Stark who slew Euron Greyjoy, but his bastard son, Jon Snow. The great hall went silent. Even Queen Cersei, who had been sipping her wine with disinterest, raised an eyebrow. Robert grunted, setting his goblet down. Ned's bastard? Huh. Didn't know the boy had it in him. Varys, standing off to the side, spoke in his soft, measured tone. The whispers say the boy shot Euron through the eye from atop the seal gate. A near impossible shot, even for a master archer. Robert raised an eyebrow. Aye, Maybe the lad's got some of his father's blood after all. Cersei scoffed. He's just a bastard, Robert. Robert ignored her, his grin widening. Gods, I would have paid to see Balon Greyjoy's face when he hears about this. Ned always was too soft with the Ironborn. Varys smiled thinly. Speaking of Lord Balon, Pike, the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy's face was like stone as he read the message brought to him by his salt wives. The great hall of Pike was silent, save for the howling winds outside. His men, the captains of the Ironborn, shifted uncomfortably. Euron was dead, slain by an arrow through the eye. The men muttered among themselves, cursing and swearing vengeance, but Balon remained still. After a long silence, he finally spoke. The crows I was no true Ironborn. He was a madman and a kinslayer. He tossed the letter into the fire. His death is no loss to me. Yet, deep inside, Balon was furious. Euron may have been an exile, a disgrace, but he was still of his blood. His failure at White Harbor made the Ironborn look weak. We do not waste time mourning the dead, Balon said coldly. We set our sights forward. The North will know our wrath when the time comes. But even as he spoke, he knew this was a heavy blow to their reputation. The Starks had not just beaten them. They had humiliated them. Casterly Rock. At Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister sat in his solar, reading the reports with a calculating expression. Across from him sat his brother Kevin, awaiting his response. Tywin read the parchment slowly, taking in every word. It seems that they wasted their gold by throwing it at those worthless pirates. White Harbor had been attacked. The Starks had held. Jon Snow had slain Euron Greyjoy. Tywin set the letter down, his face unreadable. Kevin spoke first. A decisive victory for House Stark. A costly defeat for the pirates. Tywin steepled his fingers. Yes, but there is something more concerning here. Kevin frowned. What do you mean? Tywin exhaled through his nose. The North should not have been able to hold White Harbor. They were outnumbered nearly 4-1. And yet, they not only survived, but won with minimal losses. That does not happen by accident. Kevin considered this. You think there's more to it? Tywin tapped his fingers against the table. Perhaps. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Or perhaps Euron Greyjoy was a greater fool than I thought. Dorne, at Sunspear, Prince Doran Martell sat beneath the shade of his palace gardens, the sound of trickling water from the fountains filling the air. The letter lay in his lap, its contents already burned into his mind. The Starks had won a great victory. Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, had killed Euron Greyjoy. Doran sipped his wine, deep in thought. His daughter, Arianne, lounged beside him, reading her own letters. She glanced at him. You're brooding, father. Doran smiled faintly, merely considering the shape of things to come. Arianne raised an eyebrow. And what do you see? Doran folded his hands. I see a storm rising in the north. Dragonstone. At Dragonstone, beneath the shadow of the great castle, a ship docked in the blackened harbor. Aboard it, Queen Rhaella Targaryen stood with Ser Arthur Dayne at her side. Viserys lingered behind them, scowling at the cold air, while Daenerys looked out at the distant castle with wide, uncertain eyes. They had arrived in Westeros at last, and the first news they received upon their return? The North had won a great battle. Jon Snow had slain Euron Greyjoy. Rhaella did not react outwardly, but her heart pounded in her chest. Her grandson was making his mark on the world, and soon it would be time for him to learn the truth. Winterfell. At Winterfell, the great hall was alive with voices. Lords and bannermen had gathered, all discussing the battle and its aftermath. Benjen Stark leaned against the wall, watching the chaos unfold. Rickard Karstark spoke loudly, praising Ned's leadership. Meej Mormont nodded in agreement. The young wolf and the white wolf, she mused. Fitting names. Benjen smirked. Aye, fitting indeed. Across the hall, Ned sat silently, watching his people, his men. He had defended White Harbor. He had protected his family. But he could not shake the feeling in his gut. Something was coming. The Battle of White Harbor was over. But the dark winds are coming to the Seven Kingdoms. The Godswood of Winterfell was alive with life. The laughter of children might have filled the courtyards of the castle, but here It was the growls and playful yips of young dire wolves that filled the air. Jon stood near the heart tree, gripping the long haft of his new battle axe. The black Valyrian steel blade gleamed under the dappled sunlight, filtering through the ancient trees. He adjusted his stance, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hands, testing its balance. A long sword had never truly suited him. Oh, he could wield one well enough, but swords felt too light in his grip, like toys rather than weapons. He always had to hold back, restraining his strength so he wouldn't ruin the edge too quickly. But this... Jon exhaled slowly, looking down at the axe, the weapon he had taken from Euron Greyjoy's corpse, or, as the Ironborn would say, the weapon he had paid the iron price for. The battle axe felt perfect, a two-handed weapon for most men, yet Jon wielded it easily in one. The weight was focused at the head, allowing him to swing it with force without needing to hold back. It was a weapon made for destruction. Jon turned his gaze toward a dead tree near the edge of the Godswood, its bark stripped away from time and the elements. A test, then. He shifted his grip, exhaled, then swung. The axe bit into the trunk with terrifying ease, slicing clean through as if the tree were made of parchment. The upper portion crashed to the ground with a dull thud, the split stump left behind smooth and sharp. Jon pulled the axe free from the fallen trunk, shaking his head. Valyrian steel. No matter how much strength he put into his swings, the edge would never dull. A small part of him relished it. This weapon was made for him. A sword was for knights. This was something primal, something ancient. He turned his head, wondering if the mother direwolf had been watching. She yawned, stretched out her front legs, then went back to licking her fur. Jon snorted. He looked down at himself, his sweat-dampened shirt clinging to his body, the faint scent of still lingering from training. His life had changed so much in so little time. A bastard son with a Valyrian steel battle axe. A suit of Valyrian steel armor resting in his chamber. A dire wolf at his side. A dragon waiting for him in Skagos. And a secret, one that could shake the Seven Kingdoms if ever revealed. Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell. Daeron Targaryen, hidden heir to the Iron Throne. It sounded like something from the Age of Heroes. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Jon turned, expecting Robb or Jory. Instead, Lady Catelyn Stark stepped into the clearing. Jon's grip on his axe tightened slightly. Lady Stark did not seek him out. Not in Winterfell. Not in the Godswood. Their conversations had always been brief, stiff. But now, here she was, moving toward him with careful steps, her face unreadable. And yet, Jon was not a child. He was not blind. He could see the uncertainty in her eyes, the hesitation, the guilt. Greywind and Lady bounded up to her, sniffing at her hands before losing interest and returning to their play. Jon remained silent, waiting. This was difficult for her. He could see that. Catelyn took a slow breath before speaking. "I came to thank you." Jon blinked, caught off guard. "For saving me," she continued, her voice quieter now. "For saving Sansa, and for saving Ned's life during the battle." Jon said nothing. There was weight in her words, an emotion he had never heard from her before. Gratitude. She meant it. Catelyn's hands clenched at her sides. I have not been kind to you," she admitted. Her voice wavered slightly. "I have been unfair." Jon studied her. He had never expected an apology from Lady Stark. Not once in his life. But here she was, standing before him, her blue eyes shining with unshed tears. Jon shook his head. "You don't need to thank me, Lady Stark. We are kin, no matter what happens. I would rather die than let anything happen to Robb's mother, to the mother of my brothers and sisters." He had meant to comfort her, but his words only seemed to make her guilt worse. Her eyes filled with moisture, and she looked away, her breath unsteady. "I should have seen it sooner," she whispered. "I should have." She trailed off, shaking her head. Then, with a quiet voice, she said, "I am sorry, Jon." Jon's chest tightened. He wasn't sure what to say. Catelyn straightened, composing herself. "From this day forward, I vow to see and respect you as a part of this family, as I should have done from the beginning." Jon nodded slowly. Catelyn turned to leave, pausing only once before stepping back toward the castle. Jon watched her go. He had never needed her acceptance. Not as a boy, not as a man. He had long since learned to live without it. But as he stood there, axe in hand, the weight of her words settled over him like a cloak. And he realized there had always been something pressing against his shoulders, something he hadn't even noticed until now. And now at last it was gone. For the first time, Lady Stark saw him, not as a bastard, but as Jon. Rhaella Targaryen sat in the silence of her chamber, the soft hum of the sea beyond Driftmark's walls carrying a sense of calm she hadn't felt in years. The faint smell of salt water mingled with the scent of incense burning low in the corner, offering her some comfort amidst the chaos she had left behind. Her children were safe here, hidden away, but she could never truly escape the weight of their legacy. She had been on the run for so long, and the constant unease of being hunted never left her. The door creaked open, breaking the stillness. "Your Grace," came the voice of Lord Montford Valerion. Rhaella raised her head, her pale blue-violet eyes cold and distant. She had become accustomed to the constant interruptions in her life. A woman of her blood, of her station, could never truly rest. "Enter," she commanded, and Montford stepped inside, his brother Arain Valerion following closely behind. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Your Grace," Montford said with a bow. "But there is a matter that requires your attention." Rhaella raised an eyebrow, her tone skeptical. "What matter?" Montford exchanged a quick glance with Arain before replying. "An Archmaester, Archmaester Marwyn, to be precise, is here and requests an audience." Rhaella's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion flashing in them. "How did he know we were here?" "We do not know, Your Grace," Montford said carefully, his voice steady but betraying a hint of uncertainty. "But, if you wish, we can deal with him, silence him. He is here only with his acolyte, Alyra's, and his belongings. He has no means to cause harm, but his presence could be unsettling." Rhaella considered the offer. For a moment, the idea of silencing the Archmaester seemed appealing. But she could not let fear rule her actions now. She had already run from her past for far too long. It was time to face whatever came her way. "No," Rhaella finally said, her voice firm. "I will see him. I wish to know what this is about." Montford nodded, and the three of them made their way down the cold stone corridors of Castle Driftmark. The castle, though grand in its design, had the air of a place abandoned by time. Shadows lingered in every corner, and the wind outside howled with the ever-present chill of the sea. They arrived at Marwyn's chambers, where the Archmaester and his acolyte were busy unpacking his belongings. Archmaester Marwyn, a short and squat figure with enormous hands, a thick chest, and a hard ale belly, with a shock of wild, white hair and sharp features, turned as the door opened. His eyes lit up with some surprise, but quickly regained their usual cold calculation. "Your Grace," Marwyn greeted her, his voice smooth and measured. "I did not expect you so soon." Rhaella did not waste time with pleasantries. "How did you know we were here?" she asked, her tone unwavering. Marwyn's lips curled upward ever so slightly. "I have means of seeing things beyond the scope of ordinary men. A glass candle, for instance, can show visions of things from far away." Rhaella's gaze hardened. "I do not believe you. I know nothing of this glass candle." "How could you know we were here?" Montford stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. "We would appreciate the truth, Archmaester. No more games." Marwyn raised his hands, seemingly unbothered by the threat. "I understand your skepticism, my lord," he said, looking at Montford with a faint smirk. "But I will prove it to you." Without another word, he gestured to his acolyte, Alyra's, who placed a large candle which seems to be made of dragon glass in the center of the room. It was nothing remarkable at first glance, just a large, delicate vessel. Alyra's whispered something under his breath, and Marwyn did the same. The flicker of a flame sparked, then settled into a steady burn. Rhaella, Montford, and Arain watched with rapt attention as the flame of the glass candle began to shift. "I will show you," Marwyn muttered, his voice low. "Look into the flame." Rhaella stepped forward, Her eyes narrowed. She had nothing to lose by indulging the Archmaester, and yet the very idea of such a thing unsettled her. The moment she peered into the flame, the world around her seemed to shift. The room faded, and for an instant, Riella could see through the eyes of the flame itself. A yard in Winterfell. A crowd of people gathered around two men sparring, one of them familiar. Jon Snow. She recognized him instantly. He looked so much like Rhaegar, but with different coloring. Tall for boy his age, with the same brooding expression that so often graced his father's face in his youth. He was holding a battle axe, his grip steady and determined as he faced a much larger man, the one they were calling Ser Walder. Riella's heart tightened. Ser Walder was enormous, far larger than Robert Baratheon had ever been, yet he moved with terrifying speed and strength. The hammer in his hands crashed through the air with brutal force, but Jon was like a shadow, moving around the much larger man with uncanny grace. Riella's thoughts swirled. This is what my son Rhaegar must have seen before he died. She remembered hearing about the Battle of the Trident, the vision of Rhaegar's death, the monstrous Robert Baratheon crashing down upon him. Her breath hitched as Jon made his move. With a single strike, he knocked the hammer from Ser Walder's hands and pressed his own battle-axe to the large man's neck. The spar was over, but then something extraordinary happened. Jon's head turned, and Riella's blood froze in her veins. His gaze met hers, as if he saw her standing there, staring into the flame. She could feel his eyes on her, burning with an intensity that took her breath away. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the flame flickered and went out. The room was silent for a long moment. Marwyn was the first to speak. I have never seen that happen before. The candle shouldn't just go out like that. And why would the glass candle show Jon Snow? Riella's heart pounded. She did not know why, but she was glad to have seen him. Her grandson, and though she would never speak of it, the resemblance to Rhaegar, the same fire in his eyes, was undeniable. It doesn't matter, Riella said softly, turning her gaze to Marwyn. I'm glad to have seen him. She paused for a moment, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. And now, tell me why you are here. Marwyn straightened, his posture becoming more serious. I'm here to help you, Your Grace. To help you and your children. Riella studied him carefully. There was a glint of truth in his words. Very well, she said, after a long silence. You will rest for now. We will speak again later. Montford and Arain accompanied her as she left Marwyn's chambers, the door closing quietly behind them. Back in her own chamber, Riella sat by the window, gazing out at the dark waters of the sea. Her heart still ached with the vision of Jon, but it was a different kind of pain. She had seen him, her blood, her grandson. He was alive. He was strong, and he would be a force to reckon with. A part of her felt proud. Another part of her feared what his fate would be. But for now, at least, Jon Snow, Rhaegar's son, was safe. The candlelight flickered across the polished oak table, casting long shadows against the stone walls of Lord Montford Valerion Solar. The air carried the scent of parchment, salt, and aged wood, a scent that reminded Riella of meetings long past, of whispered conversations in the Red Keep, of nights spent planning for a future that had never come. Now, here she sat once more, but not in a grand castle of Targaryen rule, not in the halls of her ancestors. She was a queen without a throne, a mother without a kingdom, waiting for a future that felt both closer and impossibly far away. Across from her, Lord Montford Valerion sat in silence, fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. His younger brother, Arain, leaned casually against the wall, though his sharp eyes revealed that he was just as invested in the conversation. Behind Riella stood Ser Arthur Dayne, ever watchful, ever silent. They were waiting for Archmaester Marwyn. But Riella had learned to read men long ago, and Montford's thoughts were not on Marwyn. She had seen the flicker of recognition in his face when Jon Snow had appeared in the glass candle's flame. She had seen the calculations turning in his mind, the way his jaw had tightened ever so slightly, the way his hands had curled into fists before he forced them to relax. She knew what he was thinking. You recognized him, Riella said, breaking the silence. Montford blinked, as if pulled from his thoughts. He hesitated, then nodded. I did, he admitted. I had heard tales of Ned Stark's bastard. A boy wiser than his years, gifted with bow and blade, a commander even before he was of age. But when I saw him, Montford exhaled, his lips curving slightly. It was as if I were looking at Rhaegar in his youth. The room was still. Finally, Montford spoke again, his voice quieter. He is Rhaegar's son, isn't he? Rhaella met his gaze, then nodded. Yes. Orain let out a quiet breath, but Montford only leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he asked, Is he true? It was Ser Arthur who answered, his voice firm and unwavering. His true name is Daeron Targaryen. He stepped forward slightly, his presence commanding as ever. I was there, as were others, when Prince Rhaegar wed Lyanna Stark before Hearttree. They were wed in the customs of both the old gods and the new. A septon stood as witness. By all laws of gods and men, Jon Snow is no bastard. He is Rhaegar's heir. Montford closed his eyes for a brief moment, processing the weight of those words. When he opened them again, a slow smile spread across his face. Then we may yet have a future, your grace. Rhaella said nothing, waiting for him to explain. Montford leaned forward. Ned Stark raised him as his own, and from what I have heard, he thinks of Jon as a son. That means the entire North will stand behind him when the time comes. He tapped his fingers against the table. And if the North stands, the Riverlands will follow. Hoster Tully is an old man, and his son Edmure has always leaned toward his Stark kin. We will have 2 regions on our side. He gestured toward Orain. Many houses in the Crownlands still hold secret loyalties to House Targaryen, despite the years under Robert's rule. If they see a strong claimant, one raised by the Warden of the North himself, they may rise as well. That would make 3 regions. Rhaella nodded, but did not speak. Montford continued, his voice gaining momentum. Dorne will never support the Iron Throne as it stands. They have not forgotten what happened to Elia, nor the betrayal of her children. If they see that Jon carries not only Rhaegar's blood, but the Stark name as well, they may rally to him. That would give us 4 regions, or Dorne and Vale would remain neutral, the odds shift in our favor. Orain grinned. That only leaves the Westerlands, the Stormlands, and the Reach. And if we could gain the Reach? Montford nodded. If we wed Jon to Margaery Tyrell, the Reach would be ours. And with the Reach, we would have the winning hand before the war even begins. The words hung in the air like a lingering shadow. Rhaella felt her hands tighten in her lap. No. The word was simple but firm. Montford blinked. Your grace, if we... I will not put a crown on Mace Tyrell's daughter. Rhaella cut him off, her voice cold. Not after what he did. Montford frowned. Mace did nothing against House Targaryen directly. He did nothing. Rhaella snapped, the rare heat of her anger breaking through. While my son fought and died for his kingdom, Mace Tyrell feasted in front of Storm's End like a glutton. He let children starve rather than lift a finger to fight the war he was meant to win. And when Robert took the throne, he bent the knee as if he had never called himself Rhaegar's ally. Her voice turned cold. I will not reward such incompetence. Montford hesitated, then slowly nodded. Forgive me, your grace. You are right. Rhaella exhaled, steadying herself. The Reach may be powerful, but they are not the key to this war. The North is, and Jon will have them behind him. Montford studied her for a long moment, then smiled. Then perhaps we already do have the winning hand. Before Rhaella could respond, there was a knock at the door. Everyone turned as the heavy wooden doors creaked open. Archmaester Marwyn entered, his dark robes swaying as he stepped inside, his expression unreadable. His acolyte, Olyras, followed closely behind, carrying a leather-bound book under one arm. Marwyn's sharp eyes swept over the room, lingering briefly on Rhaella before he gave a small, knowing smile. My apologies for the delay, your grace, he said smoothly. Shall we begin? Rhaella sat back in her chair, folding her hands in her lap. She met Marwyn's gaze, steady and unyielding. Yes, she said. Let us begin. The wolf's wood was quiet, but Robb Stark couldn't shake the unease curling in his gut. The forest stretched around them, ancient trees towering above, their gnarled branches swaying gently in the wind. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant calls of birds. It should have been peaceful. It would have been peaceful. But Grey Wind's unease bled into Robb's own. The bond between them had only grown stronger since Jon began teaching him how to embrace his gift. And now, Robb could feel Grey Wind, watching, waiting, somewhere behind them, unseen. It was impressive, really. Grey Wind had grown large, nearly as big as his mother, and yet he moved through the woods as silent as a shadow. If Robb had not been attuned to him, he would never have known his direwolf was there. Robb exhaled, forcing himself to relax. Grey Wind was just being overprotective. After all, this was the Wolfswood, their woods. He and Jon had been running around here since they were little boys. They knew this land like the back of their hands. That was why he had agreed when Theon suggested leaving the direwolves behind. Hunting isn't any fun when those freaks are doing all the work, Theon had laughed, flashing that cocky grin of his. Robb had agreed, and Jon had only nodded. That was also why Robb had waved Jory off when he tried to send men to escort them. "We don't need an escort," Robb had told him. "It's just a simple hunt." But now, deep in the woods, that unease only grew stronger. He glanced at Theon, walking ahead of them, leading the way. He had been acting strangely ever since they returned from White Harbor. At first, Robb thought it was because of Euron Greyjoy's death. That made sense. Theon had always spoken of his uncle with a mixture of admiration and unease. But this felt different. Something is wrong. Robb parted his lips to say something, when suddenly, Jon's hand shot out and yanked him aside. An arrow whistled past, slicing through the air where Robb had been standing just a moment before. It missed his leg by an inch. His breath hitched. If Jon hadn't pulled him aside, the arrow would have buried itself deep into his thigh, or worse. Before the shock of suddenly being attacked could even settle, men stepped out from the trees. Robb's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. They were surrounded. 20 men, maybe more. They reeked, rotting, foul, and their eyes gleamed in the dim light, hungry and cruel. And they weren't alone. Hunting hounds stood at their sides, snarling, teeth bared. Robb turned sharply to Theon, who had stopped walking, who wasn't drawing his sword, who was smirking. Realization struck like a hammer blow. "You led us into a trap." Theon's smirk widened, but he said nothing. Robb's stomach twisted. He had noticed something was off about Theon these past few days, but he had trusted him like a brother. Jon remained silent, standing still as if this were nothing more than a passing inconvenience. Robb forced himself to calm. Think. He looked at the men surrounding them. The one with the bow, the one who had shot at him, stepped forward, grinning. My, the man drawled, his voice smooth and mocking. "I almost had you, Stark. A shame. I was hoping you would provide some amusement for my boys." His eyes, sharp and pale blue, gleamed with amusement. "I am Ramsay Snow," the man continued, "heir to Dreadfort, Roose Bolton's bastard." Robb's fingers curled tighter around his sword hilt. The stench of the men around them was overwhelming. Rotten. Foul. Ever since he had started learning skin-changing from Jon, his senses had grown sharper. He could smell what Grey Wind smelled. And these men, these things, were wrong. Robb's voice was steady when he spoke. "Why attack us? What do you want?" Ramsay laughed. I do love a good conversation, don't you?" He waved his hand lazily. "But since you asked so nicely, someone is willing to pay a lot of gold for your heads." Robb felt his blood run cold. Ramsay's grin widened. "Of course, my dear father is too cautious for that sort of thing. He prattles on about not walking into a wolf's den and keeping the North's peace, but I know better." He tilted his head. "When I present your pretty heads to him, he'll have to acknowledge me. He'll have to make me a true Bolton." His voice was dripping with manic glee. Robb exhaled through his nose. "Then you're a fool." Ramsay's smile faltered. Robb continued, voice calm. "If your father was too cautious to act, it's because he knows what happens when you provoke the wolves." Ramsay scoffed, but Robb could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "Keep him talking." They needed time. Robb could feel Grey Wind's presence growing closer. And Grey Wind wasn't alone. Ramsay smirked again, regaining his composure. "Oh, I know what happened, Stark. I know all about wolves." His eyes gleamed. "And I know how to break them." Robb didn't flinch. He took a slow step forward, tilting his head slightly. "Do you?" Ramsay's smirk widened. "I do. Would you like to see how?" "Not really," Robb murmured. And then a low growl rumbled through the air. It came from everywhere. The sound sent a shiver through the men surrounding them. One of Ramsay's hounds whimpered. Ramsay froze. Robb smiled. "Because I think you're about to find out." And then, all at once, the direwolves pounced. Grey Wind tore into the nearest man, jaws crushing bone with a sickening crack. Ghost was a white blur, a phantom, moving faster than the eye could follow, his fangs sinking into a man's throat before he could scream. Nymeria, Lady, Summer, and Winter lunged from the shadows, snarling, ripping into their prey with a fury that sent Ramsay's men into a blind panic. Even little Shaggy Dog was a shadow of death, his smaller size allowing him to weave through legs, hamstringing men before they even knew what hit them. Chaos, blood, screams. The hounds, sensing their master's terror, turned against them, snapping at their legs, confused and afraid. Robb's sword was in his hand, and he was moving, cutting through a man's side as he tried to run. Jon didn't even bother drawing his axe. He moved like a ghost himself, weaving through the chaos with the deadly grace of someone who had already seen how this battle would end. Theon stood frozen, staring at the carnage, his smirk long gone. And Ramsay? Ramsay's eyes were wide, his body rigid with shock. Because now it was he who was surrounded, and the wolves were hungry. Robb Stark ripped his sword free from the man's gut, watching as the light faded from his eyes. The man gurgled once, blood bubbling from his lips, before he crumpled to the forest floor. Robb exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the cool morning air. His heart thundered in his chest, his muscles burned, but his hand still trembled slightly. This was nothing like the yard. In the courtyard of Winterfell, he was strong, confident. His blade moved with purpose, his strikes clean and practiced. But here, in the middle of a battle, with the stench of blood and death thick in the air, his movements felt slower, heavier. The second man had fought back. Robb had struck first, wounding him, but the man had not turned to flee. He had roared, swinging his blade with wild desperation, forcing Robb to meet him blow for blow. And it was hard, harder than it should have been. His hands, so steady in training, faltered. His grip felt too loose, his footwork sluggish. He had barely managed to parry a strike before countering, sinking his blade into the man's gut. Now, as the second body fell lifelessly to the ground, Robb realized something. It was over. The fighting had ended before he even had time to process it. The dire wolves had torn Ramsay's men apart with terrifying ease, their bloody jaws gleaming in the dim light. And Jon hadn't even drawn his axe. He had fought with his hands. Robb turned his gaze toward his brother and felt his breath catch. Jon stood over Ramsay Snow's ruined body. The bastard of the Dreadfort had been reduced to an unrecognizable mess of blood and broken bone. His face, if it could still be called that, was a pulp of shattered teeth, swollen flesh, and bone fragments. His body twitched faintly, but he was long past saving, and Jon had done it with his fists. Robb swallowed hard. His brother's hands were soaked in blood, his knuckles dripping, but Jon's face remained impassive. His gray eyes, so much like their father's, betrayed nothing. Before Robb could speak, a low growl rumbled through the trees. Ghost emerged from the darkness, dragging something behind him. Or someone. Robb felt his gut twist as he recognized the figure. Theon Greyjoy. Ghost released Theon near Robb's feet, the Ironborn prince collapsing in a heap. His fine clothes were torn, streaked with mud, blood, and piss. His face was pale, eyes wild with terror. He looked up at Robb, panting heavily, his lips quivering. Please," Theon stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Robb, please, you have to understand. I didn't." Robb clenched his jaw. "Mercy," Theon begged, his body trembling. We were brothers." Jon stepped forward. Do you want me to deal with him? Jon's voice was calm. Too calm. There was no malice in it. No rage. Only a simple, emotionless question. Robb turned to his brother. Jon would do it. If Robb gave the word, Jon would end Theon's life without hesitation. But that was not Jon's decision to make. This is mine. Robb inhaled deeply, forcing his voice to remain steady. Ours is the old way. And with one clean stroke, he slit Theon's throat. Theon gasped, a choked gurgle escaping his lips as blood poured down his chest. His hands scrabbled weakly at his neck, but it was over in seconds. He collapsed, twitching once before going still. The world felt quiet. Robb's heart pounded. He had killed before. He had just slain 2 men in battle. But this felt different. This wasn't a fight. This was a judgment. A sentence. Jon placed a firm hand on Robb's shoulder. You did what needed to be done, he said simply. Robb exhaled slowly, nodding. He had known, even as he swung the blade, that there was no other choice. Theon had betrayed them. If they had let him live, he would have done it again. Still, something inside Robb felt hollow. Jon watched him closely, then spoke again. Did you know we were walking into a trap? Robb shook his head. No. Jon nodded. I had my suspicions. Robb frowned. What do you mean? Jon's expression didn't change. When Theon insisted we leave the direwolves behind, Ghost grew uneasy. I trusted his instincts. He paused. You ignored Grey Wind's warnings. Robb's stomach twisted. Jon continued. Let this be a lesson, brother. Our direwolves are not just any beasts. They are our other half. His grip on Robb's shoulder tightened slightly. From now on, trust Grey Wind's instincts as you would your own. Robb swallowed hard, then nodded. I will. Jon released him, turning to the carnage around them. What do we do with the bodies? Robb asked after a moment. Jon glanced at the corpses littering the ground. Leave them, he said simply. Robb raised an eyebrow. Jon looked back at him, his expression unreadable. The wolves of the Wolfswood are going to have a feast tonight. Robb exhaled slowly, nodding. They turned away from the slaughter, leaving the bodies behind as they made their way back through the woods. 7 direwolves padded silently behind them, blood still dripping from their fangs. And for the first time since Theon led them into these trees, Robb felt at ease. Ned Stark sat in his solar, his hands clasped tightly as he listened to Jon recount what had happened in the Wolfswood. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, but the warmth it provided did nothing to ease the cold rage settling deep in Ned's chest. Robb sat silent beside Jon, his face unreadable, his hands resting on his knees. The boy had always been expressive, easy to read, but now there was something different about him. Across from them, Caitlin hovered, checking over both boys with motherly concern, her hands brushing against their arms and shoulders, searching for injuries. Are you certain you're not hurt? She asked, cupping Robb's face and scanning him for any sign of hidden wounds. We're fine, Mother, Robb murmured, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Jon, as always, remained still under her care, his expression carefully neutral. But Ned knew his son. He could see the slight tension in Jon's jaw, the way his fingers curled ever so slightly into fists. Daisy Stark, on the other hand, was furious. She stood near the table, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her face stormy. That damn squid, she spat. You should have let me rip his head off myself. Ben-Jin, standing beside her, let out a slow breath and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. But even he could not fully mask the anger in his own eyes. Theon was our responsibility, Ben-Jin said, though his voice was tight. Ned, what are we going to do about this? Ned exhaled through his nose, looking at the boys once more. Theon Greyjoy was dead. Robb had killed him, and, God's help him, Ned could not bring himself to feel grief. He had taken Theon in after the Greyjoy rebellion, had treated him as his own, had raised him beside his sons. And yet, the boy had betrayed them. Jon and Robb could have been dead. If not for the direwolves, for Jon's instincts, for Robb's resolve. Ned clenched his jaw, looking at Ghost and Grey Wind, who lay near the hearth, their massive frames stretched out in the warmth of the fire. Their fur was clean now, but Ned had no doubt that only hours ago it had been soaked in blood. This was the second time the direwolves had saved his family. The old gods had sent them. He was sure of it now. He turned to his brother. Benjen is right. No matter what happened, Theon was our ward. Robb did the right thing. But we must provide an explanation to House Greyjoy. Daisy let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. What is there to explain? The gods were merciful. The squid was dealt with before he could cause any real damage. The gods should sink the damn Iron Islands, along with all those filthy Ironborn. Catelyn shot her a sharp look. Daisy, I won't apologize, Daisy snapped. That traitor lured them into a trap. He would have had their heads on spikes. And for what? Conspiring with some mad bastard? He deserved to die. She turned to Robb, her voice softer. You did what needed to be done. Robb did not look at her. He only nodded, staring at his hands. Jon, who had remained silent as the others spoke, finally leaned forward. Let's not complicate this, he said evenly. We'll tell the truth. Ramsay Snow ambushed us in the Wolfswood. Theon died in the ambush, just like the rest of them. Ned studied him carefully. Jon's voice was calm, his face impassive. But Ned knew his son. He knew Jon wasn't just speaking pragmatically. He was speaking from experience. He had already considered all of this, already calculated the best path forward. That realization sent an odd sort of chill down Ned's spine. Jon wasn't a boy playing at war games. He was a man who had seen what war required. Even if we do that, Benjen said, rubbing his chin, the Greyjoys won't care. They'll still want vengeance. Then we make sure they never get the chance, Jon said simply. We keep an eye on the Ironborn. Make sure we don't give them an opportunity to strike. If they come for us, we crush them before they can cause any harm. There was no hesitation in his voice. No doubt. Just certainty. Ned nodded slowly. Agreed. Jon and Robb stood, ready to take their leave. Ned watched his eldest son closely. Jon was as composed as ever, but Robb was not himself. The boy had not spoken much, had barely looked anyone in the eye. He had killed before, on the battlefield at White Harbor, but this had been different. This was Theon, his friend, his brother. Catelyn reached out, brushing Robb's hair back gently, but he barely reacted. Go rest, Ned said finally. Both of you. Jon nodded and left without another word. Robb hesitated. Then, with a small nod, he turned and followed his brother. Ned let out a slow breath, leaning back in his chair. Once the boys were gone, Benjen spoke first. We have to deal with this properly, he said darkly. Ned nodded, his expression grim. Agreed. If Ramsay Snow acted on his own, Catelyn said carefully, then Roose Bolton may not have sanctioned this attack. And if Roose did? Daisy asked. Ned sighed. That was the question, wasn't it? Roose Bolton was cautious. He played the game slowly. If he had not moved against them during Robert's rebellion, if he had remained loyal for this long, why would he act now? And yet, the attack had happened. Ramsay had boasted that someone had offered gold for Jon and Robb's heads. Who? Who wanted them dead badly enough to reach all the way into the north? Ned rubbed his temples. We sent a raven to the Dreadfort. Summon Roose Bolton to Winterfell. Benjen nodded. And if he refuses? Then we will know, Ned said simply. The room fell into silence. Finally, Daisy let out a breath. One thing's for certain. Ned raised an eyebrow. She smirked, shaking her head. We should all be thanking the gods for those dire wolves. Ned glanced at the hearth. Grey Wind and Ghost lay there, watching them. And for the second time that day, Ned whispered a quiet prayer of thanks to the old gods. The waves lapped gently at the shore, a rhythmic whisper beneath the quiet tension of the night. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting pale, silver light upon the secluded beach where Rhaella Targaryen stood, her children at her side. The air smelled of salt and something else, something ancient. Ahead of them, a pyre had been built, drywood stacked high, and on top of it lay 3 dragon eggs, their once vibrant colors dulled to stone. Bound above them, 3 men struggled weakly, their muffled cries barely audible over the crash of the tide. Behind her, Ser Arthur Dayne stood with a hand resting on his sword hilt, his expression impassive. To her right, Montford Valerion and his half-brother Arain watched the proceedings with wary interest. And in front of them all, standing at the edge of the fire pit, was Archmaester Marwyn, his acolyte all ears at his side. Riella turned her gaze to Montford. Who are these men? Montford's face darkened. Criminals. They tried to force themselves on a girl in town. He let out a breath, shaking his head. They were meant for the wall, but now they'll serve a higher purpose. Riella looked back at the men, their eyes wide with terror. She felt no pity for them. Fitting, she murmured. She had not been the one to suggest this ritual. No, that had been Marwyn. When the Archmaester arrived at Driftmark, he had spoken of visions, of fate, of things the Citadel sought to destroy. Dragons have returned to the world, he had told her. That is why I was able to light a glass candle. That is why magic stirs once more. I have seen a dragon through the flame. Riella had listened, but she had not fully believed. Not yet. According to Marwyn, the Citadel abhorred magic. They feared it, sought to wipe it from the world like a sickness. That was why Marwyn had stolen what he could before fleeing Old Town. Books of dragon lore, records hidden deep within the vaults, and all 3 working glass candles. He had come to them, to her, because he believed in the blood of the dragon. Riella had allowed it, not because she believed the eggs would hatch. No, those eggs had long since turned to stone, but because she had seen the way Daenerys lit up at the prospect. Her daughter had always been drawn to the eggs, ever since the Sea Lord of Bravos had gifted them to Riella years ago. Now, with Marwyn's books, Dany had begun to dream again, to hope again. And Riella would not take that from her, even if this was folly, even if the eggs remained lifeless. At least for one more night, her daughter would believe in something more than exile and loss. Marwyn stepped forward, lifting a torch. Fire and blood, he murmured. But before he could drop the flame, a shadow passed over them. A deep whoosh of air, like the beating of great wings, sent ripples through the water. Riella's breath hitched. The others stiffened, heads snapping upward. And then, a roar. A deafening, ear-splitting roar, louder than anything she had ever heard, shaking her bones. A massive shape descended from the night sky. Impossible. And in flames. A torrent of blackish-blue fire rained down, engulfing the pyre in an instant. The men atop it screamed, briefly, before they were silenced, their bodies reduced to nothing in the inferno. Riella staggered back, eyes wide, barely able to comprehend what she was seeing. The dragon, a dragon, circled once above them, wings spread wide, before vanishing into the night as swiftly as it had come. For a long moment, no one spoke. No one moved. The only sound was the crackling of fire. Marwyn was the first to break the silence. "That was the dragon I saw," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. Riella couldn't tear her eyes away from the blaze. The pyre burned hotter than it should have. The wood had been dry, but this was something more. The flames licked high into the air, turning white at the edges. The pyre burned for a long time, and then, slowly, the fire began to die down. The pyre collapsed in on itself, embers glowing in the sand. And then, something moved. Riella's breath caught in her throat. A shape, a small shape, and then another, and another. The first creature crawled from the smoking remains, shaking the soot from its wings. Then the second, then the third. 3 hatchlings, dark and glistening with birth, emerged from the charred wood. Their scales shimmered in the first light of dawn, their small wings twitching as they tested the air. Riella took a slow step forward, barely able to breathe. The largest of the 3, the one with deep black scales and burning red eyes, tilted its head, fixing her with a curious gaze. The second, leaner and covered in bronze scales, stretched its wings, letting out a soft, reptilian hiss. And the third, the smallest, covered in deep green scales with golden eyes, let out a tiny, sharp chirp. It was real. They were real. The eggs had hatched. Marwyn let out a breathless chuckle. "It worked," he murmured. Moraine took a step back, his face pale. 7 hells. Montford stared, shaking his head in disbelief. The dragons have returned." Riella could not move, could not speak. The world shifted beneath her feet. For so long, they had been nothing but remnants of the past. A dead house, a forgotten legacy. But now, Now, the world had changed. The last time a dragon had been born, it was under Aegon the Dragonbane. Now, on this night, the dragons had returned once more, and the realm would never be the same. The waves whispered against the shore, a quiet lull beneath the lingering tension that hung thick in the air. The scent of smoke still clung to Daenerys Targaryen's skin, the echoes of last night's fire still dancing in her mind. Daenerys Targaryen had always believed in dragons. Even as a child, when Viserys whispered stories of their ancestors beneath the cover of night, when her mother would speak of Balerion and Meraxes in hushed tones, she had believed. But believing was different from seeing. And now, as she knelt before the 3 dragon hatchlings in the privacy of their chambers within Castle Driftmark, she could do nothing but stare. They were real, small, fragile even, but alive. The largest, coal-black with burning red eyes, flicked its tail and let out a low hiss. The second, sleek and bronze-scaled, stretched its thin wings, testing them in the dim candlelight. And the smallest, emerald green with golden eyes, chirped softly, as if sensing Daenerys's gaze. She exhaled shakily, reaching out a tentative hand toward the smallest one. It turned its head, watching her with an intelligence that sent a shiver down her spine. Her fingers brushed against warm scales. And then, in that instant, she felt something deeper than touch, something that curled in her chest like a slow-burning flame. The green hatchling let out a soft trill, pressing itself against her palm. You feel it too, don't you? The thought was sudden, unbidden. The dragon had no words, no voice, but she felt it all the same. This little creature, no larger than a cat, was part of her. It always had been. A sharp laugh shattered the moment. Daenerys blinked, turning to see her brother pacing excitedly across the chamber, his violet eyes gleaming with triumph. This is it. Viserys grinned, his hands gesturing wildly. Do you see, Mother? We have dragons now. We can finally take back what is ours. Rhaella, who had been silent, watching them all carefully, finally turned to face her son. You fool, she said sharply, cutting through his excitement like a blade. Viserys faltered, his smile slipping. Rhaella stepped forward, her gaze as cold as winter steel. They just hatched. These are hatchlings, Viserys. They are not the legendary beasts that once ruled the 7 kingdoms. They are not the monsters who burned Harrenhal to the ground. Her voice was steady, firm. It will take years for them to grow. Decades, perhaps. Viserys scowled. But nothing. Rhaella's tone brooked no argument. They will not win us a throne today, nor tomorrow. You would do well to remember that before you start dreaming of conquest. Viserys clenched his jaw, but he said nothing. Daenerys lowered her gaze. For the briefest moment, they had forgotten. Forgotten that they were not warriors. Forgotten that they were still on the run, that they were still hunted. A silence stretched through the room, tense and thick. Then, at last, Rhaella turned her attention to Marwyn. The dragon, she said. The one that appeared last night. What do you know of it? Marwyn, who had been standing near the table with his acolyte Olyras, turned slowly. He did not look surprised by the question. I know little, he admitted, his voice low. Only that I saw it through the glass candle. I do not know its name, nor where it came from. He gestured toward the remains he collected from the pyre. But I do know this. Our ritual would have failed without its fire. Daenerys bit her lip. She had seen it, felt the heat, the sheer power of that dragon. It had known what it was doing. It had come for a reason. And now, because of it, the dragons had returned. A strange feeling curled in her chest. Was it destiny? Or something else? She did not know. Montford Valerion, who had been silent until now, let out a slow breath. A wild dragon, flying free, he mused. If the realm learns of this, Robert will not rest until it is hunted down and slain. Rhaella nodded, which is why we must leave. The words hung in the air like a death knell. Montford's eyes narrowed. Leave. You heard me, Rhaella said. We depart as soon as possible. Myself, my children, Ser Arthur. And we take the dragons with us. Montford pushed off the table, his lips pressing into a thin line. Why? He asked again. Rhaella turned toward him, her blue eyes sharp. Because we have already taken a risk coming here. Driftmark is too close to King's Landing. It was dangerous before, but now that a dragon has been seen, do you think no one will hear of it? Montford's lips parted slightly, but no words came. Riella's voice lowered. We trust you, Lord Valerion. But Varys's little birds are everywhere. A heavy silence settled over the chamber. Daenerys swallowed hard. Her mother was right. For the past few hours, they had been so lost in their awe, so caught up in the miracle, that they had forgotten the world was still hunting them. How long could they hide 3 dragon hatchlings before the whispers reached Robert Baratheon's ears? How long before they were found? Montford exhaled, rubbing a hand down his face. Where will you go? He asked finally. North, Daenerys realized. They were going north. Their supplies were gathered swiftly. The next morning, as the first light of dawn touched the waves, they boarded the ship. Daenerys stood at the bow, the sea wind whipping through her dyed hair. Behind her, hidden within sturdy wooden crates, the hatchlings stirred. Their future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The game had changed, and the world would never be the same. The shing of steel against cloth was a familiar sound to Ned Stark. He sat in the quiet of Winterfell's Godswood, methodically cleaning ice, his great sword resting across his lap. The weight of the Valyrian steel was solid and grounding, yet his mind was anything but calm. The execution had been swift. A deserter from the Night's Watch, his body now resting beneath the cold earth. The man had claimed he had seen something beyond the wall, something terrible, but fear was no excuse for desertion. The law was clear. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. And so he had. Yet, even as he wiped the last traces of blood from the blade, Ned's thoughts were not on the execution. They were on the Dreadfort. On Roose Bolton, the summons he had sent had been ignored. Instead, a raven had arrived, bearing Roose's apologies. I cannot leave the Dreadfort, my lord, for I am in mourning. My son Domeric has died of a sudden sickness, and my grief is too great. Ned frowned. Something about it felt wrong. Domeric Bolton had been a healthy boy. He had been fostered in the Vale under Lord Redford and had returned home only recently. And now, conveniently, he was dead. Ramsay Snow had also disappeared. Ned exhaled through his nose, setting ice aside for a moment. There was something about this that did not sit right with him. He did not trust Roose Bolton. Never had. The man was too quiet, too measured. And yet, with Domeric dead, there was no clear heir to the Dreadfort. That alone was concerning. Perhaps I should have pressed the matter. Ned exhaled sharply. He knew there was more to this. His gut told him that Roose was playing some deeper game. But without proof, there was little he could do. Still, the Boltons would bear watching. He was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of approaching footsteps. Ned looked up and saw Catelyn coming toward him, wrapped in a thick cloak against the cool air. Her face was carefully composed, but he had known her long enough to see the tension in her posture. A raven came from King's Landing, she said quietly. Ned's grip on ice tightened. What news? Catelyn hesitated for only a moment. Jon Arryn is dead. The words struck him. For a heartbeat, he did not move. How? He asked at last, though he already feared the answer. Sickness, Catelyn said. That is what the letter claims. Ned exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Jon Arryn, his mentor, his second father. Dead of sickness? Jon had always been strong, stubborn, a warrior, a statesman, a survivor. To die like this? It did not sit right. Catelyn stepped closer. There is more. Ned looked at her sharply. Robert is coming to Winterfell. For a moment, the Godswood was silent. The words settled in his chest, heavy. Robert, here. It had been years since he had last seen his old friend. He should have felt something, relief, perhaps, or even joy. Instead, all he felt was a cold unease. Robert never left the capital, not unless there was a reason. Ned's gaze flickered to the heart tree, its red leaves rustling in the wind. Then we must prepare, he said at last. Catelyn nodded, but Ned could see the unease in her eyes as well. And so, Winterfell made its preparations. But only a few days later, another raven arrived. Then another, and then a third. The first came from King's Landing. Robert Baratheon was dead. A boar had gored him during a hunt. And now, The boy Joffrey Baratheon sat upon the Iron Throne. The letter commanded Ned to come south immediately, to bend the knee and acknowledge Joffrey Baratheon as his king. Ned read the words, but all he saw was Robert's face. Robert, dead. The man who had once laughed beside him on the battlefield. The man who had fought with fire in his heart, who had bled for his throne. Gone, killed by a boar. Ned's hands clenched into fists. He did not believe it, not for a moment. The second letter came from Dragonstone, from Stannis Baratheon. Unlike the first, this one was short, direct. Robert had no true-born children. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are bastards, born of incest between Cersei and her brother Jaime. Robert was murdered by the Lannisters. I am his rightful heir. Ned stared at the words, his blood running cold. Jon Arryn knew. That was why Jon Arryn had died. That was why Robert had died. It all made sense. A slow, simmering rage settled in his chest. He had seen the way the Lannisters had tightened their grip over the capital. The way Cersei whispered in Robert's ear. The way Jaime Lannister watched everything with a smirk that never faded. They had killed Jon Arryn. They had killed Robert. But there was still a third letter. This one bore a different sigil. Not Stannis's flaming heart stag, but the golden stag of Renly Baratheon. The people will never follow Stannis. They love me, support me, and together we will rule. Ned crushed the letter in his hand. 3 claims, 3 Baratheons, and the realm teetering on the edge of war. Catelyn's voice was quiet. What will you do? Ned inhaled slowly. Ice lay beside him, its dark steel gleaming in the morning light. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind. And then at last he spoke. I will do what is right. The Godswood of Winterfell had always been a place of solace for Eddard Stark. It was the one place where he could think without intrusion, where the burdens of lordship felt lighter, where he could simply be, a son kneeling before the same heart tree his father had once knelt before. The wind whispered through the ancient trees of the Godwood, their red leaves rustling like soft murmurs of 1,000 voices. The heart tree stood before him, its pale bark seeming almost luminous in the dim light. Ned Stark knelt beneath its branches, his head bowed, his hands resting on the hilt of ice, the greatsword planted firmly in the earth before him. He had called his banners. The North was mustering for war. Most of his bannermen had already arrived at Winterfell, their forces swelling the castle's ranks. More would join them on the march south. Soon they would ride. And yet, before that moment came, he had come here, to the heart of Winterfell, to the old gods. Give me guidance. His words were soft, barely louder than the wind, but they carried weight. He expected silence. He expected the same quiet presence he had always felt from the old gods, a stillness, a watchful peace. But instead, something happened. The air shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches stretching toward him. And then, the visions came. They struck like lightning, flashes of images, moments, futures. He saw Robert Baratheon riding into Winterfell, his great bulk draped in a royal cloak, his black beard streaked with gray. Behind him came the Lannisters, golden-haired and cold-eyed. He saw the great feast, the laughter, the toasts. Robert clapping him on the back, speaking of old times, of war and glory. He saw Robert offering him the position of Hand of the King. You are the only man I trust, Ned. He saw himself accepting. Ned's breath caught. No. He saw Sansa and Joffrey in the courtyard, his daughter gazing at the prince with youthful admiration. He saw Robert proposing a betrothal. He saw Catelyn convincing him to agree. No. He saw himself riding south, leaving Winterfell behind. Sansa and Arya at his side. He saw the Red Keep, the columns of King's Landing rising before him like a city of stone and lies. He saw whispers in the dark. He saw a book, the lineages of noble houses. Black of hair, black of hair, black of hair, golden-haired. He saw the truth. He saw golden-haired children who should have been black of hair. He saw the truth, the secret Jon Arryn had died for. Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, none of them were Roberts. They were bastards, born of incest between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Ned gasped, his fingers tightening around Ice's hilt. The visions did not stop. He saw himself seeking allies. He saw Peter Baelish smiling, speaking of friendship, of trust. He saw himself hesitating, waiting, giving Cersei the chance to flee, giving her time to act. He saw himself betrayed. He saw steel at his throat. He saw the steps of the great September of Baelor. He saw Sansa sobbing. He saw Arya watching from the crowd. He saw his own head falling from his shoulders. Darkness. Ned gasped, his vision swimming. The godswood came back into focus. The heart tree loomed before him, its red leaves still rustling. His breath came in ragged bursts. His pulse pounded in his ears. He lifted his trembling hands from the hilt of his sword. The old gods had spoken. They had shown him a life, a fate that was not his own, yet could have been, would have been, if not for the choices he had already made. They wanted me to see. His stomach churned. He had died in that vision. He had failed his children. He had let himself be deceived by the false promise of honor in a pit of vipers. He had given Cersei time. He had trusted Littlefinger. I told you not to trust me, and he had paid the price. But that was not the path he was walking now. Not anymore. Robert was not coming to Winterfell. Robert was dead. Now the war was upon them, and the choices before him were different. But the lessons remained. Do not trust the wrong people. Do not hesitate when facing vipers. Do not play by the rules of honor in a game of treachery. Ned swallowed hard, the weight of the vision pressing against him like a great stone. Then, slowly he rose. Ice was steady in his grip, heavy, but no longer shaking. He thought of the banners gathered in Winterfell. He thought of the men who had sworn to follow him south. He thought of his family. I will not make the same mistakes. He had knelt before the heart tree, seeking guidance. The gods had given him clarity. The war was upon them, and he would be ready. Ned Stark rose. The gods would silent once more. There was no more time for prayers. He had a war to win. The great hall of Winterfell was alive with the heated voices of lords and warriors, banners of every great house of the north hanging proudly from the rafters. Eddard Stark strode through the hall, the weight of the old god's vision still fresh in his mind. But his expression was composed, unreadable. His bannermen awaited him, gathered in clusters, deep in debate over the fate of the north and which king they should follow. Catelyn was seated beside him, her face carefully blank. Robb sat to his right, his face tense, his fingers drumming against the armrest of his chair. Jon stood a step behind him, silent, unreadable as ever, with his direwolf ghost at his side. Ned took his seat at the head of the hall, and the discussions continued. Lord Stark, Rickard Karstark began, his deep voice carrying through the hall. There is only one rightful king, and that is Stannis Baratheon. He is Robert's lawful heir, the eldest of his brothers. By all the laws of men, he is the next king. Aye, agreed Galbart Glover. The law is clear. If we follow Stannis, we stand by rightful succession. A king who sits on his arse in Dragonstone, Wyman Manderly scoffed. Stannis knew of Robert's children being false, and instead of warning Robert, he fled to Dragonstone and let Jon Arryn be murdered. He may be rightful by blood, but is he fit to rule? Aye, well said, roared Jon Umber, slamming a fist on the table. If not Stannis, then Renly, suggested Howland Reed, his quiet voice carrying surprising weight. He commands the Stormlands and the Reach already. He has the numbers to win this war. A usurper, claiming a throne that belongs to his elder brother, Benjen said sharply. And what of the North? Do you think Renly will look to us with anything but greed once he sits the Iron Throne? He is not our friend. He is a man who would steal a throne before it was even empty. Ned sat in silence, listening. Neither of them are worthy. Renly wanted a crown that was not his by right, grasping at power with no thought to duty. Stannis had abandoned Robert and let Jon Arryn die without action. Neither of them had his respect. And then, Great Jon understood. My lords, his booming voice cut through the arguments, silencing the room. The great man stepped forward, his broad shoulders towering over most in the hall, his wild hair casting shadows in the firelight. Here is what I say to these two kings, he bellowed. Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor Stannis neither. Why should they rule over me and mine? from some flowery seat in Highgarden or Dorne. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the hall. What do they know of the wall, or the wolfswood, or the barrows of the first men? Great Jon continued. Even their gods are wrong. The others take the Lannisters too. There were nods now, low grumbles of agreement turning into quiet assent. Why shouldn't we rule ourselves again? Silence. The words hung in the air, thick with meaning. It was the dragons we married, Great Jon growled. And the dragons are all dead. He turned and pointed straight at Ned. There sits the only king I mean to bow my knee to, lords. The king in the north. A roar erupted from the hall, voices calling in agreement. The king in the north. The king in the north. Ned felt the weight of their expectations settle over him. He rose to his feet, and then, with slow purpose, he shook his head. The hall fell silent. Ned exhaled. There is one who fits what you have described, he said. His voice was calm, but it carried through the hall like rolling thunder. One with the right blood and the right claim to the Iron Throne. A murmur of confusion rippled through the lords. Robb sat up straighter. Jon, silent until now, tensed at his side. Ned turned to face the hall, letting his voice ring out clearly. My son, Jon Snow. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his bannermen. Is not my son at all. A stunned hush fell over the room. Catelyn's breath hitched. Robb's eyes widened. Jon stiffened, his gray eyes narrowing, but he said nothing. Ned turned and met Jon's gaze directly. His name is not Jon Snow, he declared. His name is Daeron Targaryen. A shock wave went through the room. Gasps. Murmurs. Targaryen. What madness is this? Ned did not waver. He told them everything. The truth of Rhaegar and Lyanna's marriage. The son they bore in secret. The promise Ned had made on his sister's deathbed. How Jon Snow, Daeron, was the trueborn son of Rhaegar Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. By the time he finished speaking, the hall was silent. Great Jon Umber looked stunned. Ricard Karstark's jaw was clenched. Benjen had closed his eyes, as if the weight of Lyanna's secret had finally settled on his shoulders. And Jon had not moved. He stood as still as a statue, his face unreadable. Ned turned to face him fully. And then, with slow, deliberate purpose, he knelt. I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, do hereby pledge my sword, my life, and my honor to King Daeron Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The words rang through the hall. One by one, his bannermen followed. Great Jon dropped to a knee, then Wyman Manderly, then Karstark, then the Mormonts, the Glovers, the Reeds, the Flints. A ripple spread across the hall as the entirety of the North swore fealty to their king. The king in the North. The king in the North. Ned turned to his nephew, his king. Jon stood frozen, his breath shallow, his hands clenched at his sides. For the first time, Ned saw uncertainty in him. He reached out, resting a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Rise, your grace, he said softly. And Jon Daeron did. The ravens took flight at dawn. Hundreds of them, black wings cutting through the gray northern sky, carrying the truth across the seven kingdoms. Each one bore a copy of a letter written by Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, a declaration that would shake the realm to its core. To the lords and ladies of Westeros, I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, write to proclaim the true name and lineage of my son, Jon Snow. He is no bastard. His true name is Daeron Targaryen, the son of my sister, Lyanna Stark, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. He was born of a lawful union, wed in both the customs of the old gods and the seven. House Stark and the North stand united in support of Daeron Targaryen's claim to the Iron Throne. We will not bend the knee to the Queen's bastards, nor to those who would steal the crown from its true heir. Let it be known, the North remembers. The letters spread like wildfire, and across the realm, kings, queen, and lords took their first steps toward war. The Westerlands, Tywin Lannister's war camp, near the Golden Tooth. Tywin Lannister read the letter once. Then again. Then, Without a word, he set the parchment down on the table before him. His face was impassive, unreadable, but his fingers drummed once, twice against the wood. His commanders stood in tense silence. Across the tent, Gregor Clegane grunted, his thick fingers twitching near the pommel of his sword. Kevin Lannister's face was grave, his hands clasped behind his back. Jaime Lannister sat lazily at the table, his hand tapping idly against his knee. "Well," he drawled, "that was unexpected." Tywin's cold gaze flickered toward his son. "This changes everything." Tyrion, sipping wine in the corner, smirked. "Indeed, father. The North has never been so bold." He swirled his cup thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is a good thing. The boys' claim might weaken Stannis and Renly's positions, split their supporters." "This complicates matters," Tywin cut in, his voice sharp as a blade. Kevin nodded. The North was already marching. Now they march with purpose. Tywin exhaled through his nose. "The Starks are making their move," he said, his voice cold. "We must counter it before the realm begins to believe this boy is truly a Targaryen." Jaime smirked. "Whether he is or not, the Starks will fight for him like he is." Tywin did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Tyrion. "You will go to King's Landing," he said. Tyrion blinked. "Me?" "Yes," Tywin said. "Cersei will act rashly. She will make mistakes. You will ensure that does not happen." Tyrion let out a dry chuckle. "Oh, of course. Who better to temper the lioness than her beloved brother?" Tywin's stare hardened. "You are my son," he said, "and I will not leave my legacy in the hands of a foolish queen and a spoiled boy. You will go to King's Landing as Hand of the King." Silence fell. Jaime sat up slightly, surprised. Kevin remained still. Tyrion's smirk faded. At last he inclined his head. "Well then," he murmured, "I suppose I had best prepare for the Viper's Den." King's Landing, the small council chamber. Cersei's nails dug into the wood of the council table. Her eyes, burning with fury, moved from face to face. The gathered members of the small council sitting in stunned silence. The letter sat before them, its words taunting her. "The North dares," she hissed. "They dare to name this bastard, as the rightful king?" Varys, ever unreadable, tilted his head. "It seems they do, your grace." Pycelle stroked his long white beard, looking deeply troubled. "This is dangerous," he murmured. "The North is vast. Their armies. They're still far from King's Landing," Cersei snapped. She turned to Littlefinger, who had only just arrived from the Westerlands. "What does my father say of this insult?" Baelish's face was grim. "Lord Tywin is preparing to deal with the matter." "And what of Joffrey?" she spat. "My son is king. And yet this Targaryen, this Stark bastard, dares to challenge him." Baelish leaned forward, his fingers steepled. "The question is, will the realm believe it?" Cersei turned her venomous glare on him. "It does not matter," she said through gritted teeth. "I want this bastard and his false claim burned from history. Every man who swears to him is a traitor." Varys smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. "War it is, then." Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's war room. Stannis read the letter with a clenched jaw. He had not sat when the raven arrived, nor had he touched the meal before him. He stood rigid, his face betraying nothing. Davos Seaworth shifted uneasily at his side. "My lord," he began carefully, "this complicates things." Stannis's blue eyes burned as he looked up. "Complicates." Melisandre stood in the shadows, watching with quiet intensity. "House Stark has declared for this Daeron Targaryen," Stannis said slowly, as if tasting the words. "They name him the rightful king." His lip curled. "I am Robert's heir. The throne is mine." "Yes, your grace," Davos said cautiously. "But if what Lord Stark says is true?" "It does not matter," Stannis snapped. "I am Robert's rightful heir." Davos hesitated, then nodded. Melisandre, silent until now, stepped forward. "The flames have spoken of a dragon reborn," she said. "But only one man can be king." Stannis's eyes flickered. "We march," he said at last. Highgarden, Renly Baratheon's court. Laughter filled the halls of Highgarden until the letter arrived. Renly read it slowly, his easygoing smirk vanishing into something more serious. This is an inconvenience. Marjorie Tyrell, seated beside him, said nothing. Her brother, Loras, looked unimpressed. This changes nothing, Loras said. Renly exhaled. It changes everything. The Reach Lords murmured among themselves. Do we still march? Randall Tarley asked. Renly's grip tightened on the parchment. We do, he said. The game has not changed. Only the players. White Harbor. The ship rocked gently against the waves as the docks of White Harbor came into view. Rhaella Targaryen stood at the bow, her silver hair hidden beneath a hood, her grip tight around the railing. Daenerys and Viserys flanked her, their eyes wide as the city came closer. Arthur Dayne stood behind them, ever watchful. Rhaella's heart pounded. They have arrived in the north. Winterfell had always been home. For 15 years, Jon Snow had walked these halls, trained in these yards, found solace in the Godswood. But Jon Snow no longer existed. Now he was Daeron Targaryen, the trueborn son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Now he was king of the North and rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and the weight of it pressed against his shoulders like a mountain. The change in how people treated him was almost immediate. The castle guards, the stable boys, the serving women, men and women who had known him since childhood, bowed their heads as he passed, murmuring your grace instead of my lord. The Stark bannermen, great lords who had once tolerated his presence as Ned Stark's bastard, now looked at him with respect, with loyalty. Jon, Daeron, was still adjusting. It was a large leap, after all, from Ned Stark's bastard to king. He sighed, pushing the thought away as he made his way toward his uncle's Solar. He had no time for doubts. The war was upon them. When he entered the Solar, the others were already waiting. His uncle Ned sat at the head of the table, as composed as ever. Benjen sat at his right, his face tight. Beside him, his wife, Daisy, leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. Catelyn sat to Ned's left, watching Daeron carefully as he entered. Robb stood near the hearth, his arms folded across his chest. His expression was serious, but when his eyes met Daeron's, there was warmth. Daeron took his seat. The discussion began. Benjen was the first to speak. We've finished taking full count of our forces, he said. Winterfell alone has raised 5,000 men. Daeron listened carefully as Benjen listed the numbers. That includes the 1,000 Stark household guards, knights, and men-at-arms sworn to House Stark, Benjen continued. The rest are levies raised from lands near Winterfell. If needed, we could call on 3,000 to 4,000 more men from Winterdown. Ned nodded. I'm taking only 3,000 of them with us when we march south, he announced. The remaining 2,000 will stay in Winterfell under your command. Benjen's jaw tightened. It was obvious he didn't like the idea of being left behind while Ned, Robb, and Daeron rode to war. But Daeron could already see where Ned's mind was going. His uncle had always been careful, always thought 2 steps ahead, and his instincts were rarely wrong. House Greyjoy is hungry for blood, Ned continued. With Euron and Theon dead, Balon Greyjoy will want revenge. The Ironborn are proud, and they have not forgotten the Greyjoy Rebellion. With most of the North's military strength marching south, this is the perfect opportunity for them. Benjen exhaled sharply, but nodded. You think they'll attack? I think they will try, Ned said, which is why I need you here to defend the North. I need someone experienced to guard Winterfell. Daeron could see the struggle on Benjen's face. He wanted to be with them, to fight beside his brother and nephew. But Winterfell needed Stark. There must always be a Stark in Winterfell. Benjen sighed, then finally gave a reluctant nod. Very well, I'll stay. Ned's expression softened, though his tone remained firm. A few days ago, I received a raven from Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch. He warns that the wildlings are gathering in mass beyond the wall. Be on guard. If the Night's Watch calls for aid, answer it. Benjen frowned, but nodded again. Daeron leaned forward slightly. And the rest of our forces? Ned turned to him. Altogether, the North has raised 20,000 men in Winterfell, he said. As we march south, another 5,000 will join us from the remaining bannermen. 25,000 men. That was the strength of the North that they could gather in haste. Daeron exhaled. This was not just Ned Stark's army. This was his army. These men were not just fighting for the honor of House Stark. They were fighting for him. His uncle Ned, Lord Stark, Warden of the North, the man who had always put honor and duty above all else, was willing to risk the lives of thousands of northern men to support Darren's claim. He believed in him that much. Darren's hands curled into fists. He would not take that lightly. This was a huge responsibility. The fate of these men was in his hands. He would not allow them to die needlessly for his crown. If war was inevitable, then he would end it as swiftly as possible, even if that meant raining fire and death upon his enemies. The discussion continued late into the evening. They spoke of supplies, of battle plans, of reinforcements and allies. Benjen laid out the defenses that would be put in place at Winterfell. Catelyn voiced concerns about the war's toll on the Riverlands. Dacy Mormont, fierce as ever, argued for an aggressive campaign rather than a slow, defensive one. Ned listened to everyone's counsel, but ultimately made the final decisions. By the time the meeting ended, the war was truly set in motion. They would march within days. Later that night, Daeron stood in the Godswood. Go sat beside him, silent and watchful. The dire wolf had been more alert than usual since the letters had been sent, as if he knew that war was coming. Daeron exhaled, staring at the heart tree. Father, Mother, what would you have wanted? The old gods did not answer, but he did not need them to. He already knew what he had to do. He would not allow the Norse loyalty to be in vain. He would not allow their faith in him to be misplaced. He would win, not for the sake of a throne, but for the men who had sworn their lives to him, for the North, for House Stark, for his family. Daeron Targaryen clenched his fists. No matter what it took, he would end this war. The Northern Army, 25,000 strong, stretched across the ancient ruins of Moat Cailin. The once great fortress, now little more than crumbling stone and overgrown moss, remained a formidable stronghold. It had stood for centuries as the gateway to the north, the first line of defense against any who dared march past the neck. But today, it was not a place of battle. It was the staging ground for war. Inside the command tent, the great lords of the north were gathered around a large wooden table, studying reports and maps lit by flickering candlelight. Lord Eddard Stark stood at the head, his face grim as he read the latest messages from the south. Robb Stark stood beside him, his brows furrowed in deep thought. And at the center, listening in silence, was Daeron Targaryen. Ned began the meeting by going over the first report. The Riverlands are burning, he said grimly. The Lannisters have struck their first blow. The lords around the table shifted uneasily. Lord Greatjon Umber let out a growl. The bloody lions wasted no time, did they? Ned placed the first message on the table. Edmure Tully had sent Lord Vance and Lord Piper to guard the pass below Golden Tooth, trying to prevent the Lannisters from entering the Riverlands. But Tywin was ahead of him. The lords leaned in. Tywin dispatched Ser Gregor Clegane to raid the villages along the Red Fork, Ned continued. Edmure, fearing for his people, split his forces. He sent men to every village and hold fast within a day's ride of the border. Darren's jaw clenched. He could already see the mistake. He spread himself too thin, Howland Reed murmured. Ned nodded, and Jaime Lannister took advantage of it. A heavy silence settled over the room. Ser Jaime Lannister, commanding 15,000 Lannister troops, descended upon the Tully forces, Ned continued. The Rivermen were outnumbered. Lord Vance was slain, and Lord Piper retreated to Riverrun with what men he could save. Jaime is now pursuing them, likely planning to besiege Riverrun. And Tywin? Robb asked. Ned's expression darkened. He has brought another 20,000 Lannister soldiers up from the south. The room fell into a heavy silence. The weight of the numbers hit the room like a hammer. The North had 25,000 men. The Lannisters already had 35,000 on the field. And that was before the other claimants entered the war. The North has a strong army, but if Riverrun fell before they arrived, the Riverlands would be lost. Murmurs filled the tent. The Lannisters are moving quickly, Lord Karstark muttered. But what of the others? Ned placed another letter on the table. Renly Baratheon has finally made his move, he announced. He has raised an army of 80,000 men, the largest in the 7 kingdoms. Murmurs spread through the room. Daeron narrowed his eyes. "Where is he marching?" asked Lord Karstark. "Toward King's Landing," Ned replied. The lords exchanged uneasy glances. "If he reaches the capital before we do," Howland Reed noted, "he could claim the city for himself." "He would need to fight Stannis first," Lord Manderley said. "What of him?" "Stannis remains in Dragonstone, gathering his strength," Ned answered. "His army is too small to be an immediate threat, but his fleet is considerable." Robb exhaled. "So, we have 3 pretenders fighting for the throne," Lord Umber grunted, "and only one rightful king." His gaze turned to Daeron. The others followed. For the first time, Daeron spoke. "The Riverlands are burning," he said quietly. "We march tomorrow." There was no argument. The lords bowed their heads. The meeting was over. That night, Daeron sat in his private chamber. His battle armor was set aside, his Valyrian steel battle axe resting against the wall. Ghost lay beside the hearth, eyes half closed but ever watchful. Outside the tent, the camp was alive with the sounds of men preparing for war. Daeron exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over his face. Everything was moving so fast. Weeks ago, he had been a bastard. Now he was a king, and soon he would be at war. The weight of it pressed heavily on his chest. So many men would follow him into battle. Men who had families, sons, fathers, brothers. He would not waste their lives for a throne. A knock at the entrance pulled him from his thoughts. Ghost's ears perked up. "Enter," Daeron called. A servant stepped in and bowed. "Your Grace, someone is here to see you." Daeron frowned. "Who?" The servant hesitated. Then the tent flap parted, and a woman stepped inside. Daeron rose to his feet. Silver hair, lilac eyes, a face both regal and familiar. He had never seen her before in his life. And yet, he knew her. The woman exhaled, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "Daeron," she murmured. Daeron's breath caught. Grandmother. Rhaella Targaryen had come to see him. Rhaella Targaryen stepped into the tent, Ser Arthur Dayne at her side. The air inside was warm, lit by the soft glow of flickering candles. Faintly, she could hear the sounds of the northern army outside, men preparing for war. But none of that mattered, because in front of her stood Daeron Targaryen, her grandson, the boy she had only ever heard whispers of, the boy she had glimpsed through the flames of a glass candle. Now he was here, flesh and blood, standing before her, and Rhaella felt like she was dreaming. She drank in his appearance. He was tall, taller than Rhaegar had been at his age, and carried himself with an ease that was both northern and Targaryen. His features were striking, his father's sharp cheekbones and regal bearing, his mother's star coloring. But his eyes, Rhaella's breath caught. His eyes were so much like Rhaegar's. It was like looking into the past, a lifetime of longing, of regret, of what could have been rushed through her all at once. She wanted to embrace him, to hold him as she had once held his father when he was a babe. But she hesitated. They were kin, but they were also strangers. How could she expect him to accept her when they had never met before this moment? Before she could decide what to do, Daeron moved first. He stepped forward, without hesitation, and embraced her. Rhaella gasped softly as his arms wrapped around her. "I have waited so long to meet you," he murmured. For a moment, she was frozen. Then, slowly, she lifted her arms and returned the embrace. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to feel this moment. The grandson she never thought she would see was here, alive and strong. When they finally stepped apart, Rhaella found her voice. "How long have you known?" she asked. "About who you truly are?" Daeron studied her for a moment before answering. "I have seen things in my dreams," he said vaguely. "It was the dreams that showed me the truth." Dreams. Rhaella's stomach tightened. She had heard of Targaryens who had prophetic dreams before. Dany's the dreamer, Rhaegar, and now Daeron. Before she could question further, Arthur stepped forward and went down on one knee. "My king," Arthur said, bowing his head, "I have failed your family once before. I will not fail you, if you would allow it. I ask for the honor of being your Kingsguard." Daeron's expression softened. He reached forward, clasping Arthur's shoulder, and helped him to his feet. "You have already done me a great service, Ser Arthur," Daeron said. You protected my grandmother, my aunt, and my uncle all these years. It would be my honor to have you in my Kingsguard." Arthur's eyes flickered with emotion as he nodded. Then Daeron turned to Riella, his gaze sharp. "What of Viserys and Daenerys?" he asked. Riella blinked, startled. "They are safe," she said cautiously. "Viserys and Daenerys are ensuring that the hatchlings remain hidden." Daeron nodded. "Good." Riella hesitated. Her grandson's tone was not surprised. He already knew. She narrowed her eyes slightly. "How did you know about the hatchlings?" Daeron did not hesitate. "Because the dragon that helped hatch them was mine." A stunned silence fell over the tent. Riella's breath hitched. Ser Arthur's brows furrowed. "Your dragon?" "Her name is Lyrax," Daeron said. "She has been with me since her birth." Riella's mind reeled. A dragon. Her grandson had a dragon, and none of them had known. Before she could gather her thoughts, Daeron continued, his voice serious. "No one can know," he said. "Not even Viserys or Daenerys. Not yet." Riella still struggled to find words. But she saw the calm certainty in Daeron's gaze and only nodded. Arthur did the same. Before they could speak further, a voice called from outside the tent. "Your Grace." A servant entered, bowing quickly. "A rider has arrived at the camp. It is Ser Brynden Tully. He requests an audience with the king." Riella turned back to her grandson. His expression was unreadable. He exhaled, straightened his shoulders, and nodded. "I will see him now," Daeron said. Ghost rose from his spot near the hearth, his red eyes gleaming in the candlelight. Riella watched as her grandson turned and left the tent, the great white dire wolf padding silently behind him. The war camp at Moat Cailin was quiet under the night sky, the only sounds coming from the distant crackle of campfires and the murmur of soldiers preparing for the march south. Ned Stark strode through the camp, his mind heavy with the weight of the past and the future. He had received word that Ser Brynden Tully had arrived earlier, requesting an audience. Ned had expected the Blackfish to come sooner or later. Brynden had never been the kind of man to sit idle while his homeland burned. But the conversation ahead would not be easy. The truth about Daeron Targaryen, the boy who had been raised as Jon Snow, was spreading. Now, all of Westeros would judge him for it. Ned pushed those thoughts aside as he reached the guest tent and stepped inside. Inside the tent, Robb was already there. Ned's eldest son stood near the fire, speaking with Brynden Tully for the first time. The old knight listened intently as Robb spoke, his sharp blue eyes studying his grandnephew carefully. Greywind lay nearby, watching Brynden with silent curiosity. Ned took a moment to observe the man who had once ridden beside his brother Brandon and fought in the rebellion alongside Ned and his good father, Hoster Tully. Ser Brynden looked tired. The road from the Bloody Gate to Moat Cailin was long, and he must have ridden hard to reach them. But when Brynden noticed Ned, the fatigue vanished from his face. For a moment, the warmth of recognition flickered in his eyes. Then just as quickly it was gone. The smile Brynden had worn while speaking to Robb disappeared, and his expression turned grim. He took a step forward, his posture rigid as he faced Ned directly. "This madness," he said, his voice low but firm. "Tell me, Ned, is it true?" Ned held his gaze. Then he nodded once. Brynden exhaled sharply, his jaw tightening. He ran a hand through his graying beard, thinking. Finally, he spoke again. "I know you, Ned. You would not lie about something like this. But hiding Rhaegar's son as your own bastard." He shook his head. "There are those who will call that treason." Ned did not flinch. "They can call it whatever they want," he said evenly. "I did what I had to do to protect my nephew. If I had not, he would have been murdered, just like his half-siblings, Aegon and Rhaenys." Brynden fell silent. The truth weighed heavily between them. Ned could see it in the Blackfish's eyes. He understood. Finally, Brynden gave a slow nod. Before either man could say more, the tent flap shifted, and Daeron Targaryen entered. Ghost followed at his side, the direwolf's red eyes gleaming in the dim light. Ned turned to his nephew and bowed his head slightly. Robb did the same. "Your Grace," Robb greeted. Daeron gave them both a nod before turning his gaze toward Brynden. The Blackfish did not bow. Instead, he studied Daeron carefully, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The Targaryen features buried beneath stark coloring, the way he carried himself, the wolf and dragon intertwined in his blood. Ned could feel the weight of the unspoken question. Finally, Daeron broke the silence. "Why are you here, Ser Brynden?" Brynden took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "My niece," he said, "refuses to see reason." Ned felt a familiar sting of frustration. Lisa Arryn had always been a difficult woman, but her inaction now was dangerous. Brynden continued, his voice growing sharper. "She refuses to send aid while the Lannisters invade her homeland. I try to convince her, but she has locked herself inside the Eyrie and will not move." Ned sighed. "She is afraid. She is a fool," Brynden corrected. "I cannot stand idly by while the Rivellins burn. I rode here to offer my help, in any way I can." Daeron nodded, his expression unreadable. "Then you are welcome, Ser Brynden. No one knows the Rivellins better than you." Brynden inclined his head slightly in thanks. But then his sharp gaze returned to Daeron. "And why should the Rivellins kneel to you, Targaryen?" he asked bluntly. Robb stiffened beside Daeron, but Daeron smiled. "You and the Riverlords are free to support whoever you wish," he said smoothly. "Let's look at your choices." Daeron's voice was calm, but his words cut like steel. "There is Joffrey," he said, "sitting at ease on the Iron Throne while his grandfather burns your homeland to the ground. There's Renly Baratheon," he continued, "feasting and holding tourneys in the Reach while his army slowly marches toward King's Landing. And there is Stannis," Daeron said, "still sitting in Dragonstone, waiting while the Riverlands bleeds." The tent was silent. Bryndon's lips pressed into a thin line. "While they wait," Daeron finished, "I am marching south to drive the Lannisters out of your homeland." Brynden did not answer immediately, but Ned could see the understanding in his eyes. Even his niece, Lisa, refused to act when her father's land was under attack. And yet, here was a Targaryen, a Stark in all but name, who was willing to fight for the Riverlands before claiming a throne. Slowly, Brynden exhaled. Then he knelt. "I cannot speak for House Tully," he said, "but I can speak for myself." He placed a fist over his chest. "I fought for the Targaryens once," he said. "Then I fought against them." His gaze met Daeron's. "This time," he said firmly, "I will fight for you." Daeron stepped forward and placed a hand on the old knight's shoulder. "Then rise, Ser Brynden," he said. Brynden stood. Ned watched, feeling something shift in the air. The Blackfish had sworn his loyalty, and the Riverlands had just taken one step closer to following. Daeron exhaled, then turned to Ned and Robb. "We have a lot to do," he said. The war was far from over, but this was only the beginning.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.